Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Harewood on behalf of BARC Yorkshire Centre. We are currently running through our final set of practice runs for the British Hillclimb Championship and British Hillclimb Cup contenders. And heading up towards the top of the hill at the moment, Chris Wise in the Toyota Yaris GR. Chris up through the finish, and we now look to Farmhouse, where Chris Beresford in the Subaru Impreza is heading up towards the top of the hill already, past the commentary box, through the speed trap and up into the final sweeping right-hander at Quarry and over the finish. 65.33 his time, but this is only practice. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, Robert Toone in the Morgan Plus 8. 3.9 litre. Saw him earlier this year at Aintree. He's through the finish, 68.67. Looking out now for the AMS Mutaya of John Pick. Coming up through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. The Mutaya is a kit car built in Cornwall, or the kits were available in Cornwall, and you could buy them as complete cars, partially made, or a complete kit of parts. Following on from John Pick, we've got the first of our 600cc single-seaters, Morgan Hamer in the little OMS Hornet. And Morgan is followed on the hill by his dad Ben in the OMS 28, running in the 1100cc class with this OMS 28. And Ben charging up towards Quarry, super line through Quarry and over the finish, 54.44. which is not as quick as he was at the end of yesterday. Picking up the next runner, Scott Rayson in the Empire 00. And Scott over from the Channel Islands, sharing the car with wife Emma, who we'll see a little bit later. And Scott through the finish, 55.76. Looking now for Stephen Morgan in the Empire Evo 3. We'll see his son Tom a little bit later. And Stephen sweeps through Quarry through the finish, 58.91. Not as quick as he was last thing yesterday. On the hill at the moment, we're picking up Tim Thompson in the OMS 28 that he shares with Jonathan Flesher. It's Jonathan's car that he bought a couple of seasons back. Tim has been sharing this year. And over the finish, 61.21. We now pick up Richard Weaver at Orchard, heading up through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Richard in the Evo 2 that he shares with son Tom. Richard through the finish, 56.29. Now we're into another of the dual-driven cars. This is Paul Harris in the Van Diemen RF85. Chatting to Paul in the paddock. John Scamenden. Two of the other Yorkshire venues. Apparently Bating's Dam may be making a return, so that might be something to watch out for next year. And Paul Harris through the finish 65.79. Picking up now, heading into Orchard, Martin Rutter in the Fiat X19. Martin's little Fiat, resplendent in the colours, I believe, that were used at the time by the Fiat Works Rally team, dark blue and yellow. And Martin through the finish 72.43. We now pick up Eric Moray in this superb little Hillman Imp, beautifully put together by Eric. Cracking little car, runs a 1 litre turbocharged Imp engine, and he's already lighting up the screen with purple sectors to indicate that it's the best time in the class, and a 66.76, not quite as quick as he was towards the end of yesterday. We now move on to Class C2. John Mackenzie in the Ford Lotus Cortina Mark 1. John, one of our border raiders this weekend, down from Scotland. Over the finish 73.84. We now pick up Amy Jenkins in the Renault Clio. Amy out of Farmhouse Bend, heading up Quarry Straight. And picks up the inside rear through Quarry Corner over the finish 72.31. Stuart Reed now into Farmhouse with his very rapid Peugeot 205. We should be seeing Stuart in the tin top runoffs today. Very rapid driver, and over the finish 61.86, and that's his quickest time so far this weekend. Now we've got Jock Ramsey, or as he's known, Manta Jock, as he has quite a few of these Opel Mantas. Another of our Scottish competitors here this weekend. Jock, a well-known figure up in Scotland, involved quite heavily at Doon in preparing the venue for the hill climbs there. And Jock over the finish 67.05 on the hill now. Peter House in the Jaguar E-Type Series 1. I don't think he was here yesterday. I don't recollect seeing him on the live feed. He did a practice earlier this morning. One of the first car, in fact, I think he might have been the first car on the hill, and now heading up towards the top with this Series 1 E-Type. And Peter through the finish 73.14. Now we've got Hayden Spedding in this fantastic E-Type that he's been campaigning for many, many years. Had various co-drivers over the years. Both his sons have shared the car, and Chris Mason also shared the car for quite a number of years. Hayden through the finish 65.07. Now we have Jonathan Williamson out of Orchard in the Porsche 911 Carrera that he shares with Laura Wardle. through Quarry. Over the finish, 65.53. Paul Howells in the 911 RSR. With the green wrap on the lower part of the body. And Paul through the finish, 65.35. Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi Evo 5 RS. Stephen, a former Gersten Down Hillclimb champion. Over the finish, 62.85. Looking out now for another of our Scottish competitors, Donald McCaskill in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. Another car that should be featuring in the Tin Top Challenge, Runoffs. He's through the finish, 60.13. Richard Hampstead in the Impreza on the hill, and meanwhile leaving the start line is Stephen Darley in the Subaru Impreza Type RB, the Red Baron it's known as. And Stephen Darley featuring on the online feed, not only with the trackside cameras but with an in-car camera as well. So Stephen rounding Country Corner into Willow, charging up towards Orchard, through Orchard, now on his way into Farmhouse Bend. Now on the run up to the top of the hill and over the finish line, and it's a 59.31 for Baron von Bombhurst. So Steve Darley leading the class at the moment, but this is only practice, just a tenth of a second quicker than Damien Bradley, his co-driver. Now we move into Sports Libre with Alan MacDonald in the Force. This is the SR4 with the Hayabusa engine, 1300cc supercharged unit in the back, and Alan already bustling his way into Quarry. And over the finish, 60.42. Picking up Matthew Price, heading into Orchard in the Radical, the SR3. I think this is the second full season that Matthew's been campaigning this car, going quicker and quicker. Matthew through the finish, 59 seconds, just a little bit slower than Alan MacDonald. Moving back now to Class A1 with Robert Penrose in the Renault Clio RS 200. Already out of Farmhouse. And Robert round Quarry and over the finish, 75.45. Now a change in the programme. This is Tracy Wise at the wheel of the Toyota Yaris that she's sharing today with her husband. Tracy heading towards the top of the hill. Meanwhile, we have an onboard footage on the live feed of Paul Jones in the Force TA. Meanwhile, Tracy through the finish, 74.06. We pick up Luke Saunders in the Rainick single-seater with the Hayabusa engine, charging up into Quarry. Had a lot of electrical problems, I believe, yesterday. And he's through the finish. Clock still ticking though. And it's a 55.41. We now pick up Paul Jones heading into Farmhouse Bend in the Force TA. And Paul through the finish, 58.86. We now switch to Adam Greenan in the Empire Evo 3 into Farmhouse Bend. Through Farmhouse, maybe just momentarily lifted an inside wheel as he came out of Farmhouse. Adam already into and out of Quarry through the finish, 55.75. Just 100th slower than his best time from yesterday. Alan Warburton, meanwhile, out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse. This is the Gould GR59 Works car. And Jonathan Evans away from the start line. Alan Warburton 53.74. Jonathan Evans down into the S's, where we pick him up on the live feed through Chippies, heading up now towards Country Corner. And Jonathan Evans en route to Orchard as Trisha Davis drops down into the S's with the Force TA. Jonathan Evans, meanwhile, into Farmhouse Bend. And Jonathan Evans to the finish, 64.65. Trisha Davis heading towards Farmhouse. And Trisha through Quarry over the finish, 59.07. Andrew Colburn on the hill with the Van Diemen. Meanwhile, on the live feed, we're enjoying a ride up the hill in Simon Bainbridge's SBR Chrono with a camera fitted to what looks like the front splitter. So we're getting a worm's eye view of the S's at the moment on the live feed. Rounding Chippies, now heading up into Country Corner. Through Country, across to Willow, through that little nasty little left-hander before Orchard, powering his way up through the farm buildings which loom large as we go charging through them, through Farmhouse, now onto Quarry Straight. Simon Bainbridge into the final corner at Quarry, takes the wide line through the corner and across the finish line, 58.87. Meanwhile, we pick up Archie Kerr on the hill with a little 600cc OMS Hornet. So Archie into Quarry and over the finish, 60.39. He's followed by Will Hamer in the OMS 28, and Will through the finish, 52.8. James Moore on the hill with the Empire 00. Farmhouse already, heading up towards Quarry. And into and out of Quarry through the finish, 59.07. And that's James's best time so far this weekend. On the start line, number 74, Richard Matossian in the GWR Raptor 2 with the BMW motorbike engine. And away he goes off the line into Clark's, dropping down the hill now towards the S's. Very tricky right-hander at the bottom of that hill, which catches quite a few out. Winds his way through the S's into Chippies, heading up into Country Corner, through Willow, and now heading up towards Orchard. Now heading into Farmhouse Bend, sweeping through Farmhouse, 100 miles an hour indicated through the speed trap, and Richard through the finish, 56.09. So, having just seen one of our Scottish contenders go up the hill, Gary Warren, another of the Scotsmen, slithering his way to the top in the Empire Evo. And back end seems to be a little bit loose on this run. So Gary into Farmhouse Bend. A little bit more stable coming out of Farmhouse. Into Quarry. A little bit of a dart as he came into Quarry, and over the finish, 56.87. Now we have Emma Racing in the Empire below. This is Emma's car that she shares with her husband Scott, and Emma already through the finish, 57.99. Picking up Jonathan Flesher now at Country Corner. Jonathan in another of the OMS 28s. And as he heads up towards Orchard on the live feed, we have an insert of Tom Morgan in the Empire Evo 3 from an onboard camera. So Jonathan Flesher out of Farmhouse Bend, heading up towards the top part of the hill, into Quarry already, and over the finish, 56.95. Tom Morgan meanwhile out of Willow, heading towards Orchard. Through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Already up into fifth gear as he goes into Quarry. Drops down to third and over the finish in a 55.11. Tom Weaver next on the hill. He's into and out of Orchard already in the Empire Evo 2. Tom through Quarry already over the finish, 55.93. And following on behind him, a very, very smoky DJ Firehawk Mark IV of Dave Tatum. That was, yes, we've got the rain as well, of course, suddenly arriving, and we're getting a replay of Dave Tatum. Little puff of some puffs of smoke as he goes into country corner, all coming from the right rear of the car, but not the tyre. David Tatum's to 69.72, so a very steady run. Lizzie Weaver, meanwhile, in the family Van Diemen RF91 Formula Ford, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. And Lizzie has slowed right down coming up into Quarry. It is only practice, so no point in pushing too hard. And Lizzie over the finish 85.97. Sarah Bosworth, meanwhile, pushing on in her Van Diemen RF85, heading up into Quarry at the moment, and over the finish line in a 74.59, which is some 12 seconds slower than she was yesterday afternoon. Jimmy Harris now in the Van Diemen RF85 into Farmhouse Bend, and the rain really picking up now and soaking the track, so we're getting plumes of spray from the tyres. And Jimmy Harris over the finish 70.9, so that's over 9 seconds slower. Rob Spedding in the Vector from 1993 into Farmhouse. And Rob very carefully over the finish 77.22. And that's, ooh, crikey, 15 seconds slower than before. Sandra Tomlin going very, very steadily up the hill in the Pilbeam MP97. I can't quite see, but I think she's on slicks. So this will be a very tentative run for Sandra. Definitely a question of get it to the top. And Sandra through the finish 85.35, followed by Bernie Kevill. Also appears to be on slicks with the OMS 28. This runs one of the TKD V8s in the back. So Bernie again taking it steadily. I think the rain has slackened off somewhat. Not quite as heavy as it was earlier. And Bernie over the finish 81.36. Lynn Owen on the hill at Orchard, again going very, very slowly. Definitely looking like slicks on the car. So Lynn tentatively taking the car up towards the top of the hill. Nicola Mingy's next on the hill, heading towards Farmhouse. Meanwhile, off the start line, Debbie Summers in the AFS P4T, and on the live feed we have an onboard video coming through from just over the driver's head. Nicola Mingy's meanwhile into Quarry and through the finish with the Gould GR55B in 70.11. Debbie definitely on slicks, heading up into Country Corner, down to second gear. Keeps it in second, then flips into third, just going into Willow. Now heading towards Orchard. Down to second gear for Orchard. Now powering up towards the Farmhouse Bend. Up into third. through the corner in third gear. Debbie now on the run up towards the top of the hill, gets into fourth momentarily, then back down to third, into second, and through Quarry over the finish, 78.21. Meanwhile, we pick up Sean Gould coming out of Orchard Corner, heading into Farmhouse. And Sean very quickly through the finish, 61.32, which is just over 12 seconds slower than he was earlier. Yesterday. Commander George on the hill now with this glorious Chevron B19. This is the car that was owned by Joe Siffert, although I don't think he ever actually raced it. It was raced mainly by Gerard Larousse, both in the European 2-litre Sports Car Championship and in hill climbs. And Amanda up into Quarry and over the finish, 76.24. We now flip back to the 1600cc single-seaters with Nick Sanders all the way from the Channel Islands with the Reinig Suzuki. Out of Farmhouse Bend heading towards Quarry. The Reinig to the finish, 77.12 for Nick Saunders. Mark Shalanka on the hill now with the Force TA. This is the ex-Einem Price car. Meanwhile, we've got online an onboard from Darren Gumbley. Gary Hill, meanwhile, in the gets the red flag in the Space Frame OMS 2000M, and Darren Gumbley also red flagged down at the bottom of the hill. Right, well, it looks like Mark Shalanka spun at Quarry in the second part of the corner, just coming towards the finish line, which is why the red flag was thrown. So Gary Hill and Darren Gumbley have stopped on the course. And they're getting waved through now, so Darren I think Darren has decided to go back to his paddock slot rather than take a rerun. He's on slicks. And while we've got this red flag situation at the top of the hill, we're enjoying a view from Darren Gumbley's force of Mark Shalanka backing his car into his slot in the paddock. A little bit more left hand down, I think. Right, well, back on track. Jason Tunnicliffe is off and running in the Empire Evo 3. Now this car runs a 1 litre turbocharged Suzuki GSXR engine as opposed to the Busa. Jason into Orchard already. Empire Evo 3. Track is still throwing up a bit of spray as they go up the hill. Rather caught a few people out of that little shower. And I've now been joined in the commentary box by the Pons, Chris Ponsford. So welcome aboard, Christopher.
Hello, Steve. Well, we're back in safe hands. You're here today, so I call myself the Joey, the apprentice, you know. So, yeah, weather's a bit inclement, isn't it? I did kind of predict it, isn't it?
Yes, it's following the weather forecast at the moment. Meanwhile, we have Kevin Creven creeping his way to the top of the hill in the Pilbeam MP88. Obviously on slicks and taking it very, very steadily. Who can blame him, really?
Well, yes.
The last thing you want to do is bin your car on the final practice run.
Yeah, and they had a good practice, of course, yesterday. Yes. So they had better conditions.
Yep. So very good going. Meanwhile, we have Simon Carr in the Dallara F302. So a 2002 Formula 3 Dallara, now running a Millington engine.
One of my favourite cars still, I think. It's a beautifully turned out car, isn't it, really?
It takes it over to Saint Gueno in France for hill climbs, as well as competing on the Channel Islands.
He did well there too, didn't he, from memory?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
And Simon through the finish 75.94. We now pick up Ian Tucker in the OMS 28 on the live feed, heading through that little kink before Orchard and now into Orchard Corner. And Ian's Hayabusa, well, it's 1,670 of your Japanese CCs. And again, looking very much like he's taking it steadily. One thing I forgot to bring was a squeegee for the windows. And Ian 85.35 now picking up John Cottrell in the Pilbeam MP82 into Farmhouse Bend, taking it very steadily indeed. Meanwhile, my co-commentator is scoffing a banana.
Yeah, food of the gods. I've had a slice of pizza, Steve.
A slice of pizza?
Yeah, I've got a bit of pizza left over from last night.
Oh, right. Italian breakfast, then.
And then I've got another slice for lunch.
So John Cottrell over the finish. David Warburton was on the hill as well, 64.04. And as Terry Davis heads up towards Orchard, we have on the online feed an inboard view from Jonathan Varley's GWR Predator. So Terry Davis heading towards Farmhouse in the Force TA with one of his TKD V8s in the back. And Jonathan Varley now heading up towards Country. Terry Davis sweeping his way through Quarry over the finish 69.55. We pick up Jonathan Varley heading into Orchard. The onboard showing him charging up between the farm buildings. Crikey, that Armco's very close. And out of Farmhouse Bend. Definitely on, I would say, inters, judging by the groove pattern, as opposed to wets. And Jonathan over the finish line 67.26. Next on view, Gary Hill in the OMS 2000M. This is a space frame chassis. 1585 Suzuki Hayabusa engine in the back. 2000Ms were very, very popular. They had all sorts of motorbike engines fitted in them. There was also another 2000 that Steve Owen produced, the 2000V, which had a Vauxhall red top, 2 litre in the back. So Darren Gumbley heading up over the finish. He's equipped with that on board as well. Alex Coles, meanwhile, in the Force TA, heading up towards Orchard, going very quickly. A little bit of a twitch there as he went through that little left-hand kink before Orchard. Now into Farmhouse Bend, looking to get the power down as soon as possible. And Alex into Quarry. And through the finish 55.94, which is not bad. It's only 5 seconds slower than he was yesterday. We now pick up Paul Hames in the Gould GR59. This is the turbocharged Busa, as opposed to the supercharged one in Alex Coles' Force. And Paul Hames through the finish 59.63, which is just over 8 seconds slower than he was on his best run yesterday. We now pick up Ed Burgess in the Gould GR55 with the Cosworth V6 engine. Something's just flown off the car as he went up the straight. About halfway up the straight, something came off the car and went up in the air and landed. Now, I don't know whether that went on the track or whether or not it's gone onto the grass. And in fact, we've got the red flags out at Orchard, so we're getting a replay now on the live feed of Ed Burgess coming around Farmhouse, charging away, and there, yeah, something came off the left-hand side at the rear of the car and landed, I think, back on the track. So that's probably why the red flags were thrown, as you don't want any detritus left on the track when there's a car coming up and can hit it. So, this is fun.
It's going to be one of them days, Steve. The weather's... oh, Steve's just adjusting my thing here. Right, I'm suitably headset on now.
That's right.
Marvellous. How are you today, Steve, anyway?
Well, I'm a lot better than I was yesterday.
Okay.
Yes, I had a poor day yesterday. I was sat at home watching the live feed and thinking I ought to be at Harewood, but I'm glad I wasn't really, because I was on the painkillers.
Were you? Okay.
Yeah, shoveling them down like
we're a right pair between us, aren't we, at the minute?
Well, yes, that's one of the problems of old age.
We've got a bit of rain here at the moment, and it was forecast down. I was really hoping it was going to skirt us and miss us, but it's come at a sort of fairly inopportune time, really, hasn't it?
Well, I don't know. I think it's a lot of competitors have got a dry run in.
Yeah.
And it does dry quite quickly here.
True.
So as long as the wind stays strong, I think we might just get passing showers. Meanwhile, sitting on the start line, down with the visor, it's Steve Owen in the OMS 28. And he's off and running. Tentatively through Clark's. Dropping down into the S's. Threading through the S's, now into Chippies. And as he comes out of Chippies, he passes the old start area and up into Country Corner. Over to Willow. Now up into Orchard and heading towards Farmhouse Bend. So Mr. OMS himself, Stephen Owen, constructor of these fantastic racing cars. Built quite a few for circuit racing as well. And Steve Owen through the finish, 65.11. We now pick up Simon Andrews in another OMS 28. This with one of the TKD V8s in the back. Simon's comment to me in the paddock as I was wandering around was, "Don't worry, it's not going to rain." Thank you, Simon. So Mr. Andrews charging up towards Quarry. And through the finish, 67.4. We have no customers at the start line at the moment. Oh yes, we do. Mr. Harry Pick has arrived with his OMS 28. This is the first of the OMS 28s built with the Cosworth XD V8 in the back. So Harry definitely on grooved tyres, whether they're full wets or just inters, I can't tell from that distance. Anyway, he's into Clark's, dropping down into the S's, threads his way through the S's and into Chippies. Just brushed one of the posts down at the bottom of the hill. Now up into Country. Now en route to Orchard. Through the farm buildings and around Farmhouse Bend. round quarry, and across the finish 61.31 on the hill. Jack Cottrell, car number 9, ninth in the championship last year with this Dallara ex-Formula 3 car. And Jack already heading into Willow. Out of Orchard and into Farmhouse Bend. It got a bit wide coming out of Farmhouse, and over the finish 56.02. Dave Durant on the hill with the Gould GR 55B. This car originally owned by Paul Ranston and Martin Groves. David and Nicola Mingus have campaigned it for a few seasons now, and Dave Uren through the finish 60.54. Now, here comes Trevor Willis, or as my co-commentator calls him, Scary Trev. You actually haven't seen a Scary Trev in operation until you've seen him at Doom. So he is really scary. So he's charging up towards the top of the hill in his OMS 28, and round quarry through the finish 59.95. Looking out now for Wallace Mingus in the Gould GR 59. Four times British Hillclimb champion. Wallace already into Orchard. Certainly sounds fantastic as he puts it on full power, and he is over the finish 55.43. Will Hall next on the hill with the Gould GR 59 with the 4-litre Judd V8. If you get a chance to see one of these cars in close-up, it's an amazingly neat and tidy package. This very short, very narrow, and you can't believe it's a 4-litre V8 sat in the back. Absolutely, truly fantastic engine. Will charging up now towards Quarry. And over the finish 56.75. Coming to the start line at the moment, Alex Summers. And on the live feed, we've suddenly got a split screen showing the trackside view, but also the onboard camera mounted above the cockpit. So we can talk you through the run as it happens, more or less. So Alex away from the start line, into second, through Clark's, up to third already, into fourth gear, then back down to third and to second as he goes through the S's, winds his way through the S's, now coming out, back on the power, up into third, down to second again for Country Corner, into third, hold it in third all the way through Willow, keeping it in third, down to second again, going into and out of Orchard, momentarily in fourth, going up into Farmhouse, now powering out of Farmhouse, up into fourth, then fifth gear, then down to fourth, third and into second, and across the finish line in 56.77. On the hill at the moment, Matt Ryder, reigning British Hillclimb champion in the Gould GR 59J. I think this is the with all the latest mods uploaded to it, as it were. And Matt already into and out of Orchard. You can see there are dry patches starting to form on the run to Farmhouse Bend. Lots of spray off the tyres as he heads up towards Quarry. And Matt Ryder through Quarry and over the finish, 54.91. On the hill at the moment, Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm. This runs the Cosworth XD engine, 2.7 litre. And Lindsay across to Willow, heading up towards Orchard. Now heading to Farmhouse. And Lindsay Summers over the finish, 68.38. Simon Jenks now, little lock-up going in towards Country Corner in the Force TA. This is the first of the Force TAs built for a V6 engine. Simon Jenks heading up through the farm buildings. Exits Farmhouse. A little bit of slide as he came out of Farmhouse. Now into Quarry. Ooh, goes the scenic route all the way around the outside. Might actually get that time discounted if you crossed up all four wheels over the white line. It was a 62.45. Richard Jones on the hill now with this very pretty Elva. This is the Mark 7 with the Ford twin cam engine. Regular competitor here at Harewood. And Richard into Farmhouse. Into Quarry. And Richard Jones through the finish, 74.53. Richard George, meanwhile, in the Chevron B19 on the hill. This beautiful Chevron. Heading up to Farmhouse. The B19 was the development of the B16. The B16 was a hard top, well, fiberglass topped 2 litre sports racer, and the B19 was the Spider version that was produced in Bolton by the Chevron concern and was very successful in the European 2 litre Championship. 82.5 for Richard George. Andy Tippett in the Brabham BT30X heads up towards Farmhouse. This now running a Buick V8. This car was originally a test mule for the Brabham Works company, and they tested all sorts of things like suspension tweaks and also high and low wings. Andy Tippett through the finish, 80.14. Now we've got a Porsche down at the start, and I have a sneaking suspicion this is their second practice run of today, because yesterday we had practice and competition runs for not just the Porsches, but also the Bark Connaught Championship and the Bark Yorkshire Centre members. So they had their own little meeting yesterday, and they have it again today. And as I say, I think this is second practice for today's event for the Porsches. And that'll be happening shortly.
Well, Steve's just having a breather, having a cup of coffee. Good morning, one and all. Enjoying the hill today. Tricky conditions. Steve from Peterborough. Stevie-O United, yes. And from Siobhan in West Yorkshire. Haworth RC Club. Hi. Well, it is a funny old day here. The rain has actually got a bit heavier now, and it's not making it any easier for anyone. At least the single-seater drivers are back in the paddock now and can have a break. At least most of these have got roofs over their heads and probably on road tyres, a lot of these. So, yeah, a lot of them being driven here. So it's nothing new. It's a wet day for them, but it is unpleasant. As I say, our commentary box here, we have a big accumulation of rain on the window here, which I think, are these perspex? You know, they're glass, proper stuff, he says. And, well, we will bash on shortly, but at the moment it's sort of, well, it's not rain, well, it's just sort of rain stop play, umpire's inspection, but we have a Porsche waiting there on the line, and got his wipers on. He's probably got his heater on, I suspect. May have, I don't know, Tony Blackburn on Radio 2 or something, eh? Who knows? Who knows? Or perhaps he's a Porsche man, perhaps he's a Radio 4 man. Yes, it could be the chain, Fleetwood Mac. Thank you to all our marshals out in all this weather. Fantastic job as ever. These are the days that marshals really do an incredible job, really. And they're stuck out there, whatever the weather brings. And at the moment, the rain is getting heavier. We can barely see anything out the box, but we have got the live stream today, courtesy of Rich Danby. And yes, it's definitely Yorkshire type rain at the moment, isn't it? So the track is absolutely soaking. And I hear an announcement there from the paddock there, calling competitors for the next batch. Wow, who'd want to be out in that? And all you spectators spectating, very hardy lot with your brollies up and all the rest of it, and your Harewood wet weather clothes on, which you said you were bringing your wellies today, Steve. I think you thought about it, but I don't think he actually made the wellies. But if you don't know anything about dear Steve, he's been doing this game a long time. He's Mr. Organised, he knows his stuff. And he turns up with 4 flasks, usually, of which 2, he was telling me earlier, are just water. And then they usually have copious supplies of coffee. I think he's more of a coffee man than tea. And but he's always equipped.
I once went to a race meeting at Oulton Park.
Oh, Wayne Penrose. G'day, Wayne. Good morning. Yes, good morning to you, Wayne. Lovely to hear from you again. Looks like a wet day ahead. Well, at the moment, it certainly is a wet day.
He probably knows more because he's in Australia.
Well, he
a bit
possibly
like Steve
does.
Dawes,
Yeah.
who's in Victoria, Australia.
Wow. It's amazing, isn't it? All these lovely
yeah.
viewers from all over the world.
Phil Steele, good morning from a dryish mid-Wales.
Phil Steele, our Porsche driver from Wales, the ex-drag bike racer as well. Dutch weather.
Patrick TR7, Dutch weather, greetings from the Netherlands.
What is Dutch weather at the moment, do you think?
It's when rain sweeps across flat land.
Flat lands, yes. Well, we don't have flat lands, do we? We have hilly lands here.
Aussie Glen, I thought it was summer in the UK. Didn't rain for 160 days in South Australia.
Well, recently we didn't seem to get much rain for weeks and weeks, did we? You know,
my
160
lawn's
days.
looking a bit second-hand at the moment. This rain will be good for it.
Mine's very yellow. I have the yellow lawn.
Yes, well, as I was saying, I went to an Oulton Park meeting and I got absolutely soaked to the skin, and that was the last time I ever went to a meeting without full wet weather gear. And I rolled up many years later at Monaco
Good gosh.
for the Grand Prix, and I'm sat in a grandstand in Casino Square, and it started to rain, and out came all the wet weather gear. And this bloke sat next to me says, I don't know why you're doing that. It's only going to rain for 10 minutes. So 2.5 hours later, I was still dry. Right, so HCTV are saying thank you to Don Roberts for contributing. We'll put it towards our improving our coverage, and we'll respond to it shortly. Thank you.
So just remember, like and subscribe, folks.
Yeah,
and if you go on HillClimb.TV, there is a link usually to become a member, isn't there? There's 3 different grades.
That's right. Hello from Belfius. Some weather here. Well, yes, we've got plenty of weather here.
We are.
You can have some of ours if you want.
Yeah. And yet, despite the rain, Steve, it's sort of a bit brighter, isn't it? There's a sort of a brightness about
It's
it.
getting bright over Will's mother's.
Yeah, it's going to be all right, mate. It's going to be glorious summer in a minute, about 80 degrees. It's going to be beautiful, mate.
What is it you're actually on, by the way?
I'm always on
What
something. You know that. Oh, yeah. Well, I had a wonderful...
Oh, we're off and running again.
Oh, my goodness me.
And that looks very much like Timothy Barber.
Yes, it is, and he's in this rather lovely 996 GT3 RS. So this is top of the pops type GT3, isn't it?
Tim's the Demon Barber of Porsche.
Indeed, he is.
We have
indeed.
the Demon Barber of Sheffield.
Well, I was chatting to Sarah Bosworth earlier, actually. Yes.
And we have Tim Barber, the Demon Barber of Porsche. He is the class record holder, but I don't think he's going to be anywhere near it. But as I say, I think this is still second practice for the Interclub runners, and he's motorboating his way to the top, I think is the best way to describe it at the moment.
Yeah, but he's got good road tyres on, hasn't he? You know, he'll have I don't know if he's got traction control on that Porsche.
Well, the amount of money they cost, they should have traction, everything.
Well, fair comment.
They're not cheap, are they?
Well, of course, the 996 was one of the earlier models.
Well, this is the GT3 RS.
So it's a pretty fancy thing, isn't it?
I think something like top of the range.
Yeah, top of the range stuff.
Going very well, chucking out a lot of water. So you can see where a lot of the brake horsepower is going, 7617. And he's followed up by Lisa Betts. And this is one of the dual-driven cars in the Park Yorkshire Centre members class. John Cooper Works version, which is the 1.6 turbocharged version of the Mini. And Lisa splashing away to the top of the hill. And across the finish, 77.71, which I think that time in the wet is inside her previous best time from last year. So very good run there. Lisa improving. We've got India Booth now heading towards Farmhouse Bend.
Yes, this is father and daughter combination in this car. And India, this is her first year in this car. It's a beautifully put together little Evo. Lovely presented car, isn't it? And we're just going to get a quick look now, actually, at Martin Leach in this glorious 911. This old school 911 with the air-cooled engine. Lovely looking thing, that, but don't they just sound absolutely terrific? So we have a couple of times for you here. So India Booth, she went up in a 89.72, and Martin Leach in the 911E did a 78.14. And we've got Wayne Eason in the very quick Porsche Boxster, actually. Where's young Wayne? I think he's
dropping down into the S's at the moment. He's just into the
got him.
S's.
I've got him. Yeah, that's it. He's taking it very, very steady, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, again, it's
very slippery out there, isn't it?
I say this is still practice for the Porsches, so it's no point in going mad.
No, absolutely not. Nothing to be gained, is there?
You want to be a bit tentative into the corners, and it's just checking where the grip is when you're coming out. That's the main thing. But Wayne making his way up towards Orchard.
Yes, Richard's having problems with some of the live stream cameras too. They're fogging up a bit or getting all wet, aren't they? But nevertheless, young Wayne Easton, he's heading up to the finishing straight towards Quarry Corner, 62 miles an hour through the speed trap, so probably well down on his normal stuff. But he gets it round safely. He'll get back into the paddock. And actually, I'm seeing blue sky. I'm seeing the sun coming out, young Steve. So we're going to be fine, mate. It's going to be lovely.
Ever the optimist. Ian Downey, meanwhile, is already up the top part of the hill with a round clear 197. And Ian through the finish 83.59. Now we've got Roger Stocks. You know all about this.
Well, I do. This, of course, was the homage, as we call it, to Brawn Racing. It's got the rather fabulous fluorescent wheels and the whites and the yellow stripes and the like. And I always say to him, I think this must be Jensen Button's little road car. But anyway, it's a 270 horsepower, 3-cylinder, turbocharged, 4-wheel drive pocket rocket.
I think it's more like Chocolate Button's car.
Yeah.
So Roger Stock up through the finish, 72.04. Well, not too bad in the wet. Neil Bateman, meanwhile, in his Clio into and out of Orchard.
Yeah, lovely little cars, these Clios. They've become incredibly popular for hill climbing. You can pick them up for a few grand, and they're not dear cars, but they've got revvy little 2-litre engines in them, 16-valve, front-wheel drive, great chassis. And they're a great way of going hill climbing, and as a result we're seeing lots and lots of them on the hill as well, and he goes through to the finish in a 76.39.
Now Roger Legg in the Caterham 7, this one with the Ford Sigma engine, 1.6 litre, very, very popular in the Caterham catalogue. You see a lot of these cars for sale. In fact, I think the Caterham Academy all use the Sigma engine car, so it's a very, very tunable engine and very popular as a starter into the Caterham classes, particularly in circuit racing. So Roger Legg heading it up towards Quarry. Taking it very steadily indeed. And up through the finish, 97.82.
Now we've got young Glenn Shaw. Now Glenn was very quick yesterday. He was mixing it with Pete Vincent, and this Dissan, this 350. It's I thought it was running twin turbocharged. I found out it hasn't. It's got twin throttle bodies apparently. Some very fancy system. But he was very good in this car yesterday.
Yeah, he's been a regular here at Harewood for a few years, so he knows the hill. Through 73.3 for the finish. But I say this is still practice. Pete Vincent in the VX 220. 2.2 litre supercharged.
Isn't Pete Vincent the class record holder here in
yes,
his
with
class,
that
with that car?
With that particular car.
Yeah.
We have in the road going, we have special classes for the Lotus Elise, the up to 2 litre ones, and the over 2 litres, which are the VX220s. And he's the class record holder, and he's gone very well in it. And now on the start and away, Ewan Bruce, the youngster from Scotland, with the MG ZR 140.
Yeah, now young Ewan, I think this is probably his second season, and this little car is a great car to learn hill climbing in. I think he's here with his father as well, and these little MG ZRs, they've become quite popular now in the rallies as well, haven't they? And runs that little K-series engine. It looks, always reminded me a bit of an Astra. I did have one of these, 214 once, and I thought it was a great little car, and actually they handle extremely well. You can see him rolling their little bit there, and here he comes now. He's going to head up towards Orchard shortly.
And we have a couple of lads in Liverpool Motor Club who have ZR 140s for rallying, and they also hill climb them and sprint them, so they are a good all-purpose little tin top. So Ewan heading up towards Farmhouse Bend. That camera coming out of Farmhouse, I think, is steamed up. It's very misty. So we're now looking at the car heading up towards the top of the hill at Quarry, and Ewan round Quarry and over the finish, 79.73. On the start line, number 14, Sean Craven. Now I think he was entered originally in Class A1, but he seems to be running in with the Bark Yorkshire Centre people, and I think he's been transferred to this class. So that's Sean Craven, number 14. So I don't think he's running in A1 anymore. I think he's in the Bark Yorkshire Centre.
£2 from Demo, funds for some WD-40 for the squeaky chair. Well, is it yours or mine?
That's yours.
Is it? Well, I only get the old rubbish one, don't I?
Well, I chose this one because I'm doing most of my commentating off the screen, and this is slightly more comfortable, but it sits lower.
Well, yesterday, yes, I sat in this chair and used this headset, Steve, so I thought I'll keep that for my man, because I know that's usually your favourite place in the corner there, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, stick me in the corner, I'll be fine. So Sean Craven heading towards the Farmhouse with the Renault Clio RS. I think this might be a 200 in terms of the brake horsepower. All the Clios, when they've got a number after them, that's supposedly the brake horsepower they have. 8251 for Sean. Robin Johnson in this really quick little Fiesta.
It is. He was here yesterday. This is his first season in this car. He fancied having a go, so he bought this little 1 litre turbocharged little Fiesta. He was really good in it yesterday, and really he's a local man too. So it's great to see him doing so well, and he's really dialing it in, isn't he? He's going to finish with a time of 76.47.
That's not a bad time. Not a bad time at all. Now we've got George Tower in another Fiesta. This is the ST150, and George was cutting back on his times yesterday, and he'll be doing the same again today, hopefully when the track dries out. And it looks to be, I don't know, there's some black clouds over there.
Yeah, they're a long way away, Steve. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
So George over the finish line in an 82.82. We now pick up Jeff Denton in the MGTF. Yeah, the MGTF, that's the only one we've got here this weekend, and it's quite a popular little car. It's a TF135. Ooh, back end slid there as he came out of Orchard. The 135 indicating the brake horsepower the car had originally when it left the factory, and there have been variations. I think there was a 165 and a 195 as well for the TFs. So, but but you can tune up these K-series engines quite readily. But the big suggestion I always say to people who've got one is fit a racing cylinder head gasket, because the production ones are very poor. Jeff Denton 8867, Nabil Zarlan in this new MX-5.
He's a regular here, isn't he, Nabil?
He's been here. He's been doing this hill climb for about 3 seasons now, and this is his 3rd different car.
What did he have before then?
A Seat.
A Seat?
Last year. And I can't remember what he had before that. But this Mazda is new for this year. And Ben Bowditch, meanwhile, in the Volkswagen Golf, already through the finish, 74.5. And we pick up Mick Wilkes in the Polo GTI going into Farmhouse.
These are quite quick little cars. You've got turbocharged 1600s, front wheel drive, and nippy, aren't they, Steve? You could describe them as nippy.
We've had a couple of VW Polo GTIs, and quite frankly, for the size of them, they're indecently quick little cars.
Yeah.
When you see them coming out of Farmhouse in particular, the speed as they accelerate away is brilliant. Now we've got Steve Carter in the 350Z. Steve had a character building day yesterday, had a couple of reruns, nothing to do with his fault, and also a couple of grassy experiences, but he still managed to lower his PB, and Steve through the finish 78.78.
Right, now this is Pasquale Abruzzese. He had a shunt here earlier in his BMW M3, but anyway, he's got this Golf today, and he told me there's only 400 of these ever made, and this is a very serious Golf GTI in effect. If you look at the back, it's all stripped out, no rear seats.
He wasn't here yesterday,
No, he wasn't, no.
So these 2 runs today will be his only practice. But Pasquale's had another one to have several different cars, had a Porsche and a BMW, 81.5 for Pasquale. We're now looking out for Colin Bowditch in the Caterham 7. Ford Crossflow, isn't it?
Yes, it is a Crossflow, and which is a great little engine which they fitted in the Clubman Mallots and stuff like that, and did very well in.
Highly tunable.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
But I think you can probably get as much power out of a well-tuned Ford Crossflow as you can get out of a twin cam. 8691 for Colin Bowditch. Mark Kay in the first of our Lotus Elise Series 1s. And I think this is Mark's first foray to Harewood this weekend. It's going well yesterday. So I'll be looking to make inroads into his times from yesterday, but these damp conditions are not suiting him. 90.01. Steve Markham in the second of the Elise on the hill, heading towards Quarry.
Yeah, Steve Markham here yesterday as well, obviously, and always pretty competitive. These Elises are the most perfect little hill climb cars. They're great balance, but what about this Escort that we're seeing now, Steve?
Adam Warren's Mark 1 Escort. Well, this is a bit like Trigger's Broom, this car. I can remember seeing Adam with a Mark 1 Escort many years ago, and since then it's had a new shell, it's had new wings, and it's had all sorts of bits, but it's still the original Escort, as they say. 8664 for Adam. Martin Hill in the little mini John Cooper Works that we saw Lisa Betts in earlier, and Martin running a little bit out of order. Had a good day yesterday, 80.68, about 10 seconds slower than he was yesterday. Now we've got David Hilton, the last of our Porsche runners, on his final practice run. This is the 996 GT3 RS. By the time I've said that, he's already at Quarry.
Yes, impressive, lovely looking car, sounds great, beautifully sorted car. He's already gone through the finish there in a 77.75, and then we're going to get a look at Tony Booth in this lovely Evo 5 that he's sharing with his daughter India. and he's already coming through the farmhouse buildings into Farmhouse Bend now. And of course this is four-wheel drive, turbocharged engine, loads of great, beautifully sorted car, taking it fairly steady. Nothing to be gained by binning it at this stage. We are still in practice, but actually we do have a drying track, and the rain has stopped currently. The sun's out at the moment, so I'm hopeful things are going to improve, young Steve.
Yeah, fingers crossed. 90.14 for Tony. I think that car, in its previous owner's hands, held 2 hill records here at Harewood. It's not a bad car, and Tony's had it now a couple of years. But obviously, with India co-driving, I think Tony's probably taking a little bit easier than he would normally do, because he wants to make sure the car's there for India to drive and for her to learn. So I think we've got still a few more to come for second practice, although we have no takers down at the start line.
I'll tell you what, just a shout out for young Dougie Cant.
Oh yes, I saw the email. He posted on Facebook yesterday about how his recovery is going. He seemed to have some really serious back injuries, but all seems to be coming together again. And I wish him well. Hope to see him back, maybe spectating later this year. But he said he won't be competing again this year as the car is no more.
Yes, well, he's basically he's transferred back to Worcester now, where he lives,
right.
And he's completing, his recovery as best he can. He's ongoing with all his physio and all that stuff. But more importantly, he's watching the live stream. He's stuck there. He can't do a lot. So, Doogie, good luck to you, mate, and we hope you're enjoying the stream. Ollie Wright, of course, Mike West, John McQuillan from Team Valley Motorsport. I was talking to Johnny Toon this morning. Everyone wishing you the best, and I know Ollie went to see him the other day and spent 5 hours with him, having a good old chinwag. And of course, if you don't know Doogie, he is our Love Island man. He has got the biggest smile in the paddock. He's always immaculately turned out, isn't he? And a beautiful trendy hairstyle. Of course, he's the girls' favourite, you know that.
Is he?
Oh gosh, yes.
Right.
And I said to him last time I saw him, actually, I said, you want to get that, then start selling the caps, Club Doogie.
Merchandise.
10 quid, sign the caps, right? And
extra $5 to not have one signed.
Oh, well, no, we love him to bits, and Doogie, get well soon, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And we want to see you back, at least spectating before the end of the season. So we're still waiting for customers down at the start line.
Well, we're getting customers coming down though, Steve, aren't we? We've got a right collection of bits and bobs, Porsches, Alpines, Porsches.
That's back to the start of the programme. So that's the British Hillclimb class structure.
Right.
So that's classes A1 and A2, and A1 and A2 I think are going down at the moment. We're getting this global view on the live stream of Great Britain. Now we're zooming into God's own country, and there you can see the outline of Harewood Hillclimb.
So it's telling you it's one of the longest courses we do in the British Hillclimb Championship.
I think it is the longest in the British Hillclimb.
I think so, yeah.
And we used to do a hill on the Isle of Man, Lurgy Frizzle, which was the longest, but we haven't gone there for quite some time. I went over for the first year that it was in the British Hillclimb Championship, and it was phenomenal because it uses part of the TT course, and it's absolutely brilliant, but very, very expensive to get over and to stay.
Oh, right, okay.
So I think that was one of the main problems.
Well, of course, we've got the Channel Islands rounds coming up shortly, haven't
That's
we, in
right.
the British
Yes,
Hillclimb
we do.
Championship? 2 of them over there, and
Well, we've got a few of the Channel Islanders over here this week.
I know they're really coming in force this weekend, haven't they? Yeah.
Well, it's nice to see these competitors coming over. I'd like to see some of the old Channel Island specials back again, like Scott Race's Chevrolet engines.
Well, the Sand Racer.
Well, we don't call them sand races, they're Channel and Island specials.
Oh, my word. Oh,
because
wow.
I don't think they've been used for sand racing for decades. Right, well, it looks like we're going to be moving into our first set of competition runs. And we've got number 744 on the coming up to the start line. And that's one of our mob prods, Alan Reid at the wheel of the Peugeot 205. So that's going to be the event proper kicking off. And we've got a few dual-driven cars from the earlier classes. I think we're looking at C2, C3 and C4, the mob prods. And then we'll go back to the road-going series production classes for the remaining cars in the first batch. So, Alan Reid coming forward. Shares the car with his son Stuart, who we'll see a little bit later. So Alan Reid on the start line. And away we go. The event proper underway. And Alan charging into Clark's. Through Clark's. And dropping down towards the S's. Into the S's now. Going quite steadily at the moment. And into Chippies. Round Chippies past the old start area, heading up into Country Corner. And as he heads round Country, Laura Wardle off and running, dropping down towards the S's already in the Porsche 911 Carrera. So Alan Reid heading up towards Orchard Corner in the little Peugeot 205. It's Alan's first visit as a competitor to Harewood, so this will be establishing his personal best time. So he's kicking up the spray as he heads up towards Quarry, into and out of Quarry, and over the finish 81.58 for Alan Reid. Laura Wardle on the hill, heading up towards the top. And we've got Damien Bradley on the live feed showing in-car footage. And he's gone off at Orchard. So 79.56 the time for Laura Wardle. So Damien Bradley, here's the class record holder in C4 with the Legacy, and charging towards the finish and over the finish in 69.96. Andy Smith on the hill now with the Renault Clio 172.
Yes, Andy Smith, of course, he is the owner of the DJ Race Cars. He built that Firestorm that's in the paddock of Alex Summers' car. But this year he's doing a fair bit driving the Clio, sometimes here with his wife driving this car. And I'm sure he said he had a PB yesterday, and he's really enjoying himself. He goes through to the finish in a 76.07. As we get a look at John Bruce in the MG ZR. This is the father of Ewan. And here he comes now Farmhouse. sharing the car. It's in the Scottish blue, of course. Comes down from Scotland. Sun's out. Everything's looking good, Steve, for a lovely day's race.
Yeah, we hope so. Yes, I can remember seeing John many, many years ago at Doon, and he's through the finish 80.27. He's chased up the hill by Bob Penrose in the Renault Clio RS 200. Bob is the father in the father and son Penrose team.
Just a quickie, Steve. Jonathan Langmead comes into Farmhouse. This is our golf pro from South Devon. A very rapid Lotus Leeds driver. Holds class records around various hills. He always tries really hard. He's caught up an awful lot of time already. He's heading round now into Quarry now, into the finish. Gets it successfully round with a 73.25.
86.99 for Bob Penrose. We now pick up Simon Howarth in car number 17. He's running in class A2 because it's a 1.6 litre turbocharged engine. So that's why car 17 is running at the end of the class, as it would appear, because he's actually in class A2. And he's been going very well recently. He's not going to be that far away from his personal best as he goes to the finish in a 73.7.
Okay, now we're going to pick up on Kevin Dodd. He's from Chorley in Lancashire. Chorley, he's an HGV driver actually, and he's the father of Kirsten Dodd, who's married to Matthew Ryder. And this little car is a Lotus Elise 1800 supercharged, so it's pretty quick. It's a standard Lotus spec, but with a Toyota 3Zs. One of the first supercharged ones they did, apparently.
Oh.
He's going to finish with a time of 77.93.
Ross MacDonald in this absolutely glorious 911 RS replica. Beautiful looking car, stunning, and very well driven by Ross as always. Charging up towards Quarry Corner. And Ross got a purple sector for the launch, but he's running at PB levels at the moment, 75.97, and that's about 6 seconds away from his personal best time, so the weather's still slowing cars down. Peter Herbert, meanwhile, in another 911, your favourite.
Whoa, I love this car, you know that. I was chatting to him this morning. I said, look after my car, please. But look at this, beautiful classic 911, isn't it? He drives the car, he drives it all over the place to all his hill climbs. Look at those beautiful wheels on that there. It's all period proper job, this car, isn't it?
Yeah, and left-hand drive as well, which came in handy as he used to go take it over to European hill climbs. 74.7 for Peter Herbert. We now have Tim Elmer in the winking and flashing Alpine A110. This is one of the new Alpines, and the hazard warning lights tend to flash if you brake too heavily in these cars. So Tim Elmer over the finish, 73.22, takes him into the lead of the class at the moment. So what can Tony Adams do in the Porsche Cayman?
Yeah, well, this is, I think, quite a new car to Tony. I think he had a Lotus Exige before, so he got this Porsche, and it said it took him getting better used to because it's PDK automatic gearbox, which he wasn't used to. But you can hear that growling Porsche engine in the back there. That's a real piece of kit, and he'll be followed by Richard Snow. So we got a time of 73.36, and I'll just take this one because Snowy gave us some notes here, Steve. He's from Shepherd's Bush. He's an accountant, and he's got this rather spectacular Porsche. This is a Cayman GT4 RS. Very quick, holds hill records elsewhere in the class, and
he's leader in the British Hillclimb Cup class as well, and over the finish 70.34 goes into the lead. What can Richard Andrews do in his Porsche Cayman GT4 RS? Richard doing the Midland Hillclimb Championship, the British Hillclimb Championship, and the Harewood Hillclimb Championship. So busy lad this year, and Richard, little dab of the brakes as he goes into and out of the corner and goes into the lead on a 69.61. for Richard Andrews. Moving on to Class A3 with Chris Wise in the Toyota Yaris. And we should be seeing Tracy Wise in this car a little bit later, as there was a problem with the Jedi. And Chris Wise over the finish, 74.49.
Right, Chris Beresford from London. Chris Beresford from London. He's a creator of HillClimbing.org, by the way, and he's just come back from Pikes Peak with Team Legacy, which he voted a resounding success, which it was. So let's see how he gets on in this rather beastly 600 horsepower.
71.4 for Chris Beresford.
Very good. He said he's going to enjoy himself this weekend, which he certainly do.
Oh, I got John Pick in the AMS Mutaya. This is the Impreza four-wheel drive running gear. A Cornish kit car built from a 1993 WRX Impreza. And John Pick second at the moment in his class in the British Hillclimb Cup, and through the finish in a 69.07. We're now into dual-driven single-seat territory with Morgan Hamer in the OMS Hornet. This is the little 600cc Suzuki engine in the back, and Morgan charging up towards the top of the hill and over the finish in 65.4. And we now move into dual-driven 1100s with Ben Hamer. This is Morgan's dad in the OMS 28. This runs the BMW motorbike engine. New engine for the this particular OMS this year, and going very, very well indeed. And Ben over the finish, 61.54.
I think they were the quickest in practice yesterday.
Yes, they were very quick. Scott Rayson now in the Empire 00, again Suzuki powered. We'll see his wife Emma in the car a little bit later. Scott charging up towards the top, 61.54 the time to beat. And Scott through the finish, 62.98. On the live feed at the moment, we've got Stephen Morgan in car with the Empire Evo 3, and on track, Tim Thompson in the OMS 28. Tim, Mr. Harewood at one stage, he was always here. Haven't seen him locally for a while. In the OMS 28 with the Suzuki engine. And Tim charging up towards the top of the hill. Meanwhile, Steve Morgan heads towards Orchard. And Tim Thompson through the finish, 67.97. Stephen Morgan towards the farm buildings. He's on an intermediate or wet tyre. I think that might be a wet, and it's got the full cross cuts as well. So Stephen Morgan heading for Quarry, and over the finish, 66.52. Only good enough for third in the class at the moment.
Right, we now have Richard Weaver, dad of Tom Weaver. The Weavers here in force as usual. Lizzie Weaver's here as well, driving the Formula Ford. But anyway, here comes Richard. This immaculate little Empire, isn't it? He's really got a taste for driving these single-seaters now, hasn't he? And of course, young Tom will be in the car in a bit and gives everyone a headache. He's a brilliant young driver from Ludlow, where they're all based. He finishes with a 64.29.
Now we've got Paul Harris in the 1985 Van Diemen RF. The initials of the original constructor of Van Diemen's. And Paul, third in class in the British Hillclimb Cup with this little car. You were chatting to the Harrises yesterday.
Yeah, I tell you what, I called them brothers actually, Steve, and this is actually Grandad Harris, and he was really like that.
Really?
But when you meet him, oh my goodness, he's like a 20-year-old. He's unbelievable. He's discovered this secret of eternal youth. Fantastic.
Right, okay. That must be the waters in Harewood. Right, we're back to, here we go, Class C1 with Martin Rutter in this rather nice looking Fiat X19. And I'm sure this used to have a periscopic air intake on the back, which seems to be ditched for some reason. And Martin heading into the final corner at Quarry, and over the finish in 83.17.
Right, now we've got Eric Murray in this rather fabulous little imp. Now this is rather special because it's not a 1 litre engine, it's got a turbocharger in it, so it actually is pushing out about 170 brake horsepower through those rear wheels, and he drives it very well. He's got a best time at Harewood of 64.5-ish, he calls it, and I don't think he's going to be beating that just at the minute, but it's a well-sorted imp.
He's just done a 73.84. His PB is a 64.52.
Right, there you go.
Just for the record.
Well, that's good. Spot on.
John Mackenzie, meanwhile, in this Mark 1 Ford Lotus Cortina, although it isn't a Lotus Cortina in terms of the twin cam engine. And John Mackenzie heading to the top of the hill, another of our Scottish competitors. And he'll be hoping to qualify for the Tin Top Challenge. And through the finish, 77.91. That takes him into the lead of Class C2 for the time being. Amy Jenkins comes into view now in the MX-5. Amy Jenkins, meanwhile, bringing the car to the top of the hill. 78.85. Slots her into second place. Stuart Reed, meanwhile, in the 205, already heading up towards Quarry. And Stuart over the finish, 69.37, takes him into the lead by quite a considerable amount. What can Jock Ramsey do now? 69.37 is the time to beat. Jock was quick off the start line, but only setting individual better times as he heads up the hill. So he may be dropping behind Stuart Reed. It's looking to me like about a 71 or 72 second run for Jock, and he's through the finish. 72.83 goes into second place in the class. On the hill at the moment, Peter House in this lovely Jaguar E-Type Series 1. Wasn't here yesterday practicing, had 2 practice runs this morning as a result. So can he first of all establish a personal best time, because it's his first visit here with this car, and he's through the finish with a 77.20, which actually takes him into the lead of the class. Looking out now for Hayden Spedding in the Drophead E-Type. Hayden been campaigning this car for decades, currently lying third in class in the British Hillclimb Cup competition. A regular competitor here, holds 2 class records at Harewood with this car, and heading towards the top through the finish. 74.26 goes into the lead. Jonathan Williamson on the hill now with the Porsche 911 Carrera, left-hand drive of course, and Jonathan been campaigning this car for many years with co-driver Laura Wardle. And up towards the finish, over the finishing line in a 71.01 goes into the lead. Paul Howells now on the hill with the Porsche 911 RSR. He's second in class in the British Hillclimb Cup, second behind Jonathan Williamson. So can Paul gather some more points on this run? Needs to beat 71.01 to do so. So Paul into Quarry, and he's not going to be first. It's 74.26. He ties with Hayden Spedding for second place. Stephen Moore now into Farmhouse Bend in the Mitsubishi Evo 6. And Stephen, ex-Gurston Down Hillclimb champion, currently class leader in C4, and he's through the finish 69.54, goes into the lead. Heading towards Farmhouse, Donald McCaskill in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo 5. First visit to Harewood for Donald with this particular car. And charging up towards the top of the hill. Time to beat 69.54. I think he's going to do that with a little bit in hand. It's a 68.67 for Donald. Richard Hampstead on the hill at the moment in the Impreza into Orchard. Meanwhile, on the live feed, we've got Steve Darley in car showing him heading towards Country Corner. Richard Hampstead, meanwhile, heading into Farmhouse with the Subaru Impreza. He's third in class in the British Hillclimb Cup at the moment. So one of the top 3 contenders in the championship. And Richard charging to the finish, through the finish in 71.92, only good enough for 4th. So Stephen Darley heading towards the top of the hill. We're getting pink and purple sectors all the way for Stephen, should take him into the lead of the class. Donald McCaskill's 68.67, the time to beat. He's over the finish line in 65.96. A cracking run there from Stephen Darley, and takes him into the class lead. Into Sports Libra now with Alan MacDonald in the Force SR4 with the Hayabusa supercharged engine. Alan MacDonald, ex-two-wheeler motorbike racer, won the Manx Grand Prix some years back. Currently leading the British Hillclimb Cup in the Class F. And he's through the finish 71.48. Charging up behind him, Matthew Price in the Radical SR3. Matthew, second in class in the Hillclimb Cup. Time to beat 71.48. It's looking like he's going to do that with a fair bit in hand, I would say. And it's a 67 dead for Matthew Price into the lead. We now go back to Class A1. And 716 is Robert Penrose in the Renault Clio RS 200. And his time to beat in the class is a 73.25. So I don't think he's going to do that, but can he beat his dad's time? And Robert Penrose to the finish 79 seconds exactly, and he goes ahead of his dad into third place in the class. Tracy Wise on the hill. This is the change of car for Tracy, not in the Jedi but in the Toyota Yaris. Meanwhile, on the live feed we have Paul Jones in the Force TA's onboard footage. Tracy Wise 77.95. Meanwhile, Luke Saunders in the reigning single-seater, charging up towards the top of the hill. This is the 1989 Reynard Formula 3 chassis. And Luke into Quarry over the finish, 75.05. Meanwhile, Paul Jones is rounding Farmhouse in the Force TA. Into Quarry and over the finish in 60.97, only 3 seconds away from his personal best. Adam Green, an interview now at Farmhouse, setting some purple and pink sectors. So this looks like it's going to be quick, should be taking the lead in the class at this point. And Adam over the finish in 60.49, just half a second quicker than Paul Jones. Alan Warburton, meanwhile, interview in the Gould GR59. This is the ex-Works car. Alan currently second in the class in the British Hillclimb Cup. And looks like he's going to be about third in the class. 63.15 takes him into third place. We now have Jonathan Evans on the hill in the Pilbeam MP88. This is the 2-litre Millington engine propelling this little Pilbeam to the top of the hill. And Jonathan, nice and steadily through Farmhouse. 74 miles an hour through the speed trap. Taking it very steadily through Quarry and over the finish, 74.26. Out of Farmhouse at the moment, Richard Walker in the Pilbeam MP88 with the Rover V6 engine. The ex-George Bleasdale car. And Richard Walker through the finish goes into the lead of the class with a 66.61. Looking now for Andrew Colburn. Now, I'm not quite sure why we've got a time for Terry Davis. I didn't think he'd gone up the hill, but Andrew Colburn, meanwhile, over the finish, 65.73, and we pick up Simon Bainbridge. So we're back to the Sports Libra with the SBR Chrono V8. Simon running solo in the class, leading the Tin Top Challenge. And you can hear that car rumbling its way up towards the top of the hill. And we've got not only the trackside footage, but we have that camera mounted on the splitter at the front of the car, giving us a worm's eye view of the track. And Simon Bainbridge through the finish, 63.31. Now we've got Archie Kerr in the little 600cc OMS Hornet, sharing the car with Morgan Hamer, and Archie's time 65.4 to beat. And he was doing well at the bottom half of the hill, but dropping behind, I think, at this time, and over the finish 69.57 for Archie Kerr. Dropping down into the S's, Will Hamer in the OMS 28 with the BMW motorbike engine in the back. Will third in class in the Hillclimb Cup and setting purple sectors at the moment as he heads up towards the top of the hill. Time to beat to go into the lead of the class, a 61.54 set by co-driver Ben Hamer, and 60.85 will do very nicely, takes him into the lead. Now we have James Moore in the Empire 00. This is the ex-Tom Poole car, and it's James's first visit to Harewood with the car. Can he get into the mid-65s? It's going to be a little bit slower than that. It's a 68.92 for James Moore.
We got young Gary Warren from Scotland, comes all the way down from Aberdeen. He's here with his partner Susan Melvin, and great races. They were in Northern Ireland last week. Slides it out of the Farmhouse there, but this is one of the very, I think the first Empire built actually, and by Bill Chaplin. and it's a very early one, but he drives it very well indeed. He's heading towards the finish. He does a 63.03, and that takes him 4th in the class.
Emma Rayson now in the Empire 00. And this car, when the Raysons bought it, was 18 months old and hadn't turned the wheel. So they got almost like a brand new car to play with. And Emma's been driving very well indeed. Can she beat Scott's time? A 65.73. Doesn't beat his time though.
Now we've got some onboard footage here. Now we've got young Tom Morgan is on board. Tim Thompson's on the hill coming around Farmhouse here. A bit of a wiggle and a squiggle as he comes out of Farmhouse, gets it round there, heading up the straight.
I think that's Jonathan Flesher.
Car. Okay.
I think it's 78, not 778. 62.91 for Jonathan Flesher. Tom Morgan, meanwhile, on the hill. We have not only the trackside on the live feed, but also the in-car. And as he heads out of...
he's come to a stop, Steve.
Well, that's the red flag for you. So a red flag flying for Tom Morgan. And I was just about to pick up on what his gear changes were, but foiled by the conditions, I suspect.
So why do you think there was red flag?
That may well be Jonathan Flesher might have knocked out some of the posts at the finish.
Yes, we had the slight... Well, yes, it wasn't Tim. You reckon it was Jonathan, do you?
We've had Tim up already.
Yeah, we have. That is true.
So you're not likely to get a second competitor up.
And Jonathan is very rapid in that car too, isn't he? So that would make a bit of sense, wouldn't it?
Right, so Tom Morgan and Tom Weaver have both been red flagged.
So we're getting into this rather low, into this hot 1100 class, which has been an absolute revelation this year. Like big grids of cars, really, isn't there? And these young drivers...
1100 has always been an exceptionally popular class because in single-seaters, it's basically the best class you can be in, value for money. Unfortunately, we do have two 600s here, but the actual cost of a 600, if you were to go out and say, I want to buy a brand new 600 or a brand new 1100, there's not going to be much difference. And there's not many 600s about. So the 1100 class, where there's lots of competitors, it's a good class to be in because you can match your performance against a lot of other competitors.
Well, yes, that would make sense.
I think it's one of the best classes on the hills.
There used to be quite a few 600cc Jedis at one time, didn't there? But
yes, there was talk some years back, about 4 or 5 years ago, of making the 600 class almost like a one make. Either using OMSs or Jedis and all having the same Honda CBR engine in them to try and keep the costs down. But that's never really taken off. Meanwhile, sitting on the start line, raring to go, looks like David Tatum in the DJ Firehawk Mark III.
Now this one is... He's had, this car's fully rebuilt, isn't it? And he's got another engine in it this week. He's had a bit of engine problems. He had a bit of a smoky engine yesterday, but nevertheless, that didn't deter him much.
It looked like it had set on fire.
Well, over the years.
Smoke. I was watching it at home. So David Tatum off and running in the DJ Firehawk. It says Mark IV. But it was originally a Mark III, so I think it's probably a Mark IV by adaptation. And it's still puffing out blue smoke, and it's getting worse as he goes through the S's. So heading up now towards Country Corner, and there's another big puff of blue smoke, and it's even
that's big smoke.
That's big blue smoke as he goes around there. Now that's exactly what happened yesterday as he went round Country Corner. He's heading up towards Orchard.
It's when he lifts off, I suppose.
When he changes down and again goes up through the gears. So
I don't think his engine's got long for this world.
It's smoking very badly as he goes all the way around Farmhouse, heading up towards the top of the hill. David Tatum in Old Smoky, And over the finish, 61 seconds dead.
That's second quickest, Steve. So the old Smokey is Smokey in the Bandit, isn't it?
Yes, so now we have the latest member of the Weaver family to take to the hills. Lizzie, who had a season, I think a season and a half, driving the Citroen Saxo, now into the Van Diemen RF91 Formula Ford. And I was chatting to a couple of the Formula Ford competitors, and they're all saying the same thing. Once she gets her head wrapped around this car, she's going to be one to beat. So Lizzie out of Farmhouse, heading up towards the top of the hill. Going steadily into Quarry. Over the finish, 85.63. Heading towards the top of the hill already, the Demon Barbara Sheffield, Sarah Bosworth. Second in the British Hillclimb Cup in this class with the RF85, and it's a 72.44 for Sarah to go into the lead. Now we have Jimmy Harris in the 1985 Van Diemen, sharing the car with Paul. Jimmy's comment to me at lunchtime, this morning, was, "I don't want to be beaten by Grandad." And Jimmy over the finish, 70.10 takes him into the lead of the class. Just the final competitor in Formula Ford on the hill at the moment, Rob Spedding in the Vector. We've already seen his father Hayden driving the Jaguar E-Type. Rob, the class record holder for Formula Fords in the British Hillclimb Championship here at Harewood. This is a 1993 Vector. This is probably the youngest car possible to have in this class. And Rob over the finish, 72.69, only good enough for third.
Here comes Sandra Topham in the lovely Pilgrim 4 litres of V8. This is her own personal car. One of the very last Pilgrims built for hill climbing. Immaculately turned out, and she's sharing the car with son-in-law Morgan Jenkins, and he'll be along in a bit. And she's going to head towards the finish in a 70.62.
Bernie Cavill in the OMS 28. This runs the TKD SV8, an engine based on two Suzuki Hayabusas, which give it a 2.8 litre capacity. And Bernie already into Quarry and over the finish in a 65.42. Now we're looking out for Lynn Owen, Mrs. OMS, in the Works OMS 28 with the RPE V8, 2.7 litre. Another engine based on two Hayabusas. And Lynn around Farmhouse. And Lynn over the finish, 73.93.
So now we're going to have a look at Nicola Mingus, wife of Wallace, a regular competitor, comes down from Scotland. She is the Ladies Hill record holder in this car. This is a real history car. Used to be Paul Ranson and Martin Groves. And it's been resprayed. It used to be yellow back in the day. Anyway, she's heading up towards the finish now. She does a time of 64.29.
Now we're picking up Tom Morgan. On the live feed, we've got on-board footage as well of Tom in this little 1 litre flying machine, the Evo 3. And he's through the finish in 59.5. And that I'm not sure where that puts him in the class. I think it puts him in the lead, but we've got him in 11th place at the moment for some reason. Tom Weaver into Farmhouse Bend in the Empire Evo 2. He's the class leader in the Hillclimb Cup within the 1100s, and Tom sweeps through the finish in a 58.57 to go into the lead of the class.
Wow, that's a cracking time. Well done, young Tom Weaver. He's going to be a threat to maybe get in the runoff, Steve, isn't he?
Yeah, and we now pick up some more dual-driven single-seaters with Debbie Summers at the wheel of the AFS P14. Debbie already out of Farmhouse Bend, charging up towards Quarry. Rounding Quarry. And over the finish, 67.74.
Right, Sean Gould, this is our first of our really big runners. Fantastic car, builder of the car as well. Sean Gould Cars, here he comes now. Sean Gould got a real step this year. He's really got some go-go this year, hasn't he? He's lost some weight, he's really back on the pace, troubling everybody, winning runoffs this year as well. He's already going round to the finish now. He does a time of 56.77. Well done, Sean.
And not unsurprisingly, goes into the lead of the class. We now have another dual-driven car on the hill, and this is that glorious Chevron B19. Now this says Richard George, but Amanda usually goes first, so I'm not sure whether it's Richard or Amanda in the car. But we'll go with Richard, as it says so on the caption. And it's a 77.11.
Now this is an interesting bit of kit, Steve. This is this Formula 3 chassis, isn't it? 1989. Was it a Reynard, was it?
Yep.
Yeah, Reynard, and it's got a Hayabusa in the back of it. It comes from the Channel Islands. He's been getting in runoffs over there. Already gone through to the finish, but it's a time of 70.02.
Now we pick up Mark Shalanka in the Exine and Price Force TA. Mark had a spin this morning in practice, coming out of the final corner, which he's approaching now. Can he get around safely and record a time? Yeah, he does, and it's a 65.48, and slots him into fourth in the class. On the hill at the moment, Gary Hill in the OMS 2000M, and also down at the bottom of the hill, Darren Gumbley in the Force TA, whom we're seeing on the live feed on car. So Gary Hill in the Space Frame OMS 2000M, sweeping round the final corner and over the finish, 62.78. We now switch back to the onboard with Darren Gumbley heading up into Farmhouse Bend. Out of Farmhouse, charging up through the speed trap, 99 miles an hour, through Quarry and over the finish, 58.99, and that takes him into the lead of the class. Jason Tunnicliffe in this 1 litre turbocharged Empire Evo 3. So this is a bog standard Suzuki GSXR. It's been breathed on and turbocharged, so not the Hayabusa. And, Jason going well indeed, up through the finish in a 58.8, and that takes him into the lead of the class.
That's a good run, isn't it? Now we got Andy Greenan Andy Green and the Greenham brothers, always highly entertaining in this little Hayabusa car. Look at that. It's a beautifully turned out car. I don't know if he's done much driving in the car lately, so it's wet. He's not sure what's happened, but he's 97 through the speed trap. He's already heading up towards Quarry now. What's he going to do? He's going to go a 59.75.
Third place. David Warburton now, car number 8, carrying the number 4, his 8th place in the championship in a 1.6 litre Gould at GR59. So punching above his weight really, David Warburton. What can he do now? Looks like he's going to go in as the lead of the class with a 57.95, nearly a full second quicker than his nearest rival.
We're beginning to see some of the guys that like the wet stuff, aren't we, Steve?
Absolutely. Kevin Creven on the hill at the moment with the Pilbeam MP88 with the Millington engine. And Kevin nice and steadily through Orchard, heading up into Farmhouse Bend. And Kevin charging up towards the top part of the hill, 76 miles an hour through the speed trap, and Kevin over the finish, 74.74.
Here's one of my favourites. This is Simon Carr, and he's from the Channel Islands. This is a beautiful little Granada. Runs a 2-litre Millington engine, so you've got plenty of grunt. I love the fluorescent wheels on that. Quick driver from the Channel Islands. What can he do? So he's coming round into the Quarry, into the finish, 66.27.
Goes into second place. Ian Tucker, meanwhile, in the OMS 28 with his overboard Suzuki Hayabusa engine. And Ian round Farmhouse, heading up towards the top of the hill. And over the finish as the rain's picking up again, 74.27 for Ian Tucker. John Cottrell in this very pretty Pilbeam MP82, another with a Millington engine in the rear. Going very nicely in these changeable conditions. John over the finish, 74.8.
We're going to get a look at Gavin McLaren now in this, and again another little Pilbeam, but this one's unusual. It's got a 2-litre Rover V6 engine in the back, which sounds absolutely fabulous. Tom New used to race one of these very successfully back in the day. He's now Wallace's chief mechanic, a very capable driver too is Tom. But anyway, listen to that lovely V6. What can Gavin do as he heads up in towards the final sector? Heading up towards the finish, going to finish in a time of 73.05.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We've got Terry Davis on the hill, and according to the score sheet, we already have him at the top of the hill, but in fact, I'm pretty certain that was Richard Walker. So Terry Davis in the Force TA. This runs the TKD YV8, so it's 2 Yamaha V8s that Terry's put together to make this engine. And Terry up through the top part of the hill over the finish in 64.36.
We got another Channel Islander on the hill as well. We've got Andy Bugard, and again he's in a little Force. Again runs a Hayabusa. He's got these bright fluorescent on the front there. We can't miss it. But anyway, regular competitor and thoroughly enjoying his day. It's great to see so many competitors from the Channel Islands. Andy heads up towards the finish, looking at a pretty good time, a 62.98, which takes him top of the class.
We now move into oh sorry, staying in the same class, I'm sorry. Aaron Colborne in the Van Diemen RFO2 FX, third in the class in the competition. And Aaron charging up towards the top part of the hill, as on the live feed we have an onboard of Jonathan Varley as well, and Aaron over the finish, 61.4.
Top of the class.
And Jonathan Varley on the hill. I think he's going to be the last runner in the 2 litre class. Can he improve on the class leading 61.4? Well, he's showing purple sectors all the way up the hill, so it's looking good for that class lead. All he needs to do is get it to the top of the hill. I think this will be the lead in the class, and possibly even a qualification for the top 12 runoff. So Jonathan Varley over the finish, 60.19, takes the lead.
Now this young man can pedal a racing car. This is Alex Coles from Plymouth. Him and his dad Neil had a 12-hour journey from Plymouth on Friday, which wasn't much fun up that M5 corridor. But here comes young Alex. He's driving on his own this weekend. No Calvin Broad, who's Calvin's come to watch, I think. And here comes Alex. He sprints it out of there. He will be on a mission, this young man. He's been getting into runoffs and getting loads of 108 miles an hour. The spray is heavy, but already he's heading through the finish with an excellent 56.60. Well done, young man. Brilliant time by Alex Coles.
And following in his wheel tracks, Paul Hames, car number 10. So 10th in the championship last year with his Gould GR59. Alex Coles' car, 1.3 supercharged booster. Paul Hames, 1.3 turbocharged. So that's the difference. What can Paul do? Can he get close to that 56? Showing yellow sectors all the way to the top, so not going to beat the time, but 58.05 is certainly a competitive time. On the hill at the moment, Simon Jenks in the Force TA. Now this particular Force TA was the first one built to take a V6 engine. It runs the Cosworth KF, an engine that was developed by Cosworth for Opel to use in the DTM series. And Simon heading through country, and it's now the track, I would say, is awash with water. There's a lot of standing water on the course, so this is going to see a drop off in the times. And Simon, capable driver, spent many years competing in the Caterham 7, very competitive driver, and into Farmhouse already as the rain intensifies. Huge plumes of spray following him up the track and over the finish, 67.88 for Simon Jenks.
Now we've got Ed Burgess, Ed from Lavenham in Suffolk. He normally drives Bugattis at Prescott, but a year or so back he bought this GR55 from James Baxter. 2.5 litre V6 engine in the back, sinister black bodywork. And well, he's had it rebuilt recently after a shunt earlier in the year, so he wouldn't be looking to break any records in this weather. 73 miles an hour up the straight, 67.60 for Ed.
Quicker than Simon Jenks. Morgan Jenkins now in the MP97. This is running the Excellence Jug V8 engine. Simon disappears in a ball of spray as he heads up towards Quarry and sweeps through the finish in a 62.14 to go second.
Interesting stuff. So Sean Gould, I think he's did the 56.77 earlier, gives us a bit of a guide.
I think that's going to be our fastest qualifying time. Lindsay Summers is going very, very slowly at the bottom part of the hill in the DJ Firestorm. So I don't know whether she's had a moment at the bottom part or she's
still going.
Yeah.
Maybe she's thinking, not so keen on this. Or maybe there's a problem with the car.
Now, for some reason, we've got a time for Lindsay of 63. Oh, there's a red flag out. So we've got a time of 63.38 for Lindsay Summers, but I don't think that's her time.
No,
Somehow,
and with the red flag, I'm sure something's happened.
I think it's after the finish.
So is that where they flagged her back right down there?
There's two marshals heading out to our site at the top of the hill.
Well, was that Morgan Jenkins?
Well, he might have clattered those posts, so that's the only thing I can think. But I'm not sure what's happened.
Well, Lindsay having a rather wet ride up the hill here.
Well, I think what's possibly happened is she's been red flagged more or less immediately, either at post 1 or post 2. And rather than take the little shortcut behind the farm building, she's decided to go up to the top of the hill.
Yes, indeed. Well done to all our marshals, doing an amazing job in horrible weather.
The marshals have cleared up whatever the problem was, and they're making their way back to the post. So that should be okay. I noticed Simon Andrews, the gentleman who said it wasn't going to rain today, is down at the bottom of the hill with an umbrella. He's
got his rather resplendent blue and white brolly, hasn't he? And this is the car he shares with Bernie Kevell. As I say, we've got our marshals in their full kit, and I see we've got Wayne Penrose, Australia. Keep up the awesome work, Rich. He's made a nice donation there. There are many people in Australia loving your live stream. Well, we think we agree with that. Richard Danby does a fantastic job, doesn't he? Oh, look, there you go, you see. Nice thank you from HillClimb.TV. Wayne Penrose, of course, came over last year competing in his Super VW, 550 horsepower VW. He came here, he went to Gersten, and he went to Shelsley Walsh, and then he went to Australia, to VW thing in Germany. The car got shipped back, but next year, he tells us, he's going to be coming back. He came over recently to visit us recently.
Well, he was saying that he's going to do 2 or 3 trips over next year. So he's going to come over, do a few rounds, then go back to Australia, come back over, do some more, and the car's going to be left here all year. Fantastic. Anyway, we're back underway again with Simon Andrews in the OMS 28 TKD SV8, based on 2 Hayabusa engines. And as he drops down towards the S's, all we see from the rear is a ball of spray. So into the S's itself, winding his way through chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. There'll be even more water as it goes up that part of the track, into Willow, and heading towards Orchard.
Here he comes. This is a photographer's dream, the whale tail of spray. Fantastic stuff. I should imagine farmhouse would be a good place, actually, as they approach farmhouse through the buildings. Here he comes now, anyway, coming into our site here, and having a steady run up the hill. It must be very difficult out there indeed, but most of them are on wet tyres now, and actually the wetter it gets, the better those tyres work. So actually it makes the choice of tyre quite a simple affair.
Have we got a time for Simon Andrews? 74.15. Steve Owen on the hill now with the OMS 28 with the RPE V8 engine. We saw wife Lynn in the car earlier. And Stephen Owen into Quarry. This is going to be quite a competitive run. 63.5 takes him 3rd at the moment. Harry Pick into Orchard in the OMS 28.
Clattered, I think.
With the XD.
Yeah, Harry clattered one of the markers there at Orchard. But Harry, he's absolutely trying hard. He's 94 mile an hour up the straight. The big rooster tails coming off the back of the car. Brakes hard. He gets it round. Finishes in a time of 60.81. I reckon that's pretty good going.
Second in class. So Jack Cottrell waiting on the start line. That post that he's clattered is still on the track.
Yes, it is.
Right on the apex.
Down there at Orchard.
So there'll be a short delay while that is reattached. The marshal's actually moving down there now that the red flags have gone out and made the track safe. So that will be replaced in its slot. Oh, we're getting a replay of Harry. And, it's the last one. He just took the last one out.
There isn't a 1 second penalty here, is there, Steve?
There isn't. No, we're more sensible here.
Well, very good, yes. I know, it's a gutter when you see people clatter one at Lowton and they get 1 second on an absolute flying run.
At Eastbrae, they used to put 3 traffic cones on one corner.
Oh.
And there was no penalty for hitting them other than the damage you did to your car. If you did. And I have a photograph of a certain single-seater driver, and there's one cone disappearing over his rear wing, another one hanging in mid-air above the car, and the third one is about to be hit by his front wing. And you weren't supposed to hit them.
Now, we got on the line, we've got young Jack Cottrell. Now, Jack has been an absolute revelation this year. He's been getting fantastic points in the British Championships, and he'll be looking to get a good number for next year. And I suspect he could show us something a bit special here, Steve.
Well, he's a very, very good driver. The car, a 2005 ex-Formula 3 Dallara, now fitted with the Cosworth XD V8 engine, 2.65 litres, and he's off and running, charging off towards through Clark's, and now disappears in a ball of spray heading down into the S's. Comes into view on our camera at Chippy's, winds his way through the S's and into and out of Chippy's itself up towards Country Corner.
Wow, come on, young Jack. He'll be looking to qualify for this runoff, and I think if the conditions stay as wet as this, he could do something really special. Alex Coles has already thrown down a marker, hasn't he? I'm sure he'll qualify with his time. Brilliant run. But here comes Jack Cottrell now, coming through the farm buildings, of all the power of that big IndyCar V8 in the back of it. This young driver from Bromsgrove area, look at him now. He'll be 100 plus, I reckon, through the speed trap. 100 miles an hour exactly. That's brave driving. Big rooster tail comes into quarry. Come on, Jack. Yeah, it does a lovely, lovely time. 58.09. Brilliant.
Goes second behind Sean Gould. On the hill at the moment, Dave Uren in the Gould GR55B with the Nicholson McLaren V8, which is based on a Cosworth V8. Dave already into Chippy's, heading up into Country Corner. Huge amounts of spray being picked up. He takes a scenic route round country and into Willow. We now pick him up from the camera on the exit of Orchard, round Orchard Corner, now powering his way up through the farm buildings, round Farmhouse Bend, and again a huge plume of spray chases him up the hill. He's up into Quarry, and Dave Uren round Quarry Corner and over the finish, 64.77, which is only good enough for 5th at the moment. Trevor Willis.
Now, young Trevor, the master, Scary Trev, brilliant driver and instructor at Chelsea Walsh. He's won the British Hillclimb Championship 3 times in an OMS, and here he comes now. He'll know his way up the hill. He'll be giving it a go. Looks the top around now. Off he goes. What do you reckon? 90 through the speed trap. 94 miles an hour through the speed trap as he heads up that very tricky last corner into Quarry, through the straight, through the finish. 61.40 takes him 4th quickest in amongst the over 2 litre cars.
On the start line, Wallace Mingies in the Gould GR59 Cosworth XD V8, 4 times British Hillclimb champion, class record holder here at Harewood. already down into the S's. Popping and banging as he goes through the corner. Now heading up out of Chippy's into country. Again, there's a bit of a pop and bang on overrun as he goes through the corner. And Wallace charging up towards Orchard. Huge amounts of spray being kicked up. Now, if you watch here from the on track side, that spray you kick up between the farm buildings just settles back on the track, so it's not getting any drier. So Wallace already into quarry. Can he go into the lead of the class? 57.23. I think that's second.
That was a superb run. Now we got Will Hall. He's not a massive fan of Harewood, he was telling me, and these conditions are going to be interesting, but at least it's the same for everyone trying to qualify. He'll have the full wets on, and let's see how he's going. At the moment, actually, he's showing purple sector, so young Will is really, he won a runoff at Doon last week. He nearly run the second one until he went off at the finish. But anyway, he's coming through the farmhouse buildings now. He is absolutely on a mission in qualification here. Comes round, the power of his big V8 in the back. Go, 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 Will. That'll be 100 miles an hour, I'm sure. 103 miles an hour it is. That's good going. At the moment, he's heading up towards the finish. He's going to do a great time, 56.95. Takes him second quickest to Sean Gould.
Meanwhile, on the hill, Alex Summers in the AFS P40. We have onboard as well as trackside video showing on the live feed. And Alex into and out of Orchard, charging up through the farm buildings, into Farmhouse Bend. Power down early as he comes out of the corner, heading up towards Quarry. Huge amounts of spray coming off those front wheels as well. And into Quarry and over the finish in 58.9.
So that takes him fifth quickest in the over 2 litre class. There's a fair chance that's going to qualify for the runoff. We don't quite know who's going to be there, but at the moment we've got Alex's mum, Lindsay Summers, who's having a rerun because I think she got red flagged earlier. And in the Firestorm, this is the car that Alex has driven in the British Hillclimb Championship so successfully. But this is mum driving the car up the hill today. This car is an amazing bit of kit. It's got a fantastic IndyCar V8 in the back that revs to about 14,000, so it's an absolute rocket ship of a car. Andy Smith, the builder of the car, is here from DJ Cars. He's here competing in his little Clio, but here comes Lindsay into Farmhouse now, gets it round here. Nice smooth bit of driving, very wet conditions out there, floors it up the straight there now. Car's sounding terrific. Looking like this is a decent run, whether it's quick enough for the runoff, possibly not. But anyway, she's heading into Quarry, over the finish with a 73.45.
On hill at the moment, Matt Ryder, car number 1, our reigning British Hillclimb champion in the Gould GR59B. Out of Orchard already, into Farmhouse. We're getting the odd pink and purple sector coming up, so he's going to be there or thereabouts. Can he beat Sean's 56.77? Matt's up through the finish in 56.66.
What a brilliant time. So that gives us a bit of a guide, doesn't it, Steve, to our potential runoff cars?
Yes, well, on the hill, though, competition's still going on. We have this delightful Elva Mark 7 of Richard Jones. This is the car with the Ford twin cam engine with the BRM cylinder head. Originally, when exported to America, it was sent over to Team Haas, who you might know from their Formula 1 exploits. And Richard heading towards Farmhouse at the moment with this beautiful little sports racer. And heading up towards the top part of the hill. And Richard just Quarry to negotiate. and he's through the finish in 75.88. Now, as I predicted, the car that came up before the chevron, it was Amanda George at the wheel, so that's a 77.11 for Amanda, because we have Richard George on the hill now, and Richard in the B19, a little bit on the slow side in comparison to the other drivers in the class. He's only showing up as grey sectors, so he's a little bit slower than he's been previously. I think that's probably against his practice times. So Richard into Farmhouse Bend. Just a massive spray as he heads up towards the top of the hill. Richard George into Quarry and over the finish, 83.96. We pick up Andy Tippett as he comes into Farmhouse in the Brabham BT30X. This car originally built for the British Hillclimb Championship in the early 1970s, using a chassis that Brabham's had used as a test mule. And Andy now running this Buick engined car over the finish, 81.59. Yes, I think the times you've got on the screen at the moment for those on the live feed, that 77.11 belongs with Amanda George. So that, I think, concludes our British Hillclimb Championship content of this first set of time runs. We've just got the Porsches and the British and the two Bark classes to go, and we should be seeing those next on the hill. Right, well, we're about to start the Interclub part of the programme, and these will be the competition runs. We've already had 2 practice runs for these cars this morning, so now we're into the meat and potatoes of the event for the Interclub runners. And on the start line, Tim Barber in the Porsche 996. Tim, the record holder in the Porsche class, with this car, 60.58. So it'll be interesting to see how close Tim can get to his class record. He's already around Chippies and heading up towards Country Corner. A lot less spray coming up at the moment. And as Tim heads up towards Orchard, Lisa Betts in the Mini John Cooper Works heads down into the S's. So Tim Barber, second in class yesterday. In the wet. Because he's the first runner, we're getting purple sectors on the timing, of course. So this will be the yardstick by which all the other Porsches are judged. And Tim Barber over the finish, 69.48, nearly 9 seconds slower than before. Lisa Betts, meanwhile, already into Orchard in the Mini John Cooper Works. Lisa set 3 personal best times yesterday in the competition runs. So had a great day of hill climbing, and this morning one of her practice runs was inside her previous best time prior to yesterday's competition. So she's having a great day, and what's she going to do now as she heads over the finish to 78.11 for Lisa Betts. We now have Martin Leach in the Porsche 911E Outlaw. And the reason it's known as an Outlaw is that its 3-litre engine was never fitted to the 911E in period. Martin Leach, 73.61. Wayne Eason on the hill at the moment. So they're not exactly coming up in programme order. And, wow. Hardly see anything on the camera coming out of Farmhouse. Wayne Eason, meanwhile, heading towards the top of the hill with the Porsche Boxster, and over the finish, 73.37. And those seem to be the only Porsches who've gone onto the hill. Not quite sure why, because we're now into the Connaught Championship class with Ian Downey in the Renault Clio 197. So Ian heading towards the top of the hill. He's the first runner in this class, so he'll be setting the benchmark for the remainers. And 80.85 for Ian Downey, and that's about 9 seconds off. Roger Stocks in the Toyota GR Yaris, the Brawn homage, as my co-commentator calls it. He's over the finish in 70.32, so that's 10 seconds quicker than Ian. What can Neil Bateman do? Neil set 2 personal best times yesterday, so I don't think he's going to be close to those sorts of times. As he comes past the camera on the exit of Farmhouse, all we could see was a glare of headlights, and Neil Bateman up towards the finish, over the finish line, 74.11, slots into second place in the class. Looking out for Glenn Shaw next. He's already passed Farmhouse and heading up towards the top of the hill in the 350Z. First in class yesterday, and a 71.03. takes him second at the moment behind Roger Stocks. Pete Vincent on the hill in the VX 220. We pick him up heading towards Farmhouse Bend. He was second in the class yesterday. Roger Stocks, who's leading, was third. So Peter Vincent, time to beat to go into the lead, 70.32. He's not going to do that. I don't think he's going to beat 71s. And Peter Vincent over the finish, 75.74. So that's only fourth in class. So we've not seen Roger Legg as yet, and we haven't seen the vast majority of the Porsches. We've only seen 3 of the runners so far in that class, and we only saw 1 of the dual driven cars in the Bark Yorkshire Centre, so they may well come later. However, at the moment on the start line we have 715 Ewan Bruce running in the Bark Yorkshire Centre members class with his MG ZR 140. And Ewan away from the start line. Through Clark's, dropping down towards the S's. So we've got a purple sector at the S's compared to Lisa Betts' time. So what can Ewan do coming up into Country Corner? He's up on the clock at that point. So this run could possibly take him into the lead of the class. Ewan heading up towards Orchard and another purple sector. So certainly has the pace at the moment to go into the lead. Not quite as quick at Farmhouse Out, so this may well be very, very tight on the times. Can he beat 78.11? He can't. It's an 80.04 for Ewan Bruce. So what looked like a possible lead has disappeared. We now have Sean Craven in the Renault Clio RS, car number 14. This is a move of class into the Bark Yorkshire members class for Sean. Not in A1 as in the programme, but at the moment he's setting purple sectors, so this could take him into the lead. Time to beat a 78.11. Heading up into Country Corner, and again still showing a purple sector, so he's up on the clock on Lisa Betts at that point. Meanwhile, away from the start, Robin Johnson in the Ford Fiesta Z-Tech S. Sean Craven heading towards Farmhouse. Very little spray being kicked up now by these road cars. Sean still showing purple sectors. So can he beat 78.11? It's looking like it's going to be a 76 or a 77. It's a 77.8 and goes into the lead. Robin Johnson, meanwhile, heading towards Farmhouse in the Ford Fiesta Z-Tech S. And Robin was quicker than those 3 competitors in the dry yesterday. Can he get close to the 77.8 and go into a lead? No, he can't. It's a 79.82, and that takes him third at the moment. George Tower already out of Farmhouse in the Fiesta ST150. This established a personal best yesterday, and over the finish 79.97, and we have Jeff Denton going agricultural and doing a great impression of a fly-mo down at Country Corner with the MGTF 135. He's back on track now and heading up towards the top of the hill, but Nabil Zalan in the Mazda MX-5 has been red flagged, so he'll get a rerun. We've just had a replay of it on the website. We could do with it again if you would, Rich, if you can hear me. Oh, we're getting the replay again. So we'll see him come into the corner. Just gets a little... right, he overcorrected, then rotated on the tarmac and went off backwards onto the grass. Interesting. Yes, so... on the start line, ready to go again, we have David Hilton in the Porsche 996 GT3 RS. And he'll only be the fourth of the Porsches to venture out for their first timed run. So that's interesting in itself.
So I suppose if they think the conditions going to improve, Steve, this afternoon, then
could be.
I think, well, not much point.
It may well be, unlike the British Hillclimb Championship, where every run scores points.
Yeah.
If it's your best run, they might have decided, well, we'll wait it out.
We'll sit it out and hope for the best. And if it's still raining later, well, they'll have a go later, I suppose.
Yeah. And maybe these four who've decided to go out now think, we might be in for the day.
So, have you? You've got the results
We've got the runners.
The runoffs,
once we get about to car, I don't know, somewhere in the region of 156, Ben Bowditch in the VW Golf. If you take over,
sure,
I'll get prepared for the runoffs.
Okay, buddy. I'll switch off and I'll leave you to it for a bit.
Righty-ho. So we're just waiting for the track to be cleared for David Hilton to take his run. And it's always speculative in these instances. But the marshals are all back on post. I can't see any red flags out anywhere. So we're just waiting for the green light, as is David Hilton. So that Martin Leach 911E that you were waxing lyrical about yesterday, it's known as an outlaw because it's got the wrong engine in. It's got a 3-litre engine in, when a 911E I think had a 2 or a 2.2 litre engine. So we're off and running again with David Hilton in the 996. So time to beat at the moment to go into the lead of the class, 73.37 set by 69.48 set by his co-driver Tim Barber. So David rounding chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. And David through Willow, heading towards Orchard. We're only getting yellow sectors coming up. And already on the hill, Ben Bowditch in the VW Golf R. So we're missing a few in the Harewood class as well. So David Hilton steaming up towards the top of the hill. And up through the finish in 71.79. Right, I'm going to hand over to Chris now for the rest of the runs in the Harewood Harewood class. Ben Bowditch on the hill with the Volkswagen Golf R. And I'll start to prepare for our runoffs.
Yes, well, that's going to be very exciting stuff. And as I say, we have a clearing track at the moment. There is a bit of sunshine out. The rain, the heavy rain, seems to have left us at the moment. So that's good to see. So Nick Brooks here in the little Volkswagen Polo GTI, little front-wheel drive pocket rocket. Surprisingly quick, these little VWs, aren't they? And it looks like quite a few of our runners and riders have elected not to bother with the conditions being so damp. They're going to try their luck this afternoon when it's hopefully might dry up for them. But anyway, we're getting a look at Steve Carter in the Nissan 350Z. This is a fairly standard 350, non-turbocharged engine in this one, but 3.5 litre V6. Popular car, very quick in certain models, and anyway, on our cameras it all looks very wet, but he's heading up towards the finish, and he finishes with a time of 81.87, which takes him 8th in the class thus far. Now we're going to look at Pasquale Abruzzese in his Golf. This is an unusual Golf. He bought it as a collector's car. He's got a nice collection of cars, and there's only 400 of these ever made. They're very much a sort of beefed up GTI, really. Not quite an R because it's on 2-wheel drive, but he finishes in a time of, well, they haven't given me a finish time yet. A 78.55, and yes, so that's a 78.55, and then Martin Hill in the John Cooper Works Mini did a 75.54. As we're looking at Tony Booth in the Mitsubishi Evo, as my co-commentator Steve said earlier, he reckoned this one had held hill records in the previous owner's hands. But anyway, this is a potent bit of kit. I think one of the best looking of the Evos too, the 5. 2-wheel, 4-wheel drive, turbocharged engine. It's a very serious package actually. And anyway, he's heading up towards the finish, and then we're going to look at Colin Bowditch in the little Caterham. But anyway, Tony's finished in an 87.38, so we're now waiting for the Caterham, which is heading into my view now through the farmhouse now. Yeah, this is the one that runs the Ford Crossflow engine in the front of it, so it's a very popular engine, the Crossflow engine, but less so in these days. They tend to, a lot of them either run motorbike engines or they run later sort of Ford Z-Tech engines and red top Vauxhalls and the like. But anyway, he goes through the finish in a 79.66. We're then waiting for Nabil Zalan, who's out in his MX-5, and as has been said before, we've seen him out in various models of cars, but this MX-5 is the latest version of the MX-5, and as I say, it's got all the right toys on it. I think he comes from quite locally here, and so the sun's out now, so things are brightening up a little bit. He's 52 through the speed trap, so he's still taking it fairly steady. So he heads up towards the finish, and he finishes in a 76.77. And then we're going to look at Mark K in the Lotus Elise, the early S1. You can see him down there at Willow. So he's heading up towards Orchard. Various drivers being called. So just had an announcement there. We've got the top 12 runoff following the tin top runoff, so that's to come very shortly. Just to catch you up on a couple of times here. So Mark Kay in the Leeds did a 80.66. We've got Stephen Markham has just gone by us, headed to the finish, and he's done a 79.54. And then we're getting a look at the beautiful Mark 1 Escort of Adam Warren. This one has turned out. It got the Cosworth engine in the front of that one, and doesn't it look an absolute picture actually? Great to see that one. That's a car I'd very much like to take home, I must admit. Immaculate car. But he's been hotly pursued by James Hudson in the Super Impreza. He was very rapid here yesterday, as he is again today. That four-wheel drive doing great stuff at the moment. So the Impreza, Adam Warren in the Escort does an 82.63, but actually James Hudson in the Impreza does an excellent 66.32. Just as a little idea, the fastest car of the day so far has been Alex Coles, and in that one he'll be in the runoff contending to try and win a British Hillclimb Championship runoff. That would be quite something, wouldn't it? But first we're going to be having the tin top runoffs after the last of our runners here. And now I'm just seeing if there are any other cars there. Yeah, there's a few other cars heading down. I see Chris Beresford there in the Subaru Impreza just heading down. So one or two runners and riders to come.
Right, Chris, I've got the running order for our Tin Top Challenge. So I don't know, do we have space for this in the programme?
I think I saw it in actually. Yes, I did. So I did. Hang on. Let me find it. I saw it in there yesterday when I was thumbing through. It is here. Tin Top Challenge. It's on page 15, Steve.
Right. So the first car we will see is 759 Damien Bradley in the Subaru Impreza, qualified on a 69.96. Then it'll be Chris Beresford, also in an Impreza, car number 31. He qualified on 71.4. Then number 50, Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche, qualified on a 71.01. Then number 27, Richard Snow in the Porsche, qualified on 70.34. Then Richard Andrews, also in a Porsche, qualified on 69.61. That's number 28. Then 55, Stephen Moore in the Mitsubishi, qualified on 69.54. Then number 44, Stuart Reed in the Peugeot 205, qualified on 69.37, brilliant for a 2 litre. Then number 56, Donald McCaskill, qualified on a 68.67. Then number 59, Stephen Darley, qualified on a 65.96. And our final runner, fastest qualifier, number 66, Simon Bainbridge, qualified on a 63.31. So that's our top 10 Tin Top Challenge runoff order for the first run.
Wow, that's going to be good stuff, isn't it? We're really looking forward to that. And I knew Stuart Reed was going to get it because he's one demon quick driver in that little 205. Only got front-wheel drive, but my goodness me, he can pedal that car, can't he?
Quick through the corners, and that which makes up a heck of a lot for what he loses on the straights. Very, very committed.
Well, I'm going to give you a tip. My tip for the runoff win will be Simon Bainbridge. I know he's the fastest qualifier, but he's also brilliantly quick in the wet as well, yes, isn't he?
And to a certain extent, on some courses, in the damp or the wet, the heavier the car, the better. And although it's a carbon fibre shell, it's still a heavy car, that Chrono. So that's going to be a bit of an advantage. Anyway, down at the start line, lurking, we have 759 Damien Bradley, the Pike Peaks runner, waiting for the runoff. And we also have, for those of you on the online feed, an onboard camera. So we're going to see the 2 runs for the Subaru Impreza from onboard, because we'll also see Right, so lining up, we have number 759, Damien Bradley, first runner in the first of the Tin Top Challenges. And waiting for the green light to come on. Revs rising. And we're off and running. 2.42 for the launch. Through Clark's, dropping down into the first part of the S's. Very tricky right-hander. Runs a little bit deep. Clips the curb beautifully on the middle of the section. Now into chippies. Round chippies. Keeping it tight in. Up into country corner, the blind left-hander. Winding in more lock, gets the back end stepping out a little bit and charging up now through the gears, heading towards Orchard, and at Orchard 39.74. So that's the target for future runners. Popping and banging as he charges through the farmhouse, into Farmhouse Bend. 2 or 3 bites of the cherry, a little bit of opposite lock, and away we go. 54.95 on the farmhouse out. And into Quarry already, 83 miles an hour through the speed trap, piling on all the lock, and over the finish, 65.18 for Damien Bradley, qualified on a 69.96 on the start line. Chris Beresford qualified with a 71.4 in the Subaru Impreza. Obviously this is a road going car, not a mob prod like the first Impreza, and he's away. Charging away from the start line, 2.33 for the launch. Through Clark's and dropping down to the S's.
Yeah, Chris Beresford from London. It's good to see him back out. He had a shunt at St Gueno in France recently, but the car's all been rebuilt. This is a serious Impreza, folks. This one was built up here in Yorkshire as well, and I think Stephen Darley had a lot to do with this car as well. So it may look pretty ordinary, but it's absolutely not an ordinary car. Yes, he's not as quick as Damien's car at the moment, and I wouldn't expect it to be. The Red Baron is certainly setting the pace, but Chris, he's be pleased to get in the runoff. He's done very well. In fact, normally in his own class, he usually wins the class. So anyway, we're going to look at him now. Here he comes down through the farmhouse buildings. Yeah, gets some breaks into farmhouse now, gets it round. All that power, that four-wheel drive, 600 horsepower. He'll put that down now. He'll be back. 85.90 through, 78 through the speed trap there. He's about 3 seconds down on Damien at the moment, and he's heading up towards the finish in a time of 69.43.
Well, that's not a bad improvement over his qualifying, which was a 71.4. On the start line now, Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche, qualified on a 71.01. So we've already seen that both drivers so far in the runoff have improved. So can Jonathan do the same? He's away and off and running. 2.65 for the launch, not quite as quick. Dropping down into the S's now, tail hanging out slightly as he went through Clark's. He's into the S's, 12.72 at the split.
Yeah, Jonathan from Taunton. He's had this car about 40 years. There's no modern technology on this car. It's old school car. Skillful bit of driving too. Jonathan, very experienced driver. Shares the car with Laura Wardle. But if you want to buy a Porsche, what a fabulous example. He had the engine rebuilt last year for the first time in about 30 years or more. So what can he do? So at the moment he's actually only a couple of seconds down on Damien, but he's got only two-wheel drive, rear wheel drive, so a lot of traction over the rear wheels with the engine in the back. Anyway, just have a little listen to this lovely air-cooled 6-cylinder 3-litre Porsche. Look at that, fabulous. Doesn't that sound absolutely terrific? Heading up the straight there, going to be heading up towards the finish. 75 through the speed trap. He's about 4 seconds down at the moment on Damien's pace, which you'd expect, I think. 71.33 goes third. Slightly
slower than he qualified. So we now have on the start line Richard Snow in his Porsche, qualified on a 70.34. that would only give him third place at the moment in the runoff. He's away off the line. 2.66 for the launch, slowest so far. Already dropping down into the S's. So the S is 12.53, a little bit quicker than Jonathan Williamson, but quite a bit behind the leading runners. From Richard Snow into and out of Chippies.
Yeah, so Richard in his Cayman, as I say, he's a very rapid driver. He's been holding class records around the country in various classes, various hills. But this car is a brand new Porsche, really. Got all the right toys on it. It'll have all the traction control, everything going for it. Don't know if it's a four-wheel drive version, but either way, it's
he's up on Chris Beresford at Orchard. So can he improve more?
Yeah, so here he comes now out of the farmhouse, puts all that power of that 500 horsepower he's got in that car. Immensely powerful car, 86 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish now. What's the times he going to do? A 67.36, which takes him second quickest thus far.
Right, well, he started to pick up. Actually, at Country Corner, he was fractionally up on Chris Beresford at that point. Stephen Moore off the start line already. No Richard Andrews. So no Richard Andrews in the runoff. Stephen Moore on the hill. A little bit slower on the first two splits. What's it going to be at Country? Heading up into Country, and at Country it's 26.4, second quickest.
He's got all the right bits on this car, four-wheel drive, 600 odd horsepower. So that's going to be handy in these conditions. Very experienced drivers, won the Midland Hillclimb Championship in the past. So he comes up from Steepleford near Salisbury. He's a farmer, mostly arable, got a big farm down there. But this weekend he's driving the first of his 3 Evo trucks. This is the quickest one. The Union Jack on the roof. Stephen Moore floors it up the straight there. It's 82 miles an hour on the straight. Now just looking at his sector times, he's a couple of seconds down on Damien Bradley. Heads towards the finish and goes second quickest with a 67.30.
Yes, so yeah, not a bad run. Stuart Reid on the start line with the 2:05, qualified on a 69.37. So he'll be looking for a 67 or quicker, and he's off and running already with a 2.86 for the launch. Dropping down into the S's. Down there, we're in 12.67. He's up on Jonathan Williamson. What can he do at Country? This is the all-important one. And out of Chippies, up into Country, 27.02. He's up on Richard Snow.
Well, he's batting well above his weight in this little Peugeot, I tell you. Only got two-wheel drive, but my goodness me, he can pedal this car. Comes from, I think, Blairgowrie in Scotland. He's down here with his father this weekend, and look at him go. What can he do? He loves upsetting the big runners and riders in their big four-wheel drive cars and massive horsepower. Here you got about 200 horsepower in this little Peugeot, screaming it up the straight there. Very, very brave, 80 miles an hour up the straight. Couple of seconds down on Damien Bradley, but that's to be expected against that big four-wheel drive Red Baron. He finishes in 4th place in the runoff with a 68.17.
68.17 on the start line. Donald McCaskill in the Mitsubishi, qualified on a 68.67, and he's away. 2.46 for the launch, fractionally slower than Damien Bradley. And down into the S's, 11.81. So he's quicker than everybody apart from our leader. What can he do into Country Corner? 26.07. He's up on the clock on Stephen Moore.
Well, this is a massively powerful Evo. He told me this is terrifying to drive in the wet. It's got about 1,000 horsepower in this car. It's not just got turbochargers on, it's got a supercharger as well. Anyway, he successfully gets it round Orchard. He's coming into Farmhouse now. If he can get it round Farmhouse, then boots it up the straight with that four-wheel drive and all that horsepower. Doing a good job so far, I must admit. He's just fractionally down at the moment, but this is a very good run indeed. 82 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish. 65.64 takes him second.
And on the start line, Steve Darley. Now we're going on board at the moment with Steve on the online feed, so we're off and running. 2.22 for the launch. Dropping down into the S's already. 11, no problems through the S's, clipping those marker posts. Good tight line on the exit of Chippy's, heading up into Country Corner. 25.1 at that point. He's up on the clocks by half a second. Steve Darley charging through Willow, heading towards Orchard, and the split at Orchard, 38.91.
Well, he's absolutely on a mission here, folks. We've got a drying track. We've got a very talented driver. He owns this car. He built this car. It's called the Red Baron. Here he goes now. He's trying to win this tin top runoff today. At the moment, Damien Bradley is beating him, but let's see. 84 miles an hour. He's in green sectors all the way at the moment. He's only got to get around Quarry Corner. He gets round the finish. 64.21 takes him into the lead.
So that just leaves Simon Bainbridge in the chrono, qualified on a 63.31. If you can repeat that time, he will take the win-off realm with a win. Now, away we go, off and running. 2.64 for the launch, and we're on the live feed with a view from the splitter at the front of the car. 11.3. For the split, he's behind at this point, still rounding Chippy's, heading up towards Country Corner, and at Country Corner he's in the lead with a 24.13.
Neck and neck, but he's just in the lead. This magnificent Kronos, this big turbocharger Audi engine, blooming great big four-wheel drive system. It's a unique looking car. We've not seen anything else like it on the hill, and it growls and is so deceptively quick, this car. You watch as he floors. He's in third gear coming out of there, and he stays in third gear. He doesn't change up. My goodness me, he was 100 miles an hour through there. Oh my word, he's going to smash this. I'm telling you now. Go on through the finish. 61 takes the runoff win in the tin tops. 61 seconds. Well done, Simon Bainbridge. Nearly 3 seconds quicker, Steve.
Absolutely amazing. The only place where he wasn't quicker was the launch off the line.
Oh, incredible.
So, fantastic run.
Fabulous run by Simon Bainbridge. Well done to him. Well done to all of them in great difficult conditions. Everybody got to the top, did brilliantly, didn't they?
Yeah, so Simon Bainbridge wins with a 61 seconds. Steve Darley second, 64.21. And Damien Bradley third, 65.18. But it's all action down at the start. And we have our first runner for the top 12 runoff, Sean Gould, car number 7, qualified on a 56.77. We just didn't have the time to give you all the runners and riders in this, but we're moving very rapidly through this. Organisers have got things ready. So Sean, the first to go. He was the slower of the two cars in this particular car, and the only two that were shared. But we've got some incredible cars coming up, getting in the runoff for the first time for a long time. Darren Gumbley, Jason Tunnicliffe in there, Tom Weaver, Jack Cottrell, Paul Hames, David Warburton. And then we get the usual suspects at the top end, but Alex Cole's fastest qualifier. So Sean Gould sitting on the start line. Visor is still up. and he's wondering what the delay is, and he's asking them to push him back off the start. So it may be that he noticed that it was starting to overheat or something, but so we're not sure what the delay is. So I say Sean Gould first. Darren Gumbley, car number 95, is second fastest qualifier. Second slowest qualifier, 58.99. Then number 2, Alex Summers, 58.9. The fourth car we'll see Jason Tunnicliffe, car number 96, qualified on a 58.8. Tom Weaver qualified on a 58.57 in car number 80. Then it's number 9, Jack Cottrell, qualified on a 58.09. Then it's car number 10, Paul Hames, qualified on a 58.05. Then it's number 8, David Warburton, on a 57.95. Then Wallace Mingies, 57.23. Will Hall, 56.95. Matt Ryder, number 1, 56.66. And fastest qualifier, car 111, Alex Coles, 56.60. So we're now realigning Sean Gould on the start line. I'm not quite sure what the delay was. It looked like we were going to be rattling through the 2 runoffs in
it looked like record time, didn't it? But yeah.
So Sean Gould on the start line, visor down, revs rising. And away we go. Off and running in the runoff. 2.41 for the first 64 foot. Sean, back end steps out a little bit as he goes through Clark's. Down into the S's, 10.06. Rounding Chippies into Chippies, should I say. Now out of Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner, and the split there, 21.62.
On a rapidly drying track now as well, so Sean Gould, very experienced driver, of course. He knows all about this car, he builds them. It's got all the right bits on it, got that massively powerful Judd V8 in the back. He'll be hoping to hand over to Matthew Ryder shortly, but not before he's put down a scintillating type. Right, blast it now up the straight now. Go on then, Sean. Yeah, he's absolutely flying, isn't he? He's going to be our fastest so far. He was. He's now heading up towards the finish. We're not getting any interceptor times. So he finishes in a time of 49.07. So Sean is currently our leader and setting the pace.
Yeah, very good off the line, 2.41. So on the start line now, Darren Gumbley in the Force TA, qualified on a 58.99, and on the live feed we've got dual screen, we've got the trackside, and we've got an in-car. So Darren sitting on the start. He's wondering why the green light hasn't come on. Revs rising and we're off and running. So Darren Gumbley 2.42 for the launch, only 100 slower than Sean Gould. Down into the S's, and the split in the S's 10.84, so he's already dropped nearly 0.8 of a second down. Rounding Chippies, heading up towards Country, and the split at Country 23.43.
Yeah, Darren from the Team Valley, of course, he's showing with Paul Jones this weekend. But anyway, the sun's come out. Now the track is drying. This is going to affect things quite a lot, actually. It's going to help the later runners, I fancy. So anyway, here comes Gummers as he comes round Farmhouse here now. Little higher booster engine in the back, so a little Wizzy motorbike engine screaming away there. That was looking good so far, but he's well down on Sean Gould, heading towards the finish. He's going to do a time of 52.03.
And 52.03, that's crikey, over 6 seconds quicker than he qualified. Next to the start line, waiting there patiently, is Alex Summers in the AFS, and he qualified on a 58.90. I would imagine he's going to be down somewhere in, I would have thought, the 51 second bracket on this course, maybe even to the 50s. We'll have to wait and see.
You know the timing's not right, don't you? But the timing's stopping at the speed trap. The timing's stopping, but that isn't the timing's done. That came up, and the 49 of Sean's came up before we got to the finish.
Oh, okay, so what we've got here, Trev, is
we've got the proper time.
Well, I think we have a problem with the timing at the moment. I've just had Trevor Willis come in to see us and explain something to us. So we think the timing is wrong at the moment. So those cars may well have to have a rerun. So we're just going to wait and see what's going on, Steve.
Yeah, I think what they... Well, I'm not sure how they're going to get those two cars back to the start for Sean and Darren to take their runs ahead of Alex, because there'll be a fair bit of congestion down at the bottom of the hill. So it's really down to the organising team. But as we had Trevor Willis pop into the commentary box to explain what he thought was happening, and I think it must be a problem with the signals that the timekeepers are getting, and the clock is stopping prematurely before the car finishes the course. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. So we're as much in the dark as everybody.
Yes, no doubt they'll be working to fix things, and that's obviously why we got the delay on the start line. Timing glitches do happen in this game, but obviously it's absolutely vitally important. Everything is 100% accurate, and we're grateful for Trevor popping down there from the top of the hill to explain that the timing wasn't right.
In fact, looking at Sean's time, he came out of Farmhouse and the split was 46.46. And his finishing time came up as 49.07. Right, yeah. And he certainly can't do that in less than 3 seconds.
No, not even Sean Gould.
So yes, I think what's been happening is, as they go through the speed trap, that's been tripping the clock to stop the time for the run. So that'll have to be looked at. So we are only speculating at the moment.
We are. Well, we've managed to successfully run the Tin Top Challenge, haven't we? Which was brilliantly won by Simon Bainbridge, and this is a steward's inquiry.
Not so much of the we just stood back and let it happen.
Well, yes, true.
The organising team have done a fantastic job so far today.
They have indeed.
And I think while this little hiatus is on, I'm going to take the chance of having a cup of
your fine
whatever it is.
Well, what you brought with you today? Coffee or something? Is it
a 3-in-1 latte?
A 3-in-1 latte, living the dream, eh, Steve? Living the dream. My goodness me! Wow. Well, at least the weather's cleared up at the moment, and it's looking quite good even in the distance. So fingers crossed. But hopefully they'll get the timing glitch sorted out. I wonder if they'll send a car up to sort of check if it's working. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not quite sure how the regs work, but I have a sneaking suspicion that they'd have to get Darren and Sean back to the start line to run in sequence.
Yes.
So we'll just have to wait and see how that is.
And Sean, of course, is sharing with Matthew Ryder, so probably have to put a bit more fuel in the car. And of course, we've got all the time, the track is drying. So
we may have the situation where Matt Ryder is already in the car down in the chute.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So that's the other problem that we might have.
Yeah.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
But,
well, this drying track is going to surely suit the later runners, I'd have thought, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, at the moment, Alex Summers has removed the skid lid.
So the engine's switched off, and Alex has qualified the car for a runoff, which is good to see.
Yeah, you've got to remember, you do get very, very hot wearing crash helmets and, Nomex balaclavas.
Yeah, of course.
And when you sat in the car, there's very little wind to cool you down, so it is, you do get very, very hot and sweaty.
Indeed. Well, it's good to see Alex qualifying this car for the runoff.
Yes.
I've seen him finish as high as fifth in this car.
We've got some interesting cars in when you think about who's got in and who hasn't. We've got Jason Tunnicliffe in, I think maybe for his first championship runoff. I may be wrong. Darren Gumbley's in for again. Tom Weaver in again. Paul Hames, who didn't qualify previously here. Was he here in May?
Can't remember off the top of my head.
Right.
I think he was. I'm not sure, actually. I can't remember. He might have been on
Dave
holiday.
Warburton's in. So we've got quite a few of the smaller engine cars in the runoff.
I think if it had stayed wet, and he'd had no issues with the timing, I think Alex Coles would have had a chance of winning in the wet.
Yeah.
Looking at the way he went.
Yes, he was very, very quick.
He was very fearless, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, it is the miracle of youth.
Well, it is.
You are fearless. And if you look at it, there's quite a few young drivers in there at the moment.
I think he's actually a massive 20 years old now.
Oh, it's a whole 20.
A whole 20 years old now, I think.
Yes.
He's here with his dad, Neil, of course, and in the car that he shares with Calvin Broad very successfully this year. And Calvin's up here cheering him on this weekend. He's not driving this weekend.
No, but it's, I'm not sure whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing. Not to have another driver in the car, because I always found when I shared other people's cars, they were getting into a car that was all nice and warm and everything was working properly, and they didn't have a problem in getting a quick time. And I shared a catering with Steve Liptrot on a couple of occasions where we were between us were just annihilating the class record one after another, and it was all down to the fact that I was getting the car nice and warm, and then Steve would get in. It was in optimum condition, and he could just drive the wheels off it. And it was so infuriating because I would break the class record. He'd get in and knock a few tenths off it without any difficulty.
Oh wow! You had quite a career then in racing.
Well, I drove a lot of other people's cars.
Did you?
I did a series of articles for Speed Team magazine,
right?
Where I did sort of little small articles about having driven a tin top. I think in 1 year I drove 2 single-seaters, a tin top, and a kit car in 1 year, and I sort of wove it into a little article for Speed Scene. And I drove the nicest of the true kit cars that I drove, because I don't think the Caterham was a true kit car, it's more a production car, was the Shelsley 2T.
Okay.
That was an absolutely cracking little car with the Rover V6 engine, 2.4 Rover V6 engine in it. Absolutely super car. the only problem I had with the car, and the owner of the car and constructor was very apologetic to tell him when he handed the car keys over to me and said, everything will be fine, just be careful of the fact that the tyres are knackered.
Right.
And they were right down to the wear stops on the tyres. So
you could get in all right then, Steve, because you're a big fella, so
yeah.
Big tall chap and all that. So, well, the conditions are certainly going to change the complexity of this runoff too, aren't they now?
I think at the moment, with the track drying as it is, with the wind, the strong wind we've got, then it's going to be interesting to see how much quicker people are than their qualifying time.
Do you think some of them will be coming out on slicks?
Well,
you know, the late guys.
Well, I think everybody who's down there now will be on wets.
Yep.
So it may get to the point where they ask to be allowed to go to the top to change onto slicks if the conditions, if we have to wait any longer, the conditions might be improving so greatly that it would be hugely disadvantageous to run on intermediates.
Well, I'm not even convinced they've got many intermediates there, because I think most of the ones I've seen up in the paddock are either wets or slicks. I'm not convinced there's many intermediates.
What a lot of people used to do was to get a part-worn set of slicks and just have three grooves put in, and they were the intermediates.
Oh,
and
I see.
They were better than a wet and better than a slick in certain conditions.
Now, I've just seen a red Golf going down to the start there. So,
he didn't qualify,
and
surely.
He certainly didn't, but what's he going down? Is he going down to do some fiddling about with some timing and all that sort of thing? I haven't actually seen many cars down there.
Message from Mr. Danby. There may be light rain on the way.
There could be rain
There
on
may
the
be
way.
trouble ahead.
There may be trouble ahead. Yeah, well, there you go. You see, folks, bit of rain, who knows? But at the moment, from where we're sat, it doesn't look too bad, I must admit. But the longer this delay goes on, the more chance of Mr. Rain coming to see us.
There's a bit of activity now.
Oh, yes.
Words are being exchanged.
There is words being exchanged, but I don't actually see many single-seaters down there at the moment. I know we can't see a lot here, but just looking down there, I don't actually see many there. So
no, they're all...
I think they're playing their cards.
They're all in the section from behind.
Yeah, you think they're hiding down there, do you?
The bottom.
Well, that'd be interesting.
I'm not sure what Alex is doing at the moment. He's he's getting out of the car.
Oh, he is. Oh, gosh, he's got his hands device off. Yes, he is getting out of the car. What's this mean, then? Oh, scratch.
Right, well, the message from the paddock is that all the cars at the bottom of the hill will be convoyed to the top of the hill, which is why that red Golf was going down, and he will lead them to the top of the hill, and they can then change tyres if they wish, top up the fuel if they wish, and then the whole top 12 is going to be rerun, which means that both Sean Gould and Darren Gumbley will get reruns. So that seems to be the situation as we stand. Interesting.
Oh, we have a phone call.
I'll switch off.
Yeah.
Hello. Right, well, we've just had confirmation that they're actually, the Volkswagen Golf is being lined up at the start line just to test the section times, I believe. But then the other cars that are at the bottom of the cars at the bottom of the hill will be driven slowly to the top of the hill, and then we'll start the whole run-off again with Sean Gould and then Darren Gumbly leading the way.
Wow, have you seen this before, Steve?
To give you the short answer, no.
Yeah, interesting. All the years you've been doing it.
I've never seen this happen. I have seen people in run-offs being flagged because a car ahead of them had dropped something on the track, so they then had to get that car back down to the start because they have to run in strict sequential order of qualifying. So I've seen that happen, but I've never seen the situation where the whole run-off has had to be restarted.
So you mentioned a point there. So in strict order of qualifying, so that, I didn't realise that you couldn't.
Well, yes, the only thing that against strict order of qualifying is you've got a shared car like Sean and Matt in their Gould. The slower of those two has to go first before because they can't put them up the hill in their order because they qualified in second and third place. So you can't have a car go up third last and then the next guy has to wait to the changeover. So what you do is you run the second car. Yeah, we're getting some splits coming up with the Golf going up the hill.
We're not getting splits.
Yeah, we are. The clock's running.
The clock's running, but we're not getting split times.
Oh, right.
We have a bit of a glitchy situation here. We've got Alex Summers is going off the line.
Yeah, we've got a split now at Country. So yeah, we've got a split at Country, so that'll do.
Have we? Where's the time then?
Well, it froze momentarily.
Oh, did it?
You've got to watch this time
Right.
on the screen.
Yeah.
And he's coming up now to Orchard, and you'll suddenly see it stop. There you go.
Okay.
And then it picks up again.
Right. Yeah.
After a certain length of time on the feed. So yes, we are getting splits at the moment. The big one really is the split after Farmhouse out, because that was everything was working fine up to that point.
Yes.
But then we had this little problem.
Well, there's about 1, 2, 3, 4 in convoy down there. 5, there's Alex, yeah. So about 6 cars on the track at the moment. So I suspect they'll probably change the slicks.
Yeah, we've got a finish time for the Golf, so
right.
That's all working.
Yeah, we got a couple of them. Look, there's Jason Tannitor. That's Tom Weaver, isn't it? Of course.
Yeah.
Tom
Weaver
for the runoff.
Jack Cottrell should be behind him.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. That's right. So, well, with fingers crossed, they'll get themselves back to the paddock, get sorted out. Jack Cottrell, Paul Haynes. Well, interesting situation. Dry, Steve, but if you look over to the left, right over to the left, that looks a wee bit damp.
Well, yeah. I think that's what we get over there.
Yes.
Where that broadcasts.
Yeah, well, I kind of don't like the look of that. I don't like the look of that.
No.
So it's going to be decision time up in the paddock, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we've had the situation where the track has been bathed in sunshine, everything's dry, and when you drive out of the circuit, the main road there is absolutely sodden.
Really?
Because it's rained over there.
Oh, my word.
And it's been fine here.
Well.
So it can be very localised.
Well.
And I've actually been sat in the commentary box in sunshine, and the other side of the hill, you couldn't see it for the rain.
Wow.
You know, the other side of the valley.
Yeah.
So Darren Gumbley is sitting in the paddock at the moment on jacks.
He is.
Still with wets on.
He's got to make that decision. And if you look, I still think over there that looks a bit dampy.
Well, it could be, but at the moment you've got to gauge the track on what you've just. So the guys who are at the bottom, who've just driven up, will have a better idea of what the conditions are like compared to those who haven't.
Looking at that, you might think if somebody could get down that quick on the slicks,
well, if you noticed,
give it a go.
Wallace Menges, Will Hall, Matt Ryder and Alex Coles weren't down the bottom of the hill. They didn't come up.
No.
So they were still in the paddock.
Oh, well, they were playing their cards tight to their chest, weren't they? Which is understandable. Yeah, it's all a...
Well, I can remember in a runoff one year when I was acting as runner for one of the commentators. There was one of the cars jacked up and it had slicks on the front and wets on the back. And they couldn't make their mind up which they were going to run. So they had a set, 2 of each on the car, and they were just waiting.
Yeah.
You know, that's just confirmation over the paddock PA that the top 12 runoff will take place before the lunch break. Because even though we've had 2 cars go up the hill and the times have been discounted, we have started the runoff and we have to finish it.
Wow. All this excitement, Steve, eh? What do we reckon? But it is very interesting stuff here because the cars will be at the top of the hill and they'll be gambling. Do they go on the slicks or do they think there's more rain? Rich was quite convinced there was more rain coming. And I must admit, just looking over there to our sort of left-hand side, that does look a bit damp. So we'll have to see. It's the gamble time, isn't it?
Very much so, yes. Very much so.
Yeah. And of course the cars can run on a damp track on slicks. They still get traction from those slicks because of the compound of the tyres. So generally the full wet system works brilliantly if it is properly wet. But if it's just damp, it tends to just rip the tyres out, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I think the problem is if it's not too wet, by the time you get to the top of the hill, the blocks on the tyres are moving so much, they're generating so much heat. That's when you get problems of the tyres almost failing. So you can get the chunks flying off the tyres. So they are sort of temperature sensitive.
Yes, we don't have as much wind as we had yesterday. It was really windy yesterday. And as you know, but just looking at those clouds, Steve, they're sort of gently drifting towards us, aren't they?
Well, yes. The whole weather system really usually goes along the valley.
Right.
So it's going sort of from our left to right.
Yes.
But you do tend to get the weather that's over the far side of the valley, but further down towards Harewood.
Okay.
So that's the direction that it usually comes from.
So if we were looking over to our left, do we think that that's a sort of a westerly direction?
It's that ridge over the far side of the valley where there's those you can see a big hump in the trees, and that's the area that I always look to, and that's what I always reckon we're going to get next.
Okay. Yeah.
So Charlie Fraser said I'd change to slicks. And I think I would agree with you if I was one of the top 3 qualifiers.
Well, I think it's
and Morgan Jenkins he should know, says yes, it's drying up.
Without a question of
a bit
doubt.
like the commentators.
Well, yes, that's true. We're waiting for some more action, folks. We won't be very long. I'm sure we'll be back in action. But this is some very difficult decisions for our competitors up the top. And the trouble is, they might be sat down there waiting for their go, mightn't they? You know. So
I think Jensen's photography, new track record incoming, is a little bit optimistic.
Yes, might be
this afternoon.
Yeah,
Joe Hayes has his money on the Golf winning the runoff.
Well, it's got a chance at the way it's going at the moment. Yeah, definitely four-wheel drive Golf or something like that, eh? Turbocharged Golf R. What about that?
Donald McCaskill in the wet.
I'm expecting a 45-second run from that Golf. Well, I think we're all big fans of this red Golf, this famous red Golf it went down to the start line, but it looks like they're happy that things are okay.
I'm not going to read that out because I don't think I can pronounce that word there.
Plymouthodian. Plymouthodian.
Yes.
Well,
so that's Chubby 555.
Yeah.
Must be from Plymouth. Yes.
I would have said
he's been out having a game of bowls this morning.
If it had gone wet, I would kind of agree. I think he's got a very good chance. And he's a very brave young driver and a great, very capable car. And of course, all the power of those 4-litre Judds and the like, it's negated, isn't it? In these conditions,
you can have too much power and too much torque.
Yeah.
In wet conditions.
Yeah.
And we've seen the people in the tin top runoff, the people knocking the biggest chunks of time off were the guys in the 2-litre tin tops. They took great big huge chunks out of their times.
Now, how long do you think they're going to give them? Because to get down to the start, you know, it doesn't take long to change a few tyres, does it?
Yeah, we've lost our camera in the paddock. If we could have seen Mr. Gumby's. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. So well, that's Gummers, isn't it?
Dazza's getting in the car, and he's still got the wets on.
Okay.
Can we see any? Mr. Tunnicliffe doesn't seem to be changing the tyres.
No.
Mr. Cottrell doesn't seem to be changing the tyres.
But maybe, yeah.
So they may be staying on wets on the basis that that might be the best solution at the bottom of the hill, where we
slicks on the rear for Darren Gumbley.
For Dazza.
So they're going to use the wets on the front to give them a bit more turning, perhaps.
Yeah, that'll be the case. Yeah, I've seen that before.
And I see, look, there's Richard Spedding there with him.
Yes, Mr. Speeding.
He is indeed. Yeah, runs a similar car, of course, doesn't he? Having a year out, Richard, this year. Helping other competitors. But anyway, cars are going to the start. That looks like Sean Gould. Is it? Is that the Gould? Or is that Darren? That may be Darren.
No, it's not Darren. I think that's Sean.
Yeah.
Heading down to the start.
Yeah, may well be. Might be, yeah. Oh, he's got tyre warmers on the front there.
Not tyre warmers.
No, tyre covers.
They're not tyre warmers, they're tyre covers.
Tyre covers?
Yes.
Right, that's just to keep...
They don't warm the tyres.
So they're just... Yes, they're not allowed to use them this year,
They were outlawed, tyre warmers.
So he's got tyre covers on there.
The black plastic covers have been, that they used to wrap them in, they've been outlawed, I believe.
Yeah,
but tyre covers can be used.
Okay.
I remember one year there were 2 or 3 competitors acquired those Ford Galaxies people carriers.
Oh yeah.
And they put their spare sets of slicks in plastic bags in the back of the Ford Galaxies when it was a sunny day to heat them up.
Did they really?
And it got more core temperature into them. So Sean Gould coming to the start line. And Sean will be our first runner again in the runoff. And we've got Darren heading down to the start. So this, hopefully, once we get into the swing of things, this should be going. Now, Sean is on slicks. So that's We can confirm that from here because we can see him on the screen, and they are definitely not grooved. So our first runner on slicks being lined up, Sean Gould. And waiting patiently down at the bottom, you can see Tom New, and I think that's Caroline Ryder down at the bottom of the hill. So revs rising, going through the launch control system. And Sean preparing, closes the visor, revs rising. And away we go, and we're back underway again. 2.57 for the first 64 foot, slower than he was on that first run. Dropping down into the S is 10.85, again slower. Now we're into the very damp looking S's and chippies, heading up in towards Country Corner, and the split at Country Corner 23.42.
Yeah, Steve's writing the splits down. They're not shown on our screen, but Steve's writing them down as he sees them. Here he comes now into Orchard now. Sean, I'm not quite sure whether he's on slicks all round. We'll have to wait and see. Very experienced driver. Still a damp track. No water coming off the tyres though. So he comes round Farmhouse. They'll boot him now. There'll be 100 plus up here for sure. 115. Through the speed trap there, heading up towards the finish. Finishes in a time of 57.35.
Yeah, 57.35. He was 49.19 on the exit of Farmhouse. So on the start line, Darren Gumbley in the Force TA. Now Darren has got slicks on the rear and wets on the front, so it should aid the turn in. We also have on the live feed an onboard camera on the Force, mounted above Darren's head, and he's off and running, heading away from the start. 2.65 for the launch, slightly slower at that point than Sean, dropping down into the S's, 11.22. He's still down on the clocks. Through the S's, looking very neat and tidy, going well. Little bit of a spin there, and coming to a halt backwards onto the grass, and that is going to be a failed run for Darren Gumbley.
Well, we've still got a damp track, haven't we, Steve? So where's Darren come to grief? Down there, down at Chippies, is it?
Yes, he's going into Chippies. The back end got away from him, and that might be the reason, because of the slicks on the rear. Maybe didn't gave him lots of push going into the corner, but lost the grip at slower speed.
He was going well at that stage, to be fair, but anyway, they'll be dealing with him now. He's perfectly all right. I'm sure the car's perfectly all right. They're going to see if they can get him. He's getting out the car at the minute.
I think he wants to check the back end, to be honest.
Does he? Oh no, they're pushing it. Because, yeah, the turning circle's not great on these cars, is it?
Tell me about it.
It's a bit like my Volvo Estate. I think it's like a super tanker, you know.
I had a Reynard Formula 3 car for a while, and to get it turned round in my very wide driveway was a 16.2. It was absolute nightmare.
Goodness me. Well, anyway, they've got him more or less pointing in the right direction, haven't they?
More or less.
And so he's going to jump back in and cruise up to the top.
Yeah, well, the problem is, of course,
when you
get back in, you've got to have all your straps and stuff fastened up again to be on the safe side. Yeah.
Well, Gummers is back in. He's putting the detachable steering wheel back on, a la Formula 1.
They're very good. When I shared an OMS, the guy handed me the steering wheel and said, "You put it on." And I said, "Why are you telling me to put it on?" He says, "Because if I put it on and it comes off, it's my fault."
Oh my word. Well, Gummers has got the car going, little bike engine in the back there, obviously, so he's on his way up the hill now. He's just coming around Willow, heading up towards Orchard. He'll go back into the paddock, and then we'll be looking to see Alex Summers, I think.
Yep, Alex should be the next on the start line. Meanwhile, Darren meanders his way up to the top of the hill. Now it's amazing, now that the rain stopped, the camera looking back to Farmhouse is working. It's dried out.
It's dried out, yeah.
So we're back to full vision.
It's there's a bit of breeze blowing, isn't there? And mercifully at the moment it's sort of dry. The track is drying, so it's all a bit of a gamble on what to chuck on the car.
So back at the start line, Alex Summers is about to bring the AFS to the start line. Alex qualified for the runoff on a 58.9. And it looks like he's running wets on the front and slicks on the rear as well. And we also have an onboard camera with Alex Summers. So we're getting poised for the start. And away we go. Alex is off and running. 2.8 for the launch, slower than Darren Gumbley at that point. Dropping down into the S's. 11.09, slightly slower than Sean. Into Chippies. Ooh, a little bit of a scrabble round Chippies. Let's put in a bit of opposite lock. Now into Country Corner. Car seems to be more settled through Country. Now into Willow. Charging up towards Orchard. And at Orchard, 36.21. Still slower than Sean at that time.
Yeah, heading up towards the finish now. Alex Summers, 108 miles an hour through the speed trap. Now he's got to get it round Quarry here. He's fractionally down on Sean Gould at this stage. Goes through the finish at 58.26 seconds so far. So good time from Alex there. It's a very tricky track out there at the moment. Who we think we got next then, Steve? Jason Tunnicliffe.
Jason Tunnicliffe. Now Jason is also running wets on the front, slicks on the rear. He's qualified on a 58.8. 1 litre turbocharged GSXR engine in the back of the Empire. He's away from the start line. 3.06 for the launch, slowest so far. Dropping down into the S's, and the split there 11.1, so just fractionally slower than Alex Summers, but a spin or half spin for Jason. Keeps the power on. He's carrying on up the hill, so he will get a time, but the car is very twitchy coming out of Country.
Yeah, he's lost about 3.5 seconds anyway, so I think that... Oh, he's gone off again. Okay, so this is not a good run for Jason.
No, he actually nudged into the Recticel as well on the outside of Willow.
Unfortunate stuff. This damn
that'll
track.
Be a failed run. So the good news is that everybody who gets to the top with a time will get at least a point. Because we have 2 fails.
Yeah, I'm surprised after his sort of half spin he still carried on trying to go so quick, but there we go. Yeah, that's racing, isn't it? So it's going to make another interesting thing, isn't it? Because there's going to be a delay here, Steve. This could affect things on tyre choice.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how many of the competitors have actually gone down to the start.
Well, I haven't seen that many, have you? But then again, have we been watching? But
I was just about to say, but I've not been watching.
Indeed. Well, this is certainly an interesting runoff, isn't it, Steve? We're getting it all happening going on here.
I mean, it's a long time since I saw a runoff where we've had 2 failed runs in a runoff.
Yeah.
Usually you might get 1.
Right.
You know, that's not uncommon, but it's very uncommon to have 2 people spin off. Anyway, he's got the car started again, driving to the top of the hill. So hopefully no damage, and we'll see Jason taking his class run this afternoon. In fact, from what I can see from this distance, it doesn't look to have any bodywork damage at all. I think all he's done is just nudge into the recticel, which is very forgiving. It doesn't seem to be it. Or is it me, or does that wing look slightly down on the left-hand side at the front? No, it's
yeah, possibly. I guess
a little bit down.
He'll have a look at it when he gets up, but at least the car's running. There's no obvious damage, and he was trying hard. Obviously, he's a quick driver. Comes from Wells in Somerset. Got a garage business, so he knows how to fix cars. So he's a good man for the job.
He's got a job for lunchtime then.
He's got a job for lunchtime. That's it. To get the gravel off it, perhaps.
No, I don't think there's no gravel on the
is there no gravel there?
Grass.
Just recticel, was it?
Just go straight across the grass, and of course, damp grass is an accelerant. You get onto the damp grass, you go quicker.
Yes, it's not a great place to be, is it? No.
So he's cleared the course, so we should be in a situation where we bring the next car to the line. And that should be Tom Weaver. In fact, I think Tom Weaver's on the line. He is. So Tom is sat on the line waiting to go. Qualified on a 58.57. So he's going through his start line procedure, making sure everything's correct, ready to go. Closes the visor. Revs rising, and away we go. And away from the start line. 3.29 for the launch, as predicted by one of our subscribers, getting poor launch times. And down into the S's, 12.44 for Tom Weaver, quite a bit slower. And slightly sideways in the middle of the S's there for Tom Weaver. Coming out of Chippies now, up into Country Corner, 25.78. He's ahead of Jason Tunnicliffe at that point. And into Willow and away. Yeah, young Tom Weaver from Ludlow in this little 1 litre car. What can he do? The track is very tricky at the moment, I must admit, and he is a bit down at the moment, to be fair. I think it'd be an absolute miracle. Here he comes now. He's doing his very best in this little powered car. But anyway, he's through the speed trap there. He's heading up towards the finish. It's a decent run, but probably won't be quick enough. So heads to the finish with a 61.09, and he's currently in third position, but will score a point with that. So on the start line, Jack Cottrell qualified on a 58.09 with the Dallara. Visor down. Revs rising. And he's running wets on the front and slicks on the rear. And away we go. And 2.71 for the launch, second quickest. Heading down into the S's, and it's 10.89, only fractionally slower than Sean Gould at that point. Weaving his way through the S's into Chippies, now heading up to Country Corner, and at the split at Country Corner, 23.47, 500ths down.
Heading towards Willow, so it's neck and neck really, there's nothing much in it. Jack is a very talented young driver, the car's quick, he's quick, and he gets round. Yeah, he gets round Orchard. He's showing slightly up at the moment. Comes out of Farmhouse in now. Boots it now. Come on then, Jack. See if you can get a run-off win. How about that? That'd be good. 122 miles an hour through the speed trap. Green sectors. Oh my goodness me, he's on a mission. 55.72. That takes him nearly 2 seconds quicker.
Absolutely belting run there from Jack Cottrell. It all came together as soon as he got out of Country Corner. He was on a par with Sean at that time, but then he overhauled him all the way to the top of the hill. So a great run there from Jack. On the start line, Paul Haynes qualified on a 58.05 in the Gould GR59 with the turbocharged booster, and he's away. And it's 3.28 for the launch. Not as quick as others. Dropping down into the S's. What's the split going to be down here? 11.65. That's the slowest so far. Sorry, Tom Weaver was slower. Paul Hames, meanwhile, heading up towards Country Corner. And at Country Corner, the split, 24.15.
Successful run, but he's about 0.7 down at the moment on Jack Cottrell, who's leading the way. This turbocharged booster engine in the back of it. He's a very, very good driver indeed. And actually, he's made up quite a bit of time now. He's only 0.02 down. That's fantastic stuff. Into Farmhouse. Come on then, Paul. What have we got for us? He is absolutely flying. 116 miles an hour. He's in green sectors. This is amazing stuff. Heading towards the finish. He does a time of 55.97, just second. Wow, still a great run though.
On the start line, David Warburton in the Gould GR59, 1.6 litre normally aspirated Hayabusa. He's off and running, and it's 2.75 for the launch, 400 slower than Jack Cottrell. Dropping down into the S's, 10.53. He's ahead of Jack at that point by 3/10. Rounding chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. And the split at Country Corner, 22.12, well in the lead at this point.
Absolutely well in the lead. Brilliant driver, young David. He's here now. Then this little Gould, this little Hayabusa engine in the back of it, screaming away there. Coming down to the farmhouse buildings now. At the moment, he's showing about nearly 2 seconds ahead. My goodness me. Come on then, young David. What can he do? Can he get a run-off win in this little Gould? 104 miles an hour, still up. He's still well up. Yeah, he's going to do this, folks. He's going to go into the lead at 54.20. Brilliant time.
Absolutely superb run there from David Warburton. And initial launch and down to the S's, not as quick as the other competitors, but suddenly it found the pace all through the twisty bits. On the start line, Wallace Mingies qualified on a 57.23 in the Gould GR59. Just getting it lined up precisely. Now, can I make out? Yes, he's on, I think he's on wets all round. And Wallace away from the start. 2.87 for the launch into Clark's. Dropping down into the S's. And 12.08. Quite slow down into the S's. Not as quick as I ever thought. What's it going to be at Country Corner? It's 23.94. Quite substantially slower than David Warburton.
Yeah, here comes Wallace, our 4-times champ. He's got some time to make up here, folks. The car's popping and banging as it comes around the orchard there. He's heading up towards the farmhouse buildings. At the moment, he's nearly 1.5 seconds down as we get Mr. Ross come to visit us. Here goes Wallace up the finishing straight now. Comes 116 miles an hour, heads into Quarry. No, he's not going to do it, folks. He's done a time of 55.97. That takes him third. So at the moment, David Warburton leads the way.
On to the start line, Will Hall in another of the Gould GR59Js, qualified with a 56.95. So we're looking for something in the order of about 2.6, 2.7 for the launch. And it's 2.43, the fastest so far in the runoff for Will Hall. Can he keep that pace up down into the S's? 9.91, the first sub 10 seconds. Will Hall in the lead. Can he maintain that throughout the run? Heading up into Country Corner, 21.59, half a second up.
Yeah, brilliant. He won a runoff at Doon last week, nearly won the second one as well. So Will is on a mission this season. He's got the car absolutely dialed in. This lovely, friendly Midlander. And my goodness me, he can drive this car, can't he? Come on then, Will. Let's see if he can get another run-off. At the moment, he is up in the lead. Now, you watch it up the straight here. It'll be 100 plus through there. 118 miles an hour. Heading up towards Quarry. Come on, Will, you can do this. Heading in towards the finish. Does a 53.88. Takes him into the lead.
Yeah, well, from the get-go, Will was on the pace and led effectively throughout. Now on the start line, Matt Ryder qualified on a 56.66. And away we go, quickly into his stride. 2.48 for the launch, just 500 slower. Down into the S's, 9.55, he's up by 3/10 at that point. Out of chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. He's a second up, 20.59.
My goodness me, this young man can drive. He loves Harewood. He's a Hill record holder here. He just seems to know what to do up here, doesn't he? Matthew Ryder looking to win another runoff. At the moment, oh my goodness, he's at least a second up. He's going to get it round Farmhouse. I think he's got this in the bag if he can get up the straight successfully, get round Quarry. Looking good so far. My goodness me, he's up at the moment, heading in towards the finish. Does a time of 50.83 to take him into the lead.
Wow. It wasn't just quicker, it was way quicker than everybody else.
Incredible stuff.
So, on to the start line, car 111, Alex Coles qualified this 1.3 litre supercharged Hayabusa engine force on a 56.6. It's all to do. And it looks like he's on slicks all round. Away he goes from the start line, 2.46 for the launch, fractionally down into the S's, and it's 9.99, 4/10 down at that point. What's it going to be on the approach to Country Corner? He's out of chippies, heading up into country, 21.38, he's 0.7 down.
Yeah, unfortunately it's a big ask for Alex. I think if it had been wet he'd have been right there on the pace, but this little car has not really got the power of those big Goulds. Anyway, he's making a valiant effort. At the moment, he is down at the moment by over a second, so, but he's still in a great shape to get a great points here. So Alex Coles through the speed trap there, 111 miles an hour, heads towards the finish. Where's he going to finish? It won't win, but he finishes second. That's a staggering result. Well done.
Superb.
What was the time, Steve?
53.04.
53.04. My goodness me, what a brilliant run by Alex Coles. And Matthew Ryder, of course, takes the win.
Yes, the Harewood Meister.
He loves Harewood, doesn't he? But
Matt
Alex
Ryder
will be thrilled with that, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So the winner, Matt Ryder, won on a 50.83. Second, Alex Coles, 53.04. Will Hall third, 53.88, and David Warburton fourth, 54.2.
Well, that was a fantastic runoff. We will be breaking for lunch now, Steve, won't we?
That's right, and we're going to be back in the commentary box about 2:30, and we'll be starting the second stanza of timed runs shortly after that.
Coles, I tell you what, I didn't realise. I know he was down on Matthew, but it was still a brilliant run, wasn't it?
Excellent. Well, in fact, I mean, if you look at the top three,
Yeah.
or four, you look at the top four, 54.2 to 50.83. Sounds a lot. But if you look from Alex Coles, 53.04 to 54.2, it's only just over a second, covering three cars. Incredible. In second, third and fourth. And Jack Cottrell's not that far behind on 55.72.
So Alex was like 3 seconds, or 2.5. But then, I say, Will Hall's is great run, but Alex Coles, brilliant, wasn't it?
Brilliant, yeah.
Okay, oh, brilliant.
There you go.
Well, let's go and grab Rafi. I've just primed him. Will Hall's run away because he doesn't like it, so that's fine. Are we switched on, Archie? Yeah. Got quite a low battery on that. Is that switched on?
All right, thanks.
Oh, jeez. Hang up on you.
Hey, Rich.
Or is that? Yeah. Well, let's do it. Well, here we are. We're in the paddock. We've just had a fantastic run-off. and we're going to see if we can find a few that want to have a chat with us. We're certainly going to try and catch up with the victors, as they say, and we'll see who's about. Most of the drivers are sort of hiding out the way now after that runoff. They're having lunch, but let's go and see who we can find anyway. So I'm going to first have a look for Matthew Ryder, who just won that runoff in scintillating style in very tricky conditions. So let's go and have a look. Oh, it looks like we got young Matthew Ryder down over the back here. He's in his t-shirt. Hi, Caroline. And hello, Matthew. Well, you pulled it out the bag again at Harewood. You seem to be definitely a track specialist here.
Yeah, I really like it, Harewood. It's definitely one of my favourite tracks. Good. It's so hard to know what to do with tyres on that one, but in the end, I think really happy with the result. It's great.
How tricky was it? Because I mean, you must have been thinking, what tyres actually did you put on in the end?
That was full wets in the end, which is surprising, isn't it? I think when you look at the track, it looked like it ought to be slicks, looked really dry, but then everybody else who had been before was finding that they were sliding off and going all over the place, which is what we had this time last year. If you remember, I think Trevor went on slicks because it looked like slicks, and the rest of us were on wets, and he was actually much slower. So it must be something to do with getting temperature into our slick tyres on a cold, slightly damp track. That here the wets all round, even if they're a bit chewed up now, they're definitely quicker overall.
We noticed a few were on slicks on the back and wets on the front. I mean, does anyone run intermediate tyres anymore?
You could get them, but at the moment the tyres are a little bit hard to get hold of, so I don't think there are any wets you can get hold of, certainly Avon. So it's whatever you've got, and I don't think we certainly don't have any. So yeah, we're lucky to have a couple of sets of wets. So it's like, do you want your full wets, or do you want the ones that are quite worn? And we put the more worn ones on, which seem to work quite well.
So when you leave the line here, I mean, for you, what's the trickiest part of the hill? Is there any particular areas you think, ooh, this is a bit tricky through here?
In the damp conditions, I'd say it's probably the last corner here, because by the time you get up there, you're going quite quick. You've seen the speed traps, they're quite quick. And if you're on the wets, then the car's starting to roll across those tyre blocks on the wet. It's not like in the dry where the slick's firmly on the ground. You can kind of feel the back of the car rolling on the rubber across, and that's quite hard to just keep in control as the corner tightens up towards the finish line.
What is it about Harewood? Because I've seen you obviously in lots of other places doing brilliantly, but this place seems to hold a lot of affection for you. You seem to somehow, you mentioned to me last time we spoke about it, your record that you've had since 2022, and yet you haven't quite got close to that. Nobody has, have they?
No, that was a really, really good day, and I think I had a bit of a gap to some of the others that day as well. Just a really good run. It all kind of came together in one go on a night, on a good day, with new tyres, all the boxes ticked. And since then, you're right, we haven't come anywhere near. But I do really enjoy it here. I think there's more corners. You get into it a little bit more over a longer hill, and I just thoroughly enjoy it, which I think makes all the difference.
Well, you're currently leading the HillClimb Championship again this year. It's been a bit nip and tuck this year, but you seem to be pulling it out the bag again at the moment, so it's brilliant. And I'm just thrilled to see Sean Gore going so well again this year. He's going brilliantly, isn't he?
Yeah, Sean's doing really well. To be honest, it's really hard competition again this year, which is great. There's a long way to go before we start talking about championships, but at the moment it's just enjoy every weekend, try and get as many points as you can, and then probably August, Shelsley onwards, you can probably look at the table and think about what the drop scores might do, and there's lots of things to think about.
Any little secret tweaks you've been doing on the car lately that you're going to own up to, or is it already secret? Or is it
definitely not secret ones? We always tweak the setup of the car slightly, whether we want to stiffen or soften the dampers all round, or change the geometry slightly, but it's small tweaks. To be honest, we've been broadly happy with the fundamental setup of the car for the last couple of years. Certainly since we put the bigger wing on probably this time last year, I've felt the balance has been fantastic, and it's just been tweaking really from there.
Just tell me, what size are these actual wheels? Because you know back in the old days of Formula 1 when they were running these massive tyres, weren't they? What sort of size are these?
That you can see it on the tyres if you
yeah.
So we've got they're 13-inch rims.
Oh yeah, 13-inch, 245. 24. Yeah. Oh, okay. 315, 66, 13s. Wow, yeah.
They certainly give you some grip in a straight line with these big engines.
Well, Matthew, once again, you pulled it out of the bag. We've got another runoff to come later on, and Well, we're not going to bet against you, boy. So, well done. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, we'll talk to you soon. Yeah?
later.
Okay, thanks again. Well, Matthew Ryder pulls another win out the bag. Let's see if we can see young Alex Coles. Here he is over here with Calvin Broad. He's sat on the front wheel of his car. And let's see if we can grab a quick word with young Alex Coles. Alex, how are you, buddy? Mate, what a man. What a player. What a run.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good run. I'm quite happy with that. You know, my best ever result in a British runoff, so can't really complain.
I think it was a sensational run because you were sensationally quick when it was really wet. Then you had a drying track to contend with. So at the moment, have you got full wets all round? Is that what you ran on?
Yes, we did run on full wets all round. We just thought it was the safest option and gave us the confidence to sort of push without worrying if the slicks were the right option or not.
I thought it was great. Actually, Matthew told me he ran on full wets as well. So when you were up here in the paddock just now deciding what to run, it must have been a bit of a, what do we go for? What do we go for? Was there ever a decision to put slicks on?
We've been through every tyre choice before that run. I think we had slicks on, all slicks on at one point, and then slicks and wets. And then we just went back to all wets after looking at everyone else. And obviously it paid out.
So going on those wets, then it was a big decision, great driving. But if the track had dried up and you'd had to go on slicks, do you think that would have affected the result? Wouldn't be because it's good for you?
I don't know. You don't know, do you?
No.
All matters what happens at the time.
You came up from Plymouth on Friday. You had a 12-hour run on that wretched M5, didn't you, and all that lot?
Yeah.
But it's all been worth it now, isn't it? You know, your dad must be absolutely thrilled to bits. Kelvin must be thrilled to bits. I think it's marvellous, mate, marvellous. The car, you've got it really dialed in, haven't you? You've got it really going well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't complain about the car. It's been faultless all weekend. Just very happy with how everything's working, and you know, it'd be nice to the same again, but we just have to see what happens.
I thought it was a sensational result. I was so thrilled to see you do it, and best ever result. And this season has been fantastic so far, hasn't it? You're really chasing those low numbers for the British Championship position, aren't you? So, where would you be in the Championship now?
I think, well, I'd be happy with any number, to be honest. Just to have one on the car, you don't have to change every meeting. But I think before the runoff I was 8th, so somewhere around there, probably.
So you've grabbed another 9 points.
Yeah, that's a big help that is in the championship.
And who knows what you can grab this afternoon. Fantastic stuff. Alex, well done, matey. And congratulations. Best of luck this afternoon. And we'll watch your progress with interest, you know. Well, let's see who we can see. Well, it's a quiet time in the paddock now. I see I've got Joy Richards here. Hiya, Joy. Hello.
Ian Way from Canada.
How are you, sir? Good to meet you. All right, you come over to do some spectating.
Well, actually, we're doing a bit of work and we're getting a chance to finally meet up with Joy. She's done a fantastic job for Motorworks magazine, and we've been working on some stuff back and forth. And the main reason we decided to hook up here is that the Mingies family are good friends of ours. Yeah. Nicola's dad was my best mate, and we raced years ago. Yes.
What was that, the single seaters?
No, we started off. George started off with a steel imp, which when he sold it into he semi-space framed the front end, so we bought one of those cars, and I bought his steel imp. Then the next year he wanted to go quicker again, so we purchased the first customer Maguire. Oh. And it was basically, they had done the basis of it, hung the suspension, or at least the brackets, and then I finished the car, George and I finished the car back in Caithness, and just after that, I went and stuck my imp into the trees at Rumster Hillclimb, and my friend Henry and I went and managed to procure a spare Clan Crusader body, which we built, and I raced at Ingliston when George was racing the Maguire.
So I saw a Maguire at Lowton the other week, didn't we? One of the Scots. Is that that's right. It was two Scots who was up there. It was Grant Sinclair and Chris McDade, wasn't there?
And Grant, we already have done an article on that car in Motorworks magazine, and we are seeing in 3 weeks' time, end of the month, at Kames in Scotland. They're both bringing the cars there. There's a sprint. We've got George Kogel bringing his ex-Keke Resberg Chevron to it, and a bunch of the people I used to race with are coming to catch up. So it's great. This is the big problem I have just now is that I don't have internet and I can't get on HillClimb.TV to say I'm not there or I'm not at home watching in Canada. I'm here, and this is an amazing venue. It's the nicest hill climb venue I've ever been at. Fantastic, It's outstanding. We've got magnificent views. And it's so friendly here. I mean, I can't believe it. I love coming here. I come up from the Midlands, and it's a place I really look forward to coming to. They've got great facilities here, showers, toilets, all that stuff. Brilliant. I think that's great news. We were in to see Matt Neal of British Touring Car fame, and I asked Matt what his favourite circuit was, and he says, I used to base my favourite circuits on the toilets. So we definitely say that over there, Matt will love this track,
It's important stuff, and particularly the ladies. My missus won't go anywhere. There's some decent toilets, and this and that and the other. But anyway, great to meet you, and thanks very much for coming over.
We've been messaging stuff back and forth on Facebook, and there's my card, as you can see the Proud Scots part there, There you are, Chris. Great to finally meet you.
Indeed, lovely to meet you too. Yeah, and I'll just have so Ian Ray, editor of Motorworks Media, fantastic.
Well, Motorworks magazine is the main one.
Yeah.
Motorworks Media also covers a mini-based magazine called Miniology.
Okay.
So. There's a few people we've talked to already about minis as well. So the one thing with Joy's help, we are going to be having a bunch of articles between her Clubman's event that they did at Prescott about this event. I was at Brands for Super Touring last weekend, and we're going to spread them across the next year and plus. We do about four issues a year. We'd like to do more. We might be able to do more because, again, with her help, we're getting content. I've had so many people that said that they're going to give us content, and it never happens.
Well, listen, fantastic. I'm just going to have a very quick word with young Joy, because I never thought I'd get Joy on the microphone, but she's one of my favourites. She's used to drive. Well, it still probably does now and again, but you're better known for your photography these days, Joy, aren't you?
Yes, yeah, well, I know where my strengths are, and it's certainly not the driving. I leave that to my husband.
Well, yes, Peter's very good, isn't he? And he got the Golf R, and he ex-Clubman's racer and all the rest. But now you've taken to the camera, you're using a Canon system. Yes. Your pictures have been getting published all over the place in magazines. You must be pretty pleased about that.
Yes, the last sort of couple of years, things have sort of taken off. I won a photography competition, one of the awards.
That was the Goodwood picture, wasn't it?
Well, I have won a competition with Goodwood, but I won the autophoto competition for 2023, and the category was sponsored by Motorsport UK, who very kindly now sort of support me, and I've been going to the British Touring Car meetings with their support, so it's been a wonderful 18 months.
Yeah, to get a media tabard on the British Touring Cars, that's pretty up there, I'm telling you. You'll be at Silverstone next. Why weren't you at Silverstone then? You're watching here this weekend.
Yes, we went for Friday practice with Richard and Sue Mallock, very kindly invited us, so that meant that we had access to the BRDC suite area, and I got some lovely pictures as well from there. Ooh. So from the stands, so a different angle than I've seen before, which was really good.
Remember the name, Joy Richins. fantastic. I love your black and white stuff too. Your people shots are absolutely amazing. And of course, we got loads of media photographers on the hills, but very often they bring the same sort of stuff, you know. And I do like the different stuff that you bring.
Yes, well, of course I've been taking pictures with my husband racing for the last nearly 25 years, so I spend an awful lot of time in the paddock, and it's really about the people that you race with week in, week out, and actually, for me, they're the good pictures. They're the ones that actually mean something to people normally when they sort of see the raw emotions sort of after qualifying or after the final event, and sort of you see really what it means to people to compete.
That is so true, because it's the emotion of the paddock. We know this is a hill climbing family, but it's the pictures 10 years down the line when we're looking at faces and say, oh yeah, I remember him, I remember her, you know, and I think just pictures of cars don't really do it for me, because we can always get a picture of a car. So the people are so important. Joy, lovely catching up with you again. Give my regards to Peter. He's no doubt knocking about somewhere.
Yes, he's talking to Roger Stocks at the moment.
Is he?
Yes, he's catching up, because I think Roger.
Racing.
I think did Roger win his class? I think he did, didn't he?
He could well have done. He could well have done. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we're gonna poodle on.
Thank you.
Great to see you both. All right, and we're going to see who wants to talk to us now, or doesn't want to talk to us, as the case may be. But I thought actually we will go and have a look at some of the tin top runners. Simon Bainbridge smashed it out the park in the Kronos. He's up in the top corner, so we'll have a quick walk up there and see who we can find. And of course we've got other 4x4s. It might be quicker. We just walk round this way here now, and we're walking past Wallace Mingy's stunning gold GR59. Wallace right back on the pace this year. Car looks absolutely amazing, doesn't it, there, with those beautiful fluorescent wheels. And here's his team lorry here, driven here by Tom New. And if you see there's a really fancy cycle there that Tom New rides, a Boardman. He went out on that for a cycle last night after practice. I never knew he did it, but obviously he's pretty good at it, because it's a jolly quick car indeed. So here we're coming into the 4x4 contenders now. Young Stephen Moore did well in the Tin Top Challenge earlier. He looks like he's doing a bit of work here on the car now. And we've got up the top end, we're going to have Simon Bainbridge. What are you up to, Stephen? You got a little problem to sort out?
Well, we're going to gamble and we're going to pop the slicks on, I think. Well, we're going to do half of them. So we're going to do half of them, and then hopefully we'll be half right.
When you say half of them, are you going to have slicks all round, or?
Well, I'm just going to do one side now, and then we look at the weather, and then if it's full wets, we'll put the wets back on.
Yes.
But if it looks dry, we can put the other slicks on.
So yes, this is a very serious car. We've spoken to Stephen before at Loughton recently. This is your fastest Evo, isn't it, Stephen? But you've got some competition this weekend, haven't you? Our Scottish friend there.
It's really good to have a competition, we've got 5 or 6 in the class, which makes a change. So
what was his name again?
Donald McCaskill.
Donald McCaskill.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab him quickly. Thanks, Stephen. All right.
No worries.
Okay. Donald McCaskill, sir, how are you? He's running away. We want to talk to this Scottish competitor. He's got a beast of a car here. This is the first time I've seen Donald. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy yourself out there?
Always enjoyable.
Yeah. You managed to do well in very tricky conditions, didn't you?
I didn't think so, but it is what it is.
Well, folks, this is an Evo. Is it Evo 5, Evo 6, isn't it? Evo 5. It's got all carbon fibre bodywork here as well, and doors. It runs a beast of it. It's a 2.3 turbocharged, supercharged unit. And if I'm right, it's something like 1,000 horsepower, isn't it?
Not quite, but nearly. We don't know an exact figure. We couldn't really get grip in the dyno.
Yeah, so the dyno wasn't up to the job. It's an absolute weapon of a car. I saw you on the runoff in the drive-in at Doon last week on the live stream, wasn't it? And you did very well there. And is this the first time you've been to Harewood?
No, I've been about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
I haven't been for 10 years though.
In this car or different car?
In this car.
Oh, in this
Yeah,
car?
but it's very different to how it used to be. There's way more power, and more drivable, and it handles better.
You've done the work on this car yourself, haven't you? And I think it's so impressive that when you look at the spec of the car and when you look under the engine there, it's an absolute weapon of a car, isn't it? And long may you continue to bring it here. Thanks very much for having a chat with us, and good luck this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, talk to you soon. Yeah, fantastic. Richard Hampstead's car here. Where's young? Oh, look, here we got a few blokes here. Richard Hampstead's changing his tyres at the back there. We've got young Damien Bradley. We've got Chris Beresford. Yeah. Damien, yeah. This is Mr. Pike's Peak, folks.
I don't know if I've claimed that title just yet.
You are.
Yeah,
you made that
good.
Massive effort to get there, didn't you?
Well, the team did, yeah.
Team legacy.
Yeah, well, yeah. So
It
Stephen,
is,
James, and Trev, and Mike, and everybody else. So it's nice coming here, having done it, because so many of the team are here. No, it was definitely a huge team effort. So they did great.
Now I found out this morning that it involved getting up at like 2 o'clock in the morning when you were over there to do a practice session to go on what is effectively a toll road, and which then reopens after you've done your practice session. Yep. So it's not even like a normal race circuit or hill. It doesn't even get closed for only a few hours, just bare minimum.
Yeah.
And then the actual run, you get one go, don't you?
Yeah, it's a one go on race day, yeah. So, you get practice, you get 3 or 4 practice runs at 5 o'clock in the morning. Whatever weather you get, it's quite often shut, so the mountain decides. Weather conditions, I hadn't realised that it's roughly 1 in 3 don't go to the top, so on race day, because the weather comes in. We had glorious sunshine in the paddock. It got as high as 33, 34 degrees on race day, and 120 mile an hour gusts at the top of the mountain. So all the portaloos were blown over, rocks and debris were being blown onto, apparently sheep as well, blown onto the track. Wow. So yeah, windows were blown out of cars that were up there from the reverberation of the high winds. So yeah, you just don't know what you're going to get. But testament to the guys, the car was amazing. The car did brilliantly. We got to the middle paddock at the end of the run, and there were so many cars suffering from even that short run. It's really challenging. The temperature is a big problem. The altitude's a big problem. But Paul Blameyer, who does my mapping, he just did such an incredible job of giving me as much power as he possibly could, but still able to sort of deal with the altitude and the temperatures.
You know, it's a massive effort just to get there, because the car had to be shipped over, and I think currently it's probably in transit in the Atlantic now, is it?
Yeah, it's on its way back. So we've been tracking it this morning, so it's currently on its way to Houston Port in Texas, and then it will be on the Atlantic, so down through the Gulf of Mexico, and then across back to the UK, and then as soon as I can get it back, I'll be straight back to a UK hill climb. But so this weekend, it would have been nice to have a weekend off, because everybody's still exhausted from the stress of the trip. But I wanted to be here at Harewood. I want to keep pushing UK hill climbing. I just think that that's our passion. We want to support the Tin Top Challenge, because I think it's amazing, and seeing the cars that are lined up here right next to us today is just phenomenal. Seeing Donald down from Scotland is great. Seeing Stuart Reid back behind the wheel of that 205 is just fantastic to watch on the live stream. But even more in person, you've got Wiscombe Park coming up. We've got Shelsley coming up. Come along and see the Hill Climb monsters performing at those venues. And I think they're great to see in person.
We've talked about you, and we've talked about the legacy. We know all about the legacy, but a lot of people don't know about the legacy. And I always remember the first time I saw it, and the first time we chatted about it, and it was bought for 500 quid from an old lady as a shopping car, and turned into a hill climb monster. So when you bought the car, and I know now you buy legacies now, don't you? Import them from Japan and places.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So bring a few in and sell them on. So some of the earlier cars. We've got 11 currently. It is what it is. So anybody getting a name for myself, or anybody that's after a Russ, for example, then they'll come and they'll talk to me. But yeah, that car was bought for £500 genuinely in Sydenham from a little old lady. It was a non-sunroof model, which was the one I wanted for that chassis rigidity, and it's gone through huge amount of changes over the years, more so for Pikes Peak. Roll cage, wiring loom, a huge amount of changes.
You had to make changes for Pikes Peak.
In terms of the roll cage, yes, we had additional tubes to add, and then when we cut the tubes out that were in the way of the ones we needed to add, we discovered that the cage was actually an ERW, so a rolled tube rather than a proper CDS tube, so seamless tube. So the whole cage had to be cut out 2 weeks before Christmas, and Roland's Motorsport worked right the way through Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, right the way through New Year to get the new roll cage in to be compliant with Pikes Peak, which is great because when we turned up to scrutineering, the car had been making a bit of a stir. We did quite well in testing, and we had 11 scrutineers drop what they were doing and jump on the Legacy, and it was scrutineered like nothing else you've ever seen, and testament to the team. It flew through. It was great. We just needed a different towing eye. We couldn't use the FIA towing straps. They wanted a solid towing eye. So James and a couple of lads went down to Home Depot, bought a bit of angle iron, true Yorkshire style, bolted it all on, big D-link on the back, and passed with flying colours. I think we had the most impressive rear tow hitch out of anything there, so it was good.
Fantastic. And you do all this, you manage to do all this. You've got a building business as well. I know you do a bit of that. You do all these legacies, and then at the weekends you come and play. And today, of course, you've been driving Stephen Darley's Red Baron, as we call it, which is a highly developed Subaru Impreza, isn't it? And you were nip and tuck today, weren't you and Stephen?
Yeah, it's still in its early days in terms of development, so it's got all the right bits on it. We're still finding our place with it. We're still tuning it in, getting it right as to where we are. We want to be with it. Still running a lower level boost than we have ever done in the Legacy. So we're getting there with it. I'm trying to be a little bit careful with it not being mine. It might not seem that apparent when you watch the live stream. It might be a bit leery, but the live stream. I don't know how Rich managed to do it, but he edited my footage earlier to show me in the gravel. I don't know.
Whoa, I don't know why. No. Perhaps that's AI or something.
That's it, AI. It has to be AI. So.
AI legacies. But we were looking forward, so we're hoping to see the Legacy back, hopefully in the next month or...
It's going to be about 6 to 8 weeks before it comes back. So I've already been in touch with Lowton Park, so they posted a great post on Instagram, some in-car footage of the car from Pikes Peak, and I've already said that's sort of the aim. If we can bring it back in time for Doon or Prescott, that'd be great. But yeah, it's hopefully the guy driving the ship finds second gear, third gear, whatever, full send, and get it back here as quick as he can.
Well, don't forget Wayne Penrose in Australia. I think his car took about 3 months to come home, I think.
Yeah,
or more.
So hopefully that will be a bit quicker than that. The guys we've used, Ian Rogers, that are doing the shipping, have been absolutely fantastic. They've been great, so I'm hoping it all comes together and we get the old girl back over here. So
she's in a container, sort of potentially not in the ship yet.
No, not in the ship yet. So it's not quite in the container yet. It's been dropped off at Houston Port. It'll go in the container with all our kit. Another thing, with all the kit, the spares that we brought with us, we used one thing out of the spares kit, which was a CV boot. So again, testament to the guys who helped build the car in a barn in Yorkshire to go out to take on the most extreme hill climb in the world, and the only thing we needed was a CV boot.
Yes, I had genuinely no idea that these restrictions on times, and to get on the hill at sort of 5, 6 in the morning and stuff, when it's potentially freezing cold there, it's just like a whole new world. Just snow and gales at the top.
Snow and gales, and temperature changes were crazy. We ran our Avon tyres, so the first run of the morning, the tyres were absolutely phenomenal, right the way to the top of that sector of 2.5 minutes or 3.5 minutes, depending on which sector it was, and the tyres performed absolutely brilliantly. Come to 7:30, so just a little while later, and the tyres were starting to go off towards the end of the run. We made a little bit of a mistake on race day. We ran the 800 compound tyre, but we heated them because that was the conditions that we were used to, and then with a delay of 2 hours, the ambient temperature was about 32-33 degrees, and the tyres were just warmed too much. So we've learned a lot. Maybe we'll go back again. We'll see. Funding will be the biggest thing.
Look at this. 103.
Yeah.
There you go. Pikes Peak International Hill Climb Gran Turismo 6.22.25. That was your time, was it?
That's the date of the...
Oh, that was the date. Oh, okay.
The Americans do it the other way
okay,
around. So
right.
22nd of the 6th,
yeah,
25, so, yeah.
Well, there's not many folk who got that from the UK, is there?
No, not many, no.
And how many went over in the team? And you were sponsored, who were your main sponsors?
So, AET Turbos, who are here and support the Tin Top Challenge. Yeah. So Andy, a great friend of mine. Alcon Brakes, CSK Race Exhaust. The list goes on. There's loads of people. There's just, visit Team Legacy website, and you'll see all the details of the car. And all you have to do is Google Team Legacy or Damien Bradley, and you can get all the information. We've just had an article in Race Car Engineering magazine, which has just come out, which is an extensive look into what the car's all about, what the build-up is, the history of the car. So that's by Mike Breslin, wrote that one, and it's a fantastic article. So anyone wants to see an in-depth detail on the Legacy, it's in there.
Well, I think it's absolutely marvellous you did it. You've done it now. Do you think you'll ever do it again?
Yeah, so as I said, I think 2027 we would try and make plans to go back then. My son Caelan's GCSE year next year, and need to support him with that. And I want to support British Hill Climbing and the Tin Top Challenge, so we'll focus on doing as much of that as we can next year. Maybe nip over to Europe, talking to Simone Paglioli and Diego that raced with him. We had a good catch up, and they sort of said come to Trente Bondone and race there next summer. Stay near us, and we'll look after you, feed, drink, whatever. So that's a huge invite. That'd be fantastic. Mr. Dumas, I had a good chat with him as well. We actually stayed in the house that Romain Dumas stayed in when he was driving the IDR. It had a change of ownership, and we ended up renting the same house that he was staying in. So we had that in common. And he was pushing for when will I and the car be at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yes.
But that's not really a given. It never is. Goodwood are a law unto themselves. I think that hopefully our team and the professionalism that we've shown and the car and the level of performance that it can do, the door might open there. But look, we've done Pikes Peak, and I think that's been great, and the guys are great.
Damien, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good luck this afternoon. Yeah. Another Tin Top Runoff to come this afternoon. We're really looking forward to that. So happy days, really, you know.
Yeah, so and Stephen Darley just to slow it down a smidge. And Simon Bainbridge as well.
Simon Bainbridge is a bit of a nuisance, isn't he? Yeah.
Dial it back a chunk.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
I'm hoping to catch a word with Simon. I don't know if is
talk to him during the Tin Top Runoff.
Yeah, okay, I'll see what I can do. Lovely to see you, Damien. Right, well, we're going to try and find Simon Bainbridge now, and Simon is a farmer from the northeast. He currently bed and breakfast pigs, as he tells me, and gets them in as little weaners and brings them along. But we're going to see if we can find the big man. And he absolutely smashed this Tin Top Runoff in the magnificent Kronos. And, well, I don't know where he's hiding, but we'll see if we can find him anyway. A lot of our drivers are here, there and everywhere. And sometimes Simon, he might have gone back to his great big Volvo bus. Is that him down there? That's the Hamers over there. And I'm not sure where he's gone. I'm not sure. This is the Kronos. Sometimes when I stand by his car, he magically appears, but I think I might be out of luck on that one. And this is the Kronos. This absolutely unique car, isn't it? This is Audi A8 sort of based. It's all carbon fibre. It runs a 4.2 litre twin turbocharged engine, permanent four-wheel drive. As you can see, it's an absolute weapon, and he won the Tin Top Runoff by 2 or 3 seconds, which is quite incredible actually. But I think he's got this giant Volvo bus, motorhome bus thing which he sleeps in. He's probably gone back there for some grub, and we'll have a wander. But we're gonna have a wander about, because it's that time of day when some of our drivers are chatting away. We got Gummers over here. We got Tom Weaver, got Paul Jones. Hello, Tom. Hello, Gummers. Hello, Paul. How are we, chaps?
Okay.
Okay, he says. Only okay.
Yeah. No.
Tell me about the runoff. What was it like? It was tricky.
Awful.
It was
horrible.
Awful.
Yeah. I don't know what the right answer was. We were just saying, because if you put wets on, you risk destroying your wets. And if you leave it on slicks, you risk going off. So half and half.
What did you go for?
So wets on the front for a bit of grip on turning,
yeah,
and slicks on the back just to play it safe to preserve the wets.
Yeah.
So it was just about undrivable, to be fair. So it was just a case of I'd seen Darren and Tunners both go off, so I knew I'd just drive the top, I'll get a point. So
you're only in these, well, yours is a 1 litre car, so you're really going to have to go for it anyway, you know, whatever happens. And it, you know, against 4 litres of Judd power and the like is always going to be a struggle, particularly on a drying track as well. Interesting, Matthew Ryder, he was on full wets all round, as was Alex Coles, actually. We just had a word with them. So, but the tyre choice, listen, it's a gamble, isn't it? We were sat in the commentary box, what are they going to go for? And I was also looking over there, and I could see what I thought was rain in the distance, you know, and you must be looking at it thinking, what do we do? What do we do?
Yeah. And it looks like it's coming in again now, so we're going to have the same conundrum for the next qualifying runs as well. Yeah, no, there wasn't a right answer, and the thing was, being the first group to go down, we were the guinea pigs, and everyone else probably saw that we were struggling so much, so bolted their wets on the back. So.
Going to have a quick word with Darren Gumbley here. We don't often get to speak to Darren. Lovely to see you, Darren, a friend of mine from the Team Valley down in Worcestershire. Nice little getting into the runoff. Well done to you.
Yes, skin in my teeth.
Well, very difficult stuff, isn't it? And you had some very tricky conditions to deal with. You had a bit of a spin, didn't you, down the bottom?
Yeah, I had a good run. I qualified 12th. I had a good run, and the timing was playing up. So they said, "Are you having another run?" Got myself all ready, refueled up, still on the wets, and then they just wouldn't send me down. Apparently they're just trying to fix the timing, and then sent everybody back up. So then I ended up putting slicks on the back, which wrong move, and down into the bottom bit in the S's it was okay, and I just tried to get on it, and traction never caught me. I faced the wrong way.
Do you have traction control on your car?
Yes, yeah, wet setting, dry setting, launch.
Come and tell us a bit about your car, because this one, folk, this is a 1600cc car with a motorbike engine in the back, a Hayabusa, but normally aspirated. But you're running on methanol, aren't you? And this car, how long have you had this car, Darren?
I bought it brand new, had it built in 2017. And I ran a Kawasaki ZX-10R in the 1100 class, and I've done very well in that. A couple of years, and I wanted to go up to 1600, so this is my third season in the 1600 class, and we've been through a lot of issues, fuel, misfires, but recently we've got to the bottom of that, and there's no excuses now, nothing wrong with the car. So
it's a lovely looking thing, and is this all carbon fibre underneath?
Everything's carbon. It weighs 318 kilos without me in it. Should go well. I need to pull my finger out.
That's a very light car, isn't it? Yeah. And you've got some Avon tyres here, I see.
My Avon wets are very good, very new. They are in the car. In the wet, the car is amazing. I drive it better in the wet. Me and Paul drive it better in the wet than we do in the dry. We've got so much confidence in it in the wet, and just gotta need some more runoffs and get some points in the bag.
We've talked about this before with these pesky 1100s and crazy little motorbike engines. They're getting supremely quick, and of course they're a bit lighter than you, aren't they?
A lot of them now running the newer engine, which is probably the same power as us.
Oh wow!
And they're all younger.
They're younger, but also the cars are lighter again.
They are lighter. They're probably between 280 and 300 kilos over there. Few forces, few empires.
So as a competitor, so you're in a 1600 class now, then we know there's a 1600 to 2 litre class, and then of course there's sort of the unlimited really over 2 litre things. I mean, if money was no object, what would you do? Would you buy a Gould?
Oh, I'd buy Will Halls off him, but or Graham Wins. But I think my next step, I've got some idea.
Well, we're back underway, ladies and gentlemen.
For Mistral
and
engine
on
builder.
track at the moment, Tim Barber.
So won't be ready for next year, but.
So do you say that again? So you
my new engine won't be ready for next year if I go down that road. So more power.
Well, would it be a bigger engine or still 1600?
Turbo.
Oh, a turbo, yeah. Well, that's got to be interesting, because we've got the turbo 1300s, as you know, and the supercharged ones. They are blooming quick, aren't they? So yes, a turbo one of these would be interesting.
Yeah, Alex Cole's is supercharged. Yeah. There's a turboed one being built now. There's a few turbos out there. Paul Hames, but a bit more power, and hopefully that'll make me go quicker.
Well, yeah. Now I can feel the rain coming already, so it's kind of the old lottery this afternoon, isn't it? Eh?
Yeah, I want it to rain.
Well, that would suit you. You could then go on full wets, I suppose.
Full wets, everyone's in the same boat. No one's going to get down to the bottom, caught out in slicks like there was before. And I'm very confident in the wet.
Yeah,
very confident. And Paul, he's first driver out the two of us, and he's quick in the wet.
He enjoyed it, isn't he?
So
let's have a quick word with Paul. Hello, Paul. How are you doing? Paul Jones, mate. here you go. He's always got. Look at this suntan, folks. I'm not too jealous. He's always abroad somewhere or other, Bahamas or these sort of places. Always on holiday. How are you enjoying the car this year?
Oh, it's fab. I just need to go quicker, but it's especially good in the wet. So yeah, it's great. Great sharing with Darren. We're off to the Channel Islands, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, Channel Islands is your next rounds. There's 2 of those, and when do you set off? Is it next weekend? Is it?
We're driving down overnight on Friday and got the ferry early on Saturday morning. So. Yeah.
And then there's the first event that weekend.
It's the Tuesday, isn't it? Yeah, Tuesday. Ferry.
Yeah. Well, you get a great combination, you two. So listen, good on you, boy, and good luck in the Channel Islands. But good luck this afternoon. It's not over yet, is it? Look, that rain's praying for the rain. Yeah, the rain gods, absolutely. Yeah. Well, as you can see, people are busy getting their cars ready. Actually, who we got here? There's Warby down there. This is where they usually look away. And if it's Lindsay Summers, she definitely looks away.
Low 63, it's a 64.75, takes him into second place behind Tim Barber. And we now move into the Bark Connaught Championship with Ian Downey. Ian heading towards Farmhouse in the Renault Clio 197. His first run was an 80.85, which was more or less 9 seconds shy of his personal best. What can Ian do now on what looks like a more or less dry track? And Ian over the finish, 73.39. And that keeps him in, puts him into third place in class. Roger Stocks, who was leading the class on the 70.32 in the Toyota GR Yaris, heading for the finish and threw it in 66.6, and that extends his lead in the class. Neil Bateman now into Farmhouse Bend with the little Renault Clio. Neil set 2 personal bests yesterday with the Clio, so we'll be looking to be closer to 70 seconds than he was on his first run. And Neil over the finish, 69.74 is a new personal best for Neil Bateman. Roger Legg didn't take the first class run in the pouring rain, decided to wait for the dry weather to arrive. And he's heading up to the top of the hill and looking to be very, very quick indeed. Over the finish, 71.12. So that's his first time posted, and takes him ahead of quite a few competitors in the class. Glenn Shaw out of Farmhouse. Class winner yesterday with the 350Z. And Glenn setting some purple sectors at the top part of the hill, over the finish in 65.08, and that takes him into the lead of the class. Peter Vincent, last runner in class 42 in the VX220 into Farmhouse Bend, 75.74 on his first run, has left him down in 6th place at the moment. Needs to be closer to his personal best. A mid-60 will do nicely. And Peter Vincent over the finish, 66.45, and that takes him into second place in the class. Final runner in the Porsche class heading into Farmhouse, David Hilton. He was third in the class yesterday. Currently pushed down to 4th because everybody else has already had their second run, so this should be a quick time. We'll take him up into the top 2 or 3, and 65.67 takes him into third place. We now move into the BARC Yorkshire Centre members class. And Ewan Bruce off and running with the MG ZR 140. Ewan's first run with an 80.04. He set a new personal best yesterday at 76.23, so a time closer to that would move him up the order. So Ewan Bruce into Farmhouse. Heading to the top of the hill. Looks like a mid-70 second run. It could be a new personal best. It is 75.68 for the young Scot. On the start line, number 14, Sean Craven, transferred into the class. He had entered Class A1, but has transferred into the Bark Yorkshire Centre members, dropping down towards the S's at the moment. And through the S's. Sean Craven heading into Orchard. And Sean heading towards Quarry and the finish line. And over the finish in 73.92. So big improvement over his first run time, gets to within a tenth of his PB. On the hill at the moment, Robin Johnson. Robin's first run time, a 79.82. And Robin just Quarry to negotiate. Robin Johnson over the finish 71.22. Picking up George Tower in the Ford Fiesta ST 150. George established a new PB yesterday, so he's looking for a low 70-second run this time out. George Tower 74.12, gets to within 6/10 of his time. Jeff Denton had a grassy moment on his first run and languishes in 19th place in the class with the MGTF 135. So Jeff into Quarry and over the finish 77.9. Next on the hill, Nabil Zarlan in the MX-5. And Nabil heading up towards Quarry. He'll be looking for a sub 80-second run. Doesn't quite get it, 80.63. Ben Bodich in the Volkswagen Golf R, 71.07 on his first run. He was only a couple of seconds away from his personal best with that run, and it's looking like he might set a new personal best. He does with a 69.02. Mick Wilkes in the Volkswagen Polo GTI heading towards Farmhouse. So what can Mick do? He needs to be in the 68s, and it's a 67.43, which is a new PB. Martin Hill in the Mini John Cooper Works, setting 2 new personal best times yesterday, and can he get close to that 70.4 that he did yesterday? It looks like he's going to beat it by a bit. 69.41 for Martin Hill, so another personal best racked up. On the hill at the moment, Steve Carter in the 350Z. Had a bit of a mixed bag yesterday. He did set 2 personal bests, but he visited the grass a couple of times. So Steve charging towards the top of the hill. 81.87 on his first run. This is going to be way quicker. And 69.57 takes him up the order. Pasquale Abruzzese in the Volkswagen Golf Club Sport S, the limited edition version of the Golf, already into Farmhouse Bend, Quarry, and over the finish. 71.13, a new personal best for Pasquale in that car. Now we've got Tony Booth on the hill. He's out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse with the Mitsubishi Evo 5. And Tony Booth over the finish, 73.82. Into Farmhouse, James Hudson, who is still leading the class after his first run, 66.32. So can he get close to his personal best time? Well, James Hudson has posted a 60.11, which is a new PB by 0.3 of a second. Colin Bowditch in the Caterham 7 with the 1.7 litre Ford Crossflow engine, heading up through the farm buildings. Colin 79.66 on his first run. He'll be looking to get closer to the 72nd bracket, and he's over the finish in 70.35. Mark Kay in the first of our Lotus Elise Series 1 cars. The Series 1 supposed to be the best version of the Elise, as it is slightly lighter and was more designed as a track day car that you could use on the road. So Mark heading towards the top of the hill, 80.66 on his first run. He'll be looking to get into the mid 72nd bracket, and a 75.1 will do very nicely. Steve Markham in the second of our Lotus Elise on the hill. And Steve, his first run was a 79.54. He'll be looking to get somewhere in the 68-second bracket. And it's a 69.76 for Steve Markham. Adam Warren in this very pretty Ford Escort Mark 1. Now this runs in Mod Prod in the Harewood Championship. slick tyre. So going to get close to his personal best. He's going to be over a second away from it, 71.65. Paul Gibson, who didn't take his first class run because of the rain, on the hill, heading round Farmhouse Bend with the OMS 3000M, little 1 litre Suzuki engine. Paul round over the finish 60.23 for Paul Gibson. So that concludes the Interclub classes, and we now have a little short break of a few minutes, and we'll be back with the British Hillclimb Championship classes, starting off with some dual-driven cars out of the Mod Prods with Alan Reid, who will be first on the hill, and in fact he's already been waved forward to the start line. And we're off and running. Alan Reid away from the start line, shares the car with his son Stuart. And Alan dropping down into the S's. And with it being in dry conditions, we've already started to see purple sectors lighting up for Alan. So that's looking like he's going to be a lot quicker than on his first run. Runs a little bit deep into Country Corner. Now round Willow and heading towards Orchard. Meanwhile, Laura Wardle is down into the S's. In the Porsche 911 Carrera. Alan Reid, meanwhile, making his way up through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Hitting the rev limiter as he heads up towards the top of the hill. And Alan Reid over the finish line, 74.11. That takes him into third place in the class. Laura Wardle, meanwhile, into Farmhouse Bend. And Laura's also lighting up the screen with purple sectors. Meanwhile, Damien Bradley in the Red Baron is heading into Willow. Laura Wardle heading up towards the top of the hill with the Porsche, and over the finish 70.27. Damien Bradley into Farmhouse Bend. 69.96 on his first run. It's purple or pink sectors all the way to the top of the hill, so this should take Damien into the lead of the class. And 58.32 does so, and it's a very impressive time. In fact, it's better than Steve Darley's personal best in the car. Oops. So we're back to Class A1 with Andy Smith in the Renault Clio 172, Mr. DJ Racing. Andy's first run of 76.07, but that's going to be history as he crosses the line in a new personal best, 69.22. John Bruce in the MG ZR 140, and he's already en route to Farmhouse Bend. John sharing the car with his son this weekend, running in two different classes. And John, I remember from way back at Doon in saloon cars. John over the finish 75.49. and that becomes his new personal best time. Bob Penrose into Orchard in the Renault Clio RS 200. So Bob, son Robert. I don't know whether they've still got that Pilbeam Chevrolet for sale, but using the Renault Clio this year. And Bob over the finish line, 78.04. Jonathan Langmead into and out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Leading Class A1 in the British Hillclimb Cup competition, but Jonathan's times are very, very slow. He must have had some issue on the lower part of the hill that I've missed, because his times are way, way slower than he set in the wet earlier. So this has been a problem for Jonathan, and it's going to mean that he fails to, well, he will not get a good score. 88.76, not quite up to scratch, as you would expect from Jonathan Langmead. Simon Howarth now in the Mini John Cooper Works, running in Class A2 rather than A1, and takes a scenic route round Quarry, and over the finish 68.88 for Simon. Kevin Dodd in the supercharged Lotus Elise with the Toyota engine in the back, and he's lighting up the screen with purple sectors all the way. Mind you, Ross MacDonald, who's following up the hill, is also going purple every sector. 68.54 for Kevin Dodd, and 68.54 takes him into the lead of the class. Ross MacDonald in this beautiful Porsche 911 RS replica, into and out of Orchard, charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. Not quite hitting the purple sectors now, his first two were. So can Ross get ahead of class leader Kevin Dodd? And Ross up through the finish, 69.73, and that only good enough for fourth place in class. Peter Herbert already down into the S's. We've got a purple sector on the launch, but we're not getting the splits on the at the S's or at Country. So Peter making his way towards the top of the hill in the Porsche 911. Time to beat in the class, 68.54. Peter into and out of Orchard. Wyoming Farmhouse. Can he get close to a 65 or a 66 second run? Sweeps over the finish, 66.5 for Peter Herbert, takes him into the lead. Tim Elmer in the modern Alpine A110, 1.7 litre turbocharged engine. Most of the automotive journalists who've test driven this car rave about its handling. Tim Elmer, 73.22 on his first run. Can he go into the lead of the class? 66.14, in short, he can. Now, heading towards Farmhouse, Tony Adams in the Porsche Cayman. Now, Tony's had one purple sector, but and in fact he's now had a second one. So he is getting reasonable times, but there's been a little bit of a slowdown round country, and 65.17 takes Tony Adams into the lead of the class. Heading down into the S's at the moment, Richard Snow in the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS, and by the time I've said all that, he's already round chippies and away, heading up into Country Corner, and we're now starting to get the splits coming back on the timing screen. So can Richard get back up to the top of the times? At the moment, 2 purple sectors, so he's there or thereabouts. Time to beat 65.17. The purple sector as he comes out of Farmhouse, heading up into Quarry. Bit of cadence braking, and over the finish, 62.47 takes him into the lead of the class, which leaves Richard Andrews to take his run. We've got 2 purple sectors already for Richard. Needs to be 62.47. His personal best is a low 61, so it is possible. He was leading the class after the first set of runs. Can he be leading again after the second? He's round Quarry and over the finish in 61.89, which is, although it's not his personal best, it's a new class record. 61.89. Now on the hill, heading towards Farmhouse, Chris Wise in the Toyota Yaris GR. 74.49 on his first run. So Chris charging up towards the top of the hill. And over the finish, 69.17. Chris Beresford, meanwhile, into and out of Farmhouse. And Chris through the finish, 62.02. John Pick, who is the only runner left in Class B. Both Johnny and Robert Toon have pulled out. So John Pick going to take the class win in the AMS Murtaya. Did a 69.07 on his first run. And it's purple sectors all the way, so as you would imagine in the dry conditions, he's going to be a lot quicker. And over the finish, 64.71, gets to within half a second of his personal best. Going very wide on the grass at Orchard is Morgan Hamer. And Morgan in the little 600cc OMS Hornet has lost quite a bit of time at that point. He is showing purple, as you would imagine, on the dry track. And what can you do at the finish? 62.93. Now that's going to leave that time way open for co-driver Archie Kerr to take the class win. Ben Hamer, meanwhile, in the 1100. He's following his son up the hill. 45.23 on the exit. He's setting purple and pink sectors all the way to the top of the hill. And Ben Hamer, 53.43, and goes into the lead of the class. Scott Rayson on a charge in the Empire 00 that he shares with wife Emma. Scott on a charge, looking very quick at the top of the hill, and 54.72 57.5 for Scott Rayson takes him in to second place. Coming into view now into Orchard is Tim Thompson in the OMS 28. This is Jonathan Flesher's car that Tim is sharing. And Tim charging up towards the top of the hill. Very quick launch, but he's dropping back behind the times for the other runners, and a 56.87 for Tim Thompson takes him into third place in the class. At the moment we have Stephen Morgan on the hill, and on the live feed we have both trackside and in-car footage. Stephen Morgan charging up towards Quarry in the Empire Evo 3. And Stephen over the finish, 56.47, goes third in the class. Richard Weaver comes into view at Orchard in the Empire Evo 2. Time to beat to go into the lead of the class of 53.43. I think that might be a little bit too ambitious. We're getting yellows all the way up, so it's an improvement on his previous run. And 55.39 for Richard Weaver is a new personal best, and 55.39 takes him third. Paul Harris in the Van Diemen RF85 on the hill. Paul sharing this car with Jimmy. And Paul looks like he's going to go into the lead of the Formula Ford class with this run. So he's up towards the top of the hill, round Quarry, and over the finish, 65.56. Does take him into the lead of the class. And now we revert back to where we were in the general running order with Class C1 and Eric Moray. No sign of Martin Rutter. Eric Moray in the 1 litre turbocharged Hillman Imp. And not unsurprisingly, purple sectors all the way, as you would imagine from the class leading car. And over the finish in 64.38, which is a new personal best for Eric Moray. Into Class C2, John McKenzie in the Mark 1 Ford Lotus Cortina. Time to beat at the moment, a 74.11, set by Alan Reed on his second run. That's his first target. Can he get on terms with Jock Ramsey though on 72.83? And John McKenzie, 72.22, takes him into second place.
Thank you, Steve. All right. Thanks very much. No panic, no rush.
Mr. Ponsford back in the commentary box. He'll be settling in and taking over shortly. Amy Jenkins, meanwhile, in the Renault Clio, is out of Farmhouse Bend. 78.85 on her first run, and Amy going to improve quite considerably on that time with a 70.85, takes her into second place in the class. And Stuart Reed goes grass tracking on the exit of Farmhouse, looking to get into the Tin Top Challenge at the end of the day. 3 wheels round Quarry, and 62.75 for Stuart Reed takes him back into the lead of the class. What can Jock Ramsey do? Needs to get close to his PB to have a chance of qualifying for the Tin Top Runoff. Jock avoids the grass on the outside, but the car is smoking quite badly as it heads up towards Quarry. Jock into and out of Quarry, starts to smoke again as he puts the power on, and 65.41 for Jock Ramsey takes him up to second place. At the moment we have Peter House on the hill coming out of Orchard heading towards Farmhouse. Peter's first run of 77.2. This immaculate Jaguar E-Type Series 1 hardtop looks absolutely fabulous. I'm drawn to this rather than that Porsche 911, you know. But Peter House over the finish, 71.43. Now we have the Open E-Type of Hayden Spedding. Hayden, third in class in the British Hillclimb Cup. Also holds 2 class records here at Harewood with this car. And we've got purple sectors coming up on the screen. So it looks like he will go into the lead of the class. And 64.39 for Hayden Spedding takes him conclusively into the lead. Can Jonathan Williamson do any better? Well, he's got 1 purple sector to his name. What can he do out of Farmhouse? He's got the windscreen wipers going again, so it obviously is spitting with rain. And Jonathan up and through the finish, 66.55, only good enough for second place behind Hayden Spedding. Paul Howells now into Farmhouse Bend. Paul languishing down in 5th place at the moment in the Porsche 911 RSR. However, on paper he should be up the front. So can he do it? Can he beat 64.39 to snatch the lead from Hayden Spedding? It's looking possible. Paul over the finish in. Oh, time slipped away. 67.2. So only good enough for third place in class. Stephen Moore into Farmhouse now in the Mitsubishi Evo 5. Popping and banging is the class leader in the British Hillclimb Cup in this class. And 3 wheels his way around Quarry. 63.1 is only good enough for second place behind Damien Bradley. Donald McCaskill now on a charge in the Mitsubishi Evo 5. Donald charging up towards the top of the hill, 68.67 on his first run. Well, this is going to be way quicker. And he's through the finish in 60.04 to slot into second place behind Damien Bradley. Richard Hampstead up into Country Corner. Richard's first run was a 71.92. And as he heads towards Orchard, we're also getting on the live feed the in-car shots of Steve Darley, and there's a lot of rain on the windscreen. So Richard Hampstead into and out of Farmhouse, heading up towards the top of the hill, looking to get into the mid-60s, and over the finish 66.99 for Richard Hampstead. Stephen Darley now charging into Farmhouse Bend. We're not getting purple sectors from Stephen. We've got a great launch, but struggling to get the power down in these damper conditions. And Steve Darley over the finish, 60.60. Only good enough for third in the class for Steve Darley. Yeah, the rain's setting in now down at the bottom of the hill. Alan MacDonald, meanwhile, although it's damp, it's less damp than it was when he came up before, so we're getting purple sectors all the way. Mind you, Matthew Price, who's on the hill behind him, in the same class, is also setting purple sectors. So this could be close at the top. Alan MacDonald, over the finish, 63.31. What can Matthew Price do in the Radical? He's into Farmhouse and heading towards the top of the hill. And Matthew Price through the finish goes into the lead of the class with a 61.02. On the hill at the moment, we're back to Class A1 with Robert Penrose in the Renault Clio RS 200. And Robert into Farmhouse. He's improving on his first run times, but no purple sectors at the moment. And Robert three-wheeling his way around Quarry and over the finish 74.51. Tracy Wise, the change of car for Tracy with the Toyota Yaris GR showing husband Chris. Tracy's first run was a 77.95. And Tracy over the finish 73.71 for Tracy Wise. Right, we've got some dual-driven single-seaters now, and Luke Sanders, the first interview in the Rainick, and as he charges up the hill, we're also getting the onboard footage of Paul Jones in the Force TA. So Luke Sanders in the Rainick single-seater all the way from the Channel Islands, looking to get into the low 70s, I would have thought, and it's a 69.82 for Luke. Paul Jones, meanwhile, heading into Orchard, powering his way out of Orchard. A bit of a twitch there as he went on the power between Orchard and Farmhouse. Looks like he's running on slicks. And Paul up into Quarry and round Quarry and over the finish 66.2, slower than he was earlier in the day. Adam Greenan in the Empire Evo 3. Next into Farmhouse Bend. Not improving over his first run times. So we're getting grey splits all the way up, so this is going to be a little bit slower than 60.49. It's a 64.06, so quite a bit slower. Looking out now for Alan Warburton in the GR59. And Alan safely quite steadily around Farmhouse. I think he's sort of backed off in these conditions, just taking it safely to the top of the hill. Cruising, if anything, and a 68.2. Tricia Davis, meanwhile, on the hill with the Force TA. Tricia's first run at 66.61. So can Tricia improve? The short answer is no. Clock's still ticking away, and it's a 69.79 for Trish Davis. Andrew Cornwall in the Van Diemen, your favourite car.
I like this car. Yes, they're great. They're lovely, lovely pair, father and son. They built this car. They built the engine themselves. It's a very well developed. We've got Simon Bainbridge just left the line, so Andrew Colburn at the moment is heading up towards Farmhouse here now. This little ex-Formula Ireland car. This one's a little 2 litre, highly developed Z-Tech engine. Done very well this year. Aaron has done particularly well. Got into runoffs and got points. So good to see it. So anyway, Andrew heading up towards the finish, and Simon Bainbridge has got the live on-stream camera as he goes along in the mighty Kronos that won the first runoff, the first tin top runoff, and he is absolutely flying in this car. He is one talented driver.
Time for Andrew Colborne was 70.81, so slower than he was earlier.
As we get a look at, here comes Simon now. Look at this, he'll be in third gear coming round. He won't change gear. Just listen to that. So he's got so much torque in that engine, and I mistakenly thought it was a four-wheel drive vehicle. It's actually just rear-wheel drive. So anyway, he smashed that first tin top runoff, and at the moment he's just done a 62.92, which takes him into the lead in that class. Archie Kerr coming through the farmhouse now in that little almost Hornet with a 600cc motorbike engine in the back, screaming away there. I think this is his second season of racing, and he's out with his cousin, yes indeed. So, and he's going to be followed by Will Hamer, which is, I think, is it Archie's dad? Yeah, Archie's dad. So here he comes. Will Hamer's been sensationally quick in this car this year. It runs a BMW motorbike engine in the back, which seems to be a fantastic combination. And at the moment, he's currently leading that class. Can he improve on that in these damp conditions of 55.41? So it's Ben Hamer's leading the class. Yes, that's right. So we got a couple of screens in our thing, and I'm looking over Steve's shoulder at the one screen while Steve fuels up and gets ready for later on. We're up to 20,757 subscribers. Thank you very much for that, folks. Like and subscribe if you like the coverage. Fantastic. We've got James Moore in the Empire. Here comes James. He's coming around here again. Another little 1 litre motorbike engine in that one. Very quick enough. They've got about 230 brake horsepower, some of them, in a car that weighs under 300 kilos. So they are demon quick little things, aren't they?
Great improvement. Great improvement for James Moore, 58.96. No cars on the hill at the moment, but Richard Matassian is about to change all that.
Here comes Richard Matozin, comes all the way down from Scotland. We've got several Scottish competitors here. We've got Gary Warren to follow him. Anyway, Richard, this is in the ex-Robert Kenrick car that holds class records all over the hills, and again runs the same engine as it had originally. And Richard, good competitor. He's actually a vet in Scotland, he was telling me, more on the domestic side these days. He's done plenty of work on cows and stuff like that. But anyway, here he is driving his race car. He's heading up towards Orchard now. Flicks it in. He had a moment here yesterday where he went into the gravel, but he's managed to avoid that this time. Of course, we are looking out here at the moment. The weather is a bit in and out today, as we know. And here he comes round farmhouse. He screams that little BMW engine away. He's 95 miles an hour through the speed trap out of that little 1 litre car. Fantastic stuff. Through the finish in a 61.07 and doesn't improve on his time from earlier. Gary Warren, he's here with his partner Susan Melvin, and Gary and Susan have been travelling all over the place lately. They were in Northern Ireland last week, here they are at Harewood this week, and this is that very early Empire. I think it was the first one built, and it's still a very, very effective car, and Gary goes extremely well in it, does an excellent 55.83, which is better than his earlier effort. So well done to Gary. He's currently fifth in the class now. We got Emma Rayson from the Channel Islands here with her husband Scott in this little Empire 00. The car was built in 2021, so it's a fairly late car. Again, a little motorbike engine in the 1100 class. Drives it extremely well. Already heading up towards the finish. Goes through the line in 57.38, which puts her in 10th place in the class, and that is an improvement from her earlier time. So they're coming thick and fast. That to me is that. Is that Alex?
I think that's Jonathan Flesher.
Jonathan Flesher. Yes, I think
Jonathan
you're right.
Flesher on the start line, but I don't know whether they've covered up the number 7 from Tim Thompson's run.
Right, okay, but Jonathan Flesher...
We've had Tim Thompson.
We've had Tim already, so
yeah.
Jonathan has retired a dental technician from Harrogate, And he's taken to this single-seater racing. He started doing it with his son. His son then moved to Australia, so he's carried on.
They started with the Caterham 7.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did they? Right, so they started with the Caterham, but anyway, here comes Jonathan. He's actually becoming a very accomplished driver indeed, with lots of pace actually. Only lives down the road in Harewood, I believe, so he's a pretty local chap. Already heading on his way up towards Orchard. Can he improve on his time from earlier? And we've also got live stream. That looks like Tom Morgan there with a camera on board. So we're looking at Jonathan Flesher, we're looking at Tom Morgan. So here comes Jonathan Flesher. Screams that little engine up there through the speed trap at 99 miles an hour, heading towards the finish. Goes the finishing time there. We haven't got that time yet. But anyway, Tom Morgan is on his way. He's got that, let's see, that distinctive helmet. Absolutely flying as well. So we got a time here for Emma Rayson of 57.38.
Jonathan Flesher, I think, was 54.23. Is that right?
No, I've not got it on the screen.
Oh. Right, well, Tom Morgan charging up the top of the hill. The 59.5 earlier, and this looks like it's going to be way quicker. Tom.
Oh, did he get over the line in within the boundaries there?
I think so. 54.25.
54.25. So that takes him into second place in the class. Now we've got Tom Weaver on the hill. Tom from Ludlow, very quick on driver. He was telling me that in the runoff it was virtually undrivable, he reckoned, because he got a combination of wets and dries on. But I think he'd be looking to improve, don't you, Tom?
Yeah, I think he will. I think he should improve to somewhere in the 53s. And he's through the finish in a 53.66.
Takes him into second place in the class.
David Tatum in Old Smoky.
Oh, Old Smoky. Well, it's still going. He's got four wheels on his wagon in Old Smoky. Oh, smoke's up, that's it. You want to give him up, David? It's not good for you, boy. Anyway, here comes David, our farmer from Moulton, just down the road, not far away, 30, 40 miles away in Yorkshire. But anyway, he can certainly pedal a racing car, can't he? He's coming up towards the finish. He'd be looking to get in the low 50s in Old Smoky, a 54.28, which takes him fourth in the class. And then we've got the Formula Fords of Lizzie Weaver, Steve.
Absolutely, young Lizzie, latest member of the Weaver family to venture out into motorsport. Started off with the Citroën VTS, I think it was, and now transferred into the Van Diem, the same route that her brother Tom took. And Lizzie was very tentative on her first run in the wet, and hopefully will be a little bit more competitive this time. She's certainly one to watch for the future. And Lizzie into Quarry and over the finish, 76.61.
Already Sarah Bosworth just flew by there. She's already heading up towards the finish. She's absolutely flying. She's heading through now in an excellent time of 60. Oh, hasn't stopped on me.
63.33.
63.33. Yes, these Formula Fords coming thick and fast now.
Jimmy Harris.
Jimmy Harris, yeah. Jimmy Harris. Well, Jimmy Harris.
Jimmy Harris.
Jimmy Harris, folks.
Class leader.
Not to be confused with Paul Harris, who I mistakenly called his brother yesterday. It turns out to be his grandfather.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am now.
Oh, right, okay. And what was Jimmy's time? 61.31 goes into the lead. Rob Spedding, final runner in the Formula Ford class. Did a 72.69 on his first run. Time to beat, 61.31 to take the lead. Rob is the class record holder in this class with a 59.65, but conditions nowhere near as good as they were when he set that record. What can he do this time? Whoa, and he spins at Quarry, ends up facing the wrong way. Turns the car round, goes over the white line and over the finish in 70.07, but that time may be discounted because he exceeded track limits. We'll have to wait and see. Sandra Tomlin on the hill.
Yes, Sandra. She's in that lovely pill beam, which she's sharing with Morgan Jenkins, her son-in-law. Sandra owns this car, and it's a brand new car in 2013, one of the very last of the Hillclimb pill beams ever built. Got a big 4-litre Judd engine, so it's got loads of grunt, looks amazing, and Sandra drives it very well. So, what do we got? We got a time of 60.24 for Sandra, which is about 7th in the class. And then we're looking at Lynn Owen, Steve Owen's missus, driving this Works OMS, which she nearly always does. Between the two of them, they share the car. Steve builds the cars just down the road in York, and he's literally built hundreds of them. I don't know what the actual figure is now.
58.24 for Lynn Owen. Nicola Minguez, the ladies' hill record holder here at Harewood, on track with the Gould GR55B.
Yes, Nicola, what a terrific driver she is. Actually, lovely lady too. Wallace's wife. And look, this is a real history car. Ex-Martin Groves used to break hill records and won the championship of this car back in 2008, I think. So the car's very quick. She's quick. Big Cosworth V8 in the back of it. Yeah, what time can do? 109 through the speed trap. Nicola finishes in a time of 56.42.
Right, on the live feed at the moment, we are seeing on the... Oh, it's saying Alex Summers. I think this should be Debbie. I don't think this is Alex. So, we've got a caption up saying it's Alex Summers, but I think it's actually Debbie at the wheel. I could be wrong. I'm just going off the time. So Debbie Summers, I'm saying this is Debbie Summers, not Alex. 60.03 for Debbie.
Now we've got down the bottom of the hill at the moment. Sean coming down to country. Yes, Sean Gould, the man himself who builds these Goulds. He's the man. He's been on a really revitalised season. He lost a fair bit of weight. He really worked hard to do that.
When he goes straight on at the approach to Orchard, missed the post by going across the grass and ended up on the grass on the outside. He's just backed into our view on the edge of the track. So that'll be a failed run for number 7, Sean Gould.
Well, he is back on the track, so I take that as a positive sign. He's sat in the car. Is there wreck to sell there, Steve?
No, there's a grass bank.
A grass bank.
So it goes off the edge of the track is flat grass, and then it banks up to where the marshal's post.
So Sean's just climbing out of the car. So he's absolutely fine.
He's having a look at the front corner.
Yes, that might not be great news.
Actually, I think there's the winglet missing.
Yes, it does look a bit. He's looking kind of that way, doesn't he? Here goes a replay.
We're getting a replay of it now. He loses it about here. You see, he's on the grass. Cuts all across the grass on the inside from that little left-hand kink.
They're replaying it.
He's doing it in reverse. By God, he's a talented driver.
He's a talented man, this Rich Danby too. But look, he just misses the flappies. And he goes straight in. That won't be good news.
That seemed to do a little hop just before it went back onto the tarmac.
That's not great news, and of course if there is damage that can't be repaired before Matthew gets his chance to have a go, then he won't be in the runoff.
I think the damage may well be more superficial bodywork. So if they've got a spare nose and front wing, they might be all right.
They might be able to get away with it. Well, if anybody can, Sean can, and there's a fair chance that Sean has got that on board with a bit of luck. Either way, the main thing is Sean is okay.
Absolutely.
And it was an incident. I've not seen it on that corner before, Steve. You've seen it go over the inside before?
Well, at that little elbow, I've seen cars come across here and get to about halfway on the screen as you look at it on the live feed. And go straight on into the bank over here.
Okay.
And where this camera is set up, on the outside of the corner for those on the live feed, I used to stand about 10 to 15 foot to the left of it.
Oh, yeah.
because I thought it was safer than where this camera
yes,
is.
that would make a bit of sense. Yeah.
You're sort of in the firing line, potentially.
Yeah.
So I always used to stand a little bit further round so that when the cars were coming through the corner, you got a complete side view of them on the run into Orchard, so you could get a side shot, then you could get a couple of shots of them coming round the corner and one of them going past you.
The photographer in you see.
So you had about a lot of varied angles to take the cars at.
Well, look, Sean has got the car started. No nose cone.
No wings.
No front wings.
The nose
cone's intact.
The nose cone's intact, but the front wings have been removed.
Which won't be great news, so hopefully they can sort that out up in the paddock.
Well, yes.
Depends if there's damage to the mounting or something like that.
Well, that might not matter so long as the fixing point is okay. The mountings that hang the wing on, they can be replaced because they'll bolt onto the tub and onto the wing.
Right.
So I suspect, is there another vehicle going up the top?
Well, we had the 4x4, didn't we? So here comes the 4x4. Maybe he's got the wing in the back.
The wing in the back, I think.
Yeah, it looks like a very expensive front wing for a Gould GR59.
Yes.
So, those are not cheap, by the way. Oh, yeah, there's some expensive carbon probably on board there, isn't there? Yes. So if you run a Gould GR59, you do not want to be bashing the wings.
Yeah, start saving your pocket money.
And if you bash the rear wings, they're more expensive than the front, aren't they?
I would imagine so, because there's more to them.
More to them, exactly right. Well, Sean was having a go there, wasn't he, like he always does?
I was on one of the forums that I inhibit. And during
Inherit or inhibit?
I inhibit.
Inhabit.
There was this question about why is this March running a modus rear wing, and it was a guy hill climbing. So I just put on. I guess it's budget.
Budget, yes, indeed.
It was available and cheap, so he bought that rather than going to March to get a genuine one.
I've spoke to Alan Warburton up the paddock before.
We're off and
now.
running again.
Oh my goodness me, they're not hanging about.
No,
Who we got?
This is Amanda George.
It's your favourite car, isn't it, Steve?
Oh well, it's of the racing cars. Yes, I still like that Jaguar E-Type though.
It's nice, wasn't it?
Oh, very pretty. So Amanda George. This is the Chevron B19, the one that was Joseph Racing, driven by Gerard Larousse. And Amanda, 77.11 on her first run. Was in second place in the class behind Richard Jones. Amanda through Orchard, heading up to Farmhouse Bend. Of course, these cars, Derek Bennett was the designer and builder of Chevrons, based in Bolton, and lots of these Chevrons, both the sports cars and racing cars, made it into hill climbing. Amanda through the finish, 68.38. So that extends her lead in the class, and we now move back to Nick Saunders, or Nick Sanders, should I say, in the Raynick, and over the finish 57.67. Good improvement.
Takes him top of the class.
Well, I'm not surprised, but we got the top end of the runners to come. Mark Shalanka next into Orchard, and he's lighting up the timing splits with purples all the way. So this will probably take him back into the lead, or take him up into the lead, should I say. So Mark round the final corner in 54.52 and does go into the lead. So this is going to happen, I suspect, most of the time during these runs in the Class J2. And as Gary Hill heads into Farmhouse, we're picking up the onboard of Darren Gumbley, dropping down into the S's.
So Gary Hill heads up towards the finish in that little OMS. Darren Gumbly on the live stream at the moment. Exciting stuff. So Gary Hill finishes in a 55.51, which takes him second in the class. But Darren Gumbly, he'll be looking to have a decent run. He qualified for the runoff in 12th place this morning. Now, what can he do this time? He's already heading up towards Orchard, I think. Here he comes now. This is where he's got round there, done no damage there. That's brilliant. Through the farmhouse buildings, into farmhouse bend itself. Long corner. This is a good run. He is showing purple sectors at the moment. It is.
We've got a pink sector at farmhouse out.
Oh, no, there you go. So coming into the finish, he finishes in a 53.17. That is top of the pops in that class.
So that's laid the target down. Andy Green and next on the hill. No sign of Jason Tunnicliffe. Andy Greenan also setting purple sectors. So the time to beat 53.17, to bear that in mind. Whoa! Very, very wide on the exit of Farmhouse. And also a pink sector at Farmhouse. So Andy Greenan over the finish, 52.71. That takes him into the lead. David Warburton now on the hill. Yellow sectors up to Country, but from Country, the split at Country and Orchard on purple. So this could be taking David Warburton back into the lead of the class. 52.71 to beat. 50.88, that'll do very nicely.
Comfortably back into the lead in that class. We've got Simon Carr from the Channel Islands in the Delara. Here he comes now, a beautifully turned out car. First saw this at Prescott recently, earlier in the year. But anyway, he's come over here to Harewood. I'm not sure if he's been here before. This is quite a
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't, according to Steve. So here he comes now. Look, he got the fluorescent wheels on that car, the purple bodywork, rapid car and driver, 2-litre Millington in the back, so he's got all the right power. So this is in a different class. So anyway, Simon Carr heads towards the finish, does a 58.94, which in his class is the leader at the moment, but plenty to come.
Ian Tucker on the hill at the moment with the OMS 28 with the overboard Hayabusa engine, just taken out to 1670cc so he can move up a class. And Ian heading through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Needs to set a new PB really to have a chance of taking the lead. And he's a little bit slower than that with a 61.1.
Now here's an old, more historic car, an older Pilbeam. This is the example of John Cottrell, but a beautifully turned out car, isn't it? I think it's did you say it was an MP 88 or 83?
82.
82. Does that mean it was built? When was it being built, Steve?
Oh crikey!
Yeah.
The MP 62 was built in 1991. The MP 82 would have been about 5 or 6 years later.
Right, okay, so roughly we're into Pilbeam territory now. So John
Cottrell's time 62.54.
As we get a look at Gavin McLaren next in this, again another lovely Pilbeam. This one's got that beautiful sounding Rover, 2-litre Rover V6 engine in. Listen to that, sounds terrific, doesn't it? Into Farmhouse now. You listeners, it floors it out of Farmhouse. Oh, and there's a red flag. So he's been red flagged, so he'll get a rerun. That was a shame. Looked like a good run.
I suspect that might be an issue at the top of the hill.
Right. So who was before him?
John Cottrell. I think he might have just run a little bit wide and knocked out those posts.
Right. No, I didn't see that.
No. Well, it's just out of the sight of where the camera is. So even as they disappear from your view, they can hit the posts and scatter them.
Sure.
And they need to be back in position so that the next driver up has the correct sighting line for the corner. Because quite often people, as you come in, you're looking for those posts as your target, not to go beyond. Because if you go beyond them, you lose your time. So the marshals are actually going out there, so I suspect it is replacing the posts.
Okay, yeah. So at least Gavin's gone through the finish, and he'll go back and have a rerun. At the moment,
I think Terry Davis is doing the same, rather than taking the road.
Is he?
The access road behind the farm buildings.
Yep.
On a day like today, it'll be a little bit on the muddy side.
Okay, that
so
makes
you don't want
sense.
that on your tyres. So Terry will just cruise to the top of the hill and go back down to take his run. Marshals at Quarry returning to their post, so it's not going to be too long a delay.
That's one of your favourite posts for taking pictures, isn't it? You were telling.
Well, yeah, the inside the quarry, and also the outside are very good spots.
Yeah.
My most favourite positions for taking pictures, Orchard, on the outside of Orchard. In the spectator area, it's very good as well.
Oh, yeah.
On the outside of Farmhouse, all that way round there, in the spectator area, is brilliant.
Yeah.
And then if you go further down the hill at Country, you can see there's like one of those little portaloos down there, green and white.
Yes.
Just beyond that, there's a banking. You can stand on that. You get a fabulous view of them coming out of Chippies, all the way up into Country Corner and away. And if anybody loses it there, you're in the perfect position to catch their embarrassing moments.
Wow, well, there you go, folks. That's some tips from top photographer Steve, who's been doing this game a few years and doing the photography many years.
I first came to Harewood taking pictures in 1974.
Did you really?
Yes.
And that'd be all film cameras then, wouldn't it? Yeah. 35mm.
I only went on to digital because Autosport and Motorsports News said they wouldn't take films anymore.
Oh, wow.
You had to do it digitally.
Wow. Interesting.
So on the start line, Andy Borgood in the Force PT. 62.98 on his first run. Quickly into his stride through Clark's. And dropping down into the S's. And we're anticipating quite a few of these late runners in the class to be hitting purple sectors all the way to the top of the hill. Andy already up into Country Corner. Ran a little bit deep on the exit of the corner, but got it all back together again. Now heading into Orchard. Now into Farmhouse, going very well indeed. Purple sectors all the way. So he'll be looking to go into the lead of the class. 58.94 to beat 52.67.
Well, either the times are getting quicker or Andy's absolutely on a mission there, wasn't he? So we got Aaron Colborne now in the little Van Diemen. And Aaron, very talented young driver. Car looks absolutely amazing too, doesn't it? Got 2 litre Z-Tech in the back, gives it plenty of grunt. As you can see, he's making very good progress indeed, but I don't think he's on a par with Andy Bugard at the moment. Anyway, he's 98 through the speed trap, heading towards the finish. What time can he do for us? He's going to do a time of 55.32, which takes him second.
Right, well, I owe an apology to Andy Borgood. That 52.67 was a new personal best time. And 55.32 for Aaron Colborne, also a PB. On the hill now, Jonathan Varley, and we've switched to the onboard footage from Jonathan's GWR Predator up into Farmhouse Bend, powering his way out of Farmhouse, charging up towards the top of the hill. Only one purple sector at the moment, and over the finish, 52.09.
Right, we've got the lad that finished second in this morning's runoff, Alex Coles from Plymouth. He's our young electrician from Plymouth, 20 years old, and my goodness me, can he drive a racing car? This is the car he shares with Calvin Broad. Already he's through Farmhouse now. He is showing purple sectors all the way at the moment. He'll be looking to firstly get in that next runoff, and once he's in that next runoff, see how he can get on. So it doesn't matter what happens here as long as he qualifies. But he does an excellent 52.30. Well done to Alex Coles.
Yeah, super run there. He's followed by Paul Hames, and Paul Not so quick off the start line, but the splits at Esses and Country are showing up purple. Can he get another one at Orchard? Yes, he can. So this is going to be very, very close to Alex's time. 52.3. Can Paul beat that and get ahead of him in the battle to get into the runoff? Paul Hames round the final corner, over the finish, 50.93.
Wow, that's some time, isn't it?
Well, 50.93, he's within 7/10 of his personal best time, so a super run. We're back to the 2 litres with Gavin McLaren in the Rover V6 powered Pilbeam MP88. So what can Gavin do? He's not showing much of an improvement over his previous run time. Just the splitted Orchard is a little bit quicker. Time to beat 73.05. He should do that quite comfortably, I would have thought. And he's over with a 61.32.
Now we're getting down amongst the very, very quickest runners and riders. We've got Simon Jenks is on the hill at the moment. He's already down there at Country. Simon is very much an improving job in this lovely little force. This is, as Steve said earlier, the first one built to accommodate a 2.5 litre V6, all carbon. Ian Dayson, the builder, is here today, Force Cars, and here he comes now into Farmhouse. Now, what can Simon do? He's having a nice trouble-free run, actually, which is great to see, because I know he's had a few gremlins to deal with lately. That looks pretty quick. 93 miles an hour through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish now. What's his finish time going to be? It's going to be a 62.47.
Oh, we've got a bit of sweeping going on in the S's. So there'll be a short delay while that is cleared up.
So it looks to me, Steve, am I right? There's people there on the inside of the track there, spectators, is that right?
Where's
or is that trees down at the S's?
Yes,
down by Chippies.
Yes, if you look on the screen, you can see people stood here,
right.
and then they go all the way round.
Excellent.
And if you stand more or less on the apex of Chippies, and you've got a wide-angle lens, you can get the whole of the car.
Can you?
Like almost under your feet.
Can you really?
It's a really good spot.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, nice to see.
But I always found it a bit limiting, because if you stand there is only one picture to take,
right,
which is with the car looking down almost into the cockpits, whereas if you stand up at Country, you get them coming into, through and out of the corner, so you've got 2 or 3 different angles.
So I can see people walking down there on the exit of Country there. As the exit of Chippies rather. Interesting stuff. So we're getting quite well down. Have I got this right, Steve? So we've got these are the big single seaters trying to qualify for that runoff. We've already had the runners and riders for the tin tops. So are there any cars after this, or are we straight into runoff?
No. We've got the Interclub having their third time
run.
Yeah. So that will be, as it were, a buffer between the last of the British Hillclimb. That was
Ed.
And he's on the grass, as we expected.
Oh, he got away with it, though, didn't he? A heart in mouth.
I thought we were going to get a recticel barrier in the camera.
I thought we were going to get a VR55 in the barrier,
Right, so Ed Burgess heading up towards Country Corner. He's actually showing improvements over his last run time. So I suppose in these conditions that's to be expected. So what can Ed do? He's out of Orchard already, charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. This is this car originally built for Tony Marsh. Tony Wiltshire had it after him, after Tony Marsh, and then James Baxter had it for a while, and now Ed Burgess, and it's a 59.54 for Ed Burgess. Morgan Jenkins on the hill.
Yes, it's lovely Pilgrim, isn't it? Morgan Tom Jenkins is married to Amy Jenkins, who is Sandra Tomlin's daughter. Anyway, he's very good in this car, to be fair. He drives it very well indeed. I don't know what his racing background is, but anyway, he's taken to it like a duck to water. As he comes around Farmhouse now, look at the colour scheme on this car. The silver flames on it as well. Beautifully turned out car, isn't it? So credit to Simon Tomlin for that car. Heading towards the finish. What's he going to do? He does a 54.45, which actually takes him top of that class at the moment.
Right, on the hill at the moment, Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm 2 with the Cosworth XD V8 in the back. Lindsay, Alex's mum, of course, driving this car on her own today. Lindsay into and out of Orchard. We don't appear to be getting Lindsay's time on the live feed, but we are getting the time on the clock at the foot of the hill, and it's the 57.98 for Lindsay. So Stephen Owen next on the hill, Mr. OMS himself. This is the OMS 28 with the RPE V8 engine. And Steve Owen over the finish, 55.51, takes him into second place at the moment in the glass.
Right, so we've got Harry Pick on the hill. Harry Pick from Leamington Spa is John Pick's son, and he bought this car I think a year or two back. He's gradually getting more and more developed actually. They do take some sorting out, these race cars. They're not just a question of jumping and driving them and getting them going dead right, but it's showed some excellent form here. Goes over the line in a 53.60.
Takes him into the lead.
Good time, takes him into the lead. Wow, well done, Harry. Young Jack Cottrell. He was fantastically quick early. He loves the rain too, but he seems to really like Harewood actually. It seems to really suit him. He gets it round Orchard now, no dramas at all. Come on, Jack, try and qualify for the Runoff, which I'm sure he's got a very, very good chance of doing. Anyway, the car goes down from that big IndyCar V8, screaming away in the back there, 128 miles an hour through the speed trap. That's as quick as I've seen all day, and he finishes with an excellent time of 51.14. David Uren on the hill at the moment. David sharing with Nicola Mingers. This very well sorted Gould. Big Cosworth power in the back of it. You hear that engine screaming away. Lovely, isn't it? Very quick car, very successful car, realistic car. David drives it extremely well. He's through the speed trap at 128 too, so he is not hanging about. Into the finish with an excellent time of 51.42, which is second quickest.
So Jack Cottrell, 51.14, still leading. Trevor Willis into and out of Orchard in the OMS 28. Another with the RPE V8 engine back. 3 times British Hillclimb champion. And Trevor over the finish line, 50.24 takes him into the lead of the class. Terry Davis now going back to the 2 litres. This is a rerun for Terry. Terry, his splits not showing any improvement over his first run time, or if there are improvements, they're marginal. Terry over the finish improves actually to 56.85, which is a new PB for Terry.
Sorry, Steve.
I was going to say on the hill, Wallace Mingies.
On the hill, Wallace Mingies, our 4 times champion from Alleran, Scotland, Mr. Tillicoultry Quarries man. And my goodness me, I like to call him our own Flying Scotsman. So here comes Wallace in this spectacular gold. Doesn't that sound incredible? Look, absolutely amazing. What a car to go hill climbing in. What a talent he is too. My goodness me, he can pedal that car 129 miles an hour through the speed trap. He's shown a purple sector. He's going to qualify in a fantastic 49.15. Best so far.
Yeah, that's still over a second and a half away from his PB. Will Hall, meanwhile, in the Gould GR59J. And as he heads towards Farmhouse, we're getting an in-car of Alex Summers on the live feed, as well as Will Hall. Will charging up towards the top of the hill and over the finish in a 50.19, and that takes him second in the class. Alex Summers, meanwhile, already out of Willow, charging up towards Orchard, into and out of Orchard, now charging through those farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend, powering his way out of the corner, herring up the straight, hard on the brakes, down a couple of gears and over the finishing line in 51.29.
So, on the hill now, our current champion, the winner of the first runoff, Matthew Ryder. Here he comes now, absolutely on a mission, needs to qualify for the next runoff. They fixed the car, of course Sean had lost the wing, the front wing, but anyway, Sean Gould Engineering, Gould Cars has fixed that. 123 mile an hour, over the finish, 48.51, wow.
Right, we're into Class M with Richard Jones in this beautiful little Elva Mark 7. Did a 75.88 on his first run to lead the class. Amanda George has now gone into the lead with a 68.38, so that's got to be Richard's initial time, and he's showing purple sectors from Essie's on the way up the hill. So is he going to show another Farmhouse out? Yes, he does. So this is looking like he's going to go into the lead, maybe not so far off, 65 seconds. And Richard over the finish in 64.98. On the hill, Richard George in the Chevron B19. Showing yellow split, so he's improving on his previous time, which is 83.96. That seemed to be a bit of a fluff gear change there as he came out of Farmhouse, up into Quarry, and over the finish in a 68.05, goes ahead of Amanda. Andy Tippett, meanwhile, rumbling his way to the top in the Brabham BT30X. I just stopped commentating there because that engine sounds wonderful as it goes down the straight.
Doesn't it just?
Absolutely superb. So Andy Tippett over the finish, 63.09, goes into the lead of the class. Now we're into our dual-driven cars in the intermediate classes, and it's Lisa Betts leading the way. No sign of Mr. Barber in the Porsche, so maybe the Porsches have had enough with 2 class runs today. So Lisa heading up into Country Corner, set 3 personal bests yesterday and has got very, very close to it today on her second run. She needs to beat 71.14 to improve, so can she do that? At the moment it's showing up as yellow sectors, so she is improving. And Lisa up into the final corner and over the finish with a new personal best, 70.99 for Lisa Betts. Super run there. Ian Downey next on the hill with the Renault Clio 197. His best run so far today is 73.39. Ian rounds Quarry and over the finish 73.18, so just marginally quicker. Roger Stocks, Chris Ponsford's favourite car, or one of them anyway, the Toyota GR Yaris, Braun
Orange, the Braun Racing,
Homage.
Johnson Button's road car, there you go.
I thought it might have been Braun Potage.
Braun Potage, well anyway, yeah, Roger Stocks from Leicester.
Stocks over the finish, 66.45 is a new PB for Roger. So super third and final run for Roger Stocks. Roger Legg, meanwhile, into Farmhouse Bend with the Caterham 7. Roger opted out of that first class run in the pouring rain and back at the wheel again and improves to 69.33, and that's a new PB as well. 69.33 isn't a new PB, but it's an improvement. Right, Glenn Shaw on the hill. 65.08, the best he's posted so far, and over the finish 65.14. So no improvement. Has that left the door open for Pete Vincent, who's charging up towards Orchard at the moment in the VX220? He clips both the posts on the inside of Orchard, but they don't. He doesn't remove them from their fittings. Pete now charging up towards Quarry. 66.45 earlier. Can he improve on that? 64.63 extends his lead. Robin Johnson on the hill. And we're into the Bark Yorkshire Centre members class. Robin's best time is 71.22, which is about 1.5 seconds away from his PB. .64, a nice improvement for Robin Johnson. Keeps him in 9th place. George Tower, meanwhile, heading towards Farmhouse in the Ford Fiesta ST150. Established his personal best yesterday with a 73.39. Got very close to that on his second class run today with a 74.12. And George over the finish, 73.31, new PB for George Tower. Great way to end the weekend. Picking up Jeff Denton now in the MGTF 135. Had a grassy excursion in his first class run, and 77.09 on his second, the best he's posted so far. So can this be an improvement for Jeff? Over the finish in 76.6. Now we've got Nabil Zarlan in his new Mazda MX-5. Nabil got to within a second of his PB on his last run, so can he get down into the 79s It's going to be desperately close. It's a 79.64, which is a new PB. Ben Bowditch in the Golf the Golf R. 69.02 on his last run was a new PB. Can he improve on that? Yes, he can with a 67.37. Mick Wilkes comes into view in this very handily packaged Volkswagen Polo GTI. So Mick Wilkes, 67.43 was a new PB on his run number 2. And he's up through the finish, slightly slower, 68.42. Steve Carter in the 350Z. 69.57 on his second run, the best so far today. He set 2 PBs yesterday. And he should be in with a shout of breaking it again today. And he's over the finish, not quite. 69.08 is an improvement, but he's still 0.4 away from his PB. Pasquale Abruzzese in the Volkswagen Golf Club Sport S into Farmhouse Bend. And 71.13 was a new PB on run number 2, but he's showing yellow sectors all the way, so is it an improvement? It is indeed. 70.76 new personal best for Pasquale. Right, I was wondering where you and Bruce had got to. Here he is now with the MG ZR 140. Set a new personal best, 75.68 on his second run today. So what can the young Scotsman do? Tyres squealing in protest as he goes round Country Corner. Ewan heading towards Orchard. So Ewan Bruce just the run up to Quarry. And through the finish in 75.41, which carves 0.2 off his personal best. On the start line, Sean Craven, car number 14, transferred into the Bark Yorkshire Centre members class. Set his PB yesterday with the 73.81. He did a 73.92 on his second class run today. So what can he do on this third and final effort? Can he break that 73.81 for a new PB? Well, we're showing good performance, yellow sectors, so he's not breaking the class record. Oh, sorry, the leading times in the class, but he is going quicker than he has done before. So maybe we're going to see a low 73 from Sean. He's up into Farmhouse. Sean just Quarry to negotiate. And over the finish, 73.31, and that's taken half a second off his PB. So a good run there from Sean. Colin Bowditch now on the hill with the Caterham 7. So Colin, the Caterham 7 with the Ford Crossflow engine. Set his PB yesterday with a 69.64, and this is looking like it might be broken today. It is, with a 69.15 for Colin Bowditch. Mark Kay in the Series 1 of Leeds into Farmhouse Bend. And Mark was another who set their PB yesterday. And he's through the finish. 74.73, knocks a 10th off his personal best time. So excellent third run. Steve Markham now on the hill, heading towards Quarry in the second of the Lotus Elise Series 1. And he's through the finish, 68.96. That's his best time of the day by nearly 0.8 of a second. Adam Warren next on the hill, heading towards Farmhouse with his very pretty Mark 1 Escort. Adam. Oh, right. Martin Hill's just rotated the Mini down at Willow. Adam Warren, 70.6. So that's his best time today. And the spinner was Martin Hill in the Mini John Cooper Works. He had set a new personal best on run number 2, but he's not going to do that this time with that excursion included. In fact, I think he's... I'm looking at the splits he's recorded so far, and they're all showing up as slower than he was earlier. So... I think he wasn't going to break his PB on that run. In fact, it's a 78.8 eventually after that rotational delay. Right, so we don't seem to have anybody on the hill at the moment.
Is it tin top time?
And we're not far off tin top time, I must admit. But we haven't had the running order yet.
We haven't indeed. But you know, us Steve, we can wing it. But we prefer to.
So, Mr. Ponsford is donning the headset again.
Yes, I've just had a little wee break there and having a little chat, and I was looking at the weather over to the left there, and it's noticeably colder outside, but it's a bit in and out, Steve, looking at that lot over there.
If they get a wriggle on,
we have a tin top going down. That's probably Damien Bradley or Stephen Darley. We've got Eric Murray there. So I'm guessing that's the dual drive. So.
Yes, well, Stephen Darley was slower than...
so we fancy that Stephen then, do we?
I think it might be.
Yeah.
I'm looking for my blank sheets for the 2 runoffs.
Right.
Oh, there we go. That's got them ready.
Yeah.
So we might have to wing it as we go through this runoff.
We can do that. We know what we do.
As we haven't been... Oh, right.
Oh, there you go. You've got a championship runoff.
They've got the championship runoff, but that's from the previous one because they've got Jason Tunnicliffe in it, and he didn't take his second run.
Right. Stephen Moore. So you've got Eric Murray, Stephen Moore, Stephen Darley. Right, so we've got Stephen Moore, we've got, here comes Simon Bainbridge, the mighty Kronos going down to the start. We've got Stuart Reed in the little 205. So we're up to 20,793 subscribers. If you feel like and subscribe, feel free. We're going to start off next with our tin top runoff. Very exciting this morning. Simon Bainbridge did brilliantly, but who was the fastest qualifier then? Simon wasn't Simon.
This morning was the fastest qualifier.
Yeah, but I wonder what he did this afternoon.
I think he's quickest this afternoon as well.
So that's interesting.
Let me just find him there. 62.92.
Well, where's all the rest of his chums?
Oh no. Well, it depends who's registered, you see. This is the other thing. You join the British Hillclimb Championship Cup, and you don't have to register for the Tin Top Challenge. But we've got what looks like 759 on the start line.
We think that's probably Stephen Darley, don't we?
Well, 759...
here's a couple of Porsches. That looks
like Damien Bradley.
Damien Bradley.
But Damien was quicker than Stephen, so I'm not quite sure what's going on.
No. Well, one of the Porsches, is that Snowy?
Maybe there's a line through the 7. It could be number 59.
There's Chris Beresford. Chris Beresford. There's Richard Andrews. I think we're away.
And we are off and running. There it is, Steve Darley. 2.06 for the launch. Charging down into the S's. And in the S's it's 10.22. Weaving his way through, three-wheeling his way through the S's, taking out one of the posts at the bottom of the hill. That'll be replaced very quickly by the marshals. 22.43 at Country, heading towards Willow and on to Orchard.
Yeah, fabulous. The Red Baron, we call this car. Beautifully built Subaru Impreza. Loads of horsepower, very much a car in development. Already I'm seeing reliability coming out the car. And Damien Bradley and Stephen Darley drive it brilliantly. Anyway, watch the power of this thing as it comes up the straight there. Wow, that's got some poke, hasn't it? 92 miles an hour. You've got in-car footage here as well. Anyway, he's heading towards the finish. Does a 57.63.
Right, well, that's our first runner at the top of the hill. It looks like the marshals have replaced that post down in the S's. So Eric Moray is the next on the hill. Let me see where he is. Number 40, Eric Moray. And Eric qualified with a 64.38. And away we go. And 2.13 for the launch, so fractionally slower. It's only a 1 litre turbocharged, but it's two-wheel drive. And 11.03, so dropping a little bit further back down in the S's as you would expect. Eric Moray giving it the beans round the twiddly bits. Heading up towards Country, and the split there, 24.77.
Absolutely on a mission. He was three-wheeling it around there, around Country there. This little imp's an absolute little giant killer. That little 1 litre turbo engine makes it absolutely fly in his hands. And he's heading through the farmhouses now. Goodness me, there's some power in that little car. About 175 brake horsepower. And as he comes around farmhouse, beautiful line through there, three-wheeling again. Puts all the power he's got down the straight there. Goes through the speed trap there at 81 miles an hour. Heading up towards Quarry, the final corner. What's he going to do? He's down on the previous car of Stephen Darley. He does a 64.50.
Well, that's slightly slower than he qualified. On the line at the moment, it's number 55, Stephen Moore. And Stephen qualified on a 63.1, and he's off and running. 2.24 for the launch, slowest so far. And down towards the S's, and 10.6. So only Steve Darley is quicker. Gone ahead of Eric Moray as you would expect. Round Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner, and the split at Country 23.63 second.
Brilliant. brilliant supporter of hill climb. Stephen travels all over the place in his various Evos. He's got 3 of them, but this is his quickest one. This one's got way over 600 horsepower, permanent 4-wheel drive with the Evos, and you can see he's absolutely flying. He's a farmer from near Salisbury, Stapleford, and look at him go now. Come on then, Stephen, get your foot down. He's certainly doing that. He's at 92 through the speed trap. He's about a second and a half down at the moment on Stephen Darley through the finish in a 59.83, which takes him second.
Yep. So on this can't be right.
This is what, but there's not many runners and riders down there.
No, Simon Bainbridge on the start line, number 66. And 10.75 to the split, so not the quickest. That was Steve Darley. So looks like we've only got 4 cars in this runoff.
Okay, well, we've got an onboard footage with Simon. Of course, this is a rear-wheel drive car. He's actually only 0.22 down. He's making up. He's growling away. The power of this big V8, the twin turbocharged V8, and Simon driving it. My goodness me, now getting around Farmhouse, he'll be in 3rd gear all round there, and he'll stay in 3rd gear all the way up the straight. He's into green sectors now, so that's fantastic. 104 miles an hour through the speed trap. At the moment, the onboard footage is amazing. Goes over the finish line. Oh my goodness, 57.46. Smashes into the lead.
Just goes into the lead.
Just goes into the lead by a mere 2 seconds.
No, 2/10.
Oh my word, you are right, Steve. Sorry.
2/10.
2/10.
Oh, hello. We've got.
Hang on. He's got Stuart Reid.
Oh, maybe he qualified faster.
Well, maybe.
So Stuart Reid next, number 44. I didn't get the launch time. 11.27 down into the S's, so not as quick as the other runners. What's he going to do at country? 24.16 at country. Quicker than Eric Moray, but not much better.
Well, young Stuart Reid from Blackgarry in Scotland, he's having a go, this little Peugeot, and he gets it round. My goodness me, that's exciting stuff round Orchard, through the farmhouse buildings, but he's actually showing a couple of seconds down at this point, which you kind of expect this little 2-wheel drive car with about 200 odd horsepower against some of these 700 horsepower monsters. But anyway, 3 seconds down, approaching the finish now. So Stuart Reid through the finish in a time of 61.56. So that puts him 5th. Fourth. We'll take it back. 4th.
Ah, right. On the start line, we have number 27, which is Richard Snow. And Richard qualified on a 62.47. And he's away from the line, 2.38 for the launch. 3/10 down at that point. And 11.29, so he's over a second down on the leader, Simon Bainbridge. And Richard at country, 2.1 down.
So Richard Snow, this mighty Porsche. But anyway, he's having a go. His lights are on. We've got the 2 leaders, obviously. Simon Bainbridge just pipping Stephen Darley, but watching Richard Snow, I don't think he's going to have his 3 seconds down at this point in time. Puts the big power down of that big Porsche. Very impressive, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough. 89 through the speed trap, up towards the finish. Going round the finish now, brake lights on, off he goes. 63.24.
And he goes 5th ahead of Eric Moray. Chris Beresford is next. He qualified on a 62.02. 2.07 for the launch, only a hundredth down on Steve Darley. And down into the S is 10.77, so he's just behind Simon Bainbridge at that point. Rounding Chippies, heading up towards Country, and the split at Country 24.16, exactly the same as Stuart Reid.
Chris Beresford from London, well, he's having a go. This is a mighty impressive Impreza as well, actually. Drives it very well indeed. He's already going round Orchard now. I don't think he's going to be able to tackle the leaders here, but he won't be far away. If he can get 4th or 5th place, I'm sure he'll be very, very happy. At the moment, he is a couple of 2.5 seconds down on our leaders. The power goes down up the straight. It's quite impressive, 91 miles an hour. And as he comes round the final corner into the finish now, he posts a time of 62.14.
Which puts him 5th, ahead of Richard Snow.
The Red Baron is driving back down, so that's the dual drive for Damien Bradley.
Yeah, on the start line at the moment, number 28, Richard Andrews is off and running. 2.21 for the launch. Down into the S is 10.91. So only 3 cars slower. So he's lost a bit of time there. What's he going to be at Country Corner? 24.03, and just a bit quicker than Stuart Reid.
Yeah, impressive Porsche this one, top spec, all the right toys on this one. But anyway, Richard Andrews, he had a bump at Chelsea recently, but the car's been repaired, and look at him now, he's absolutely flying again now, heading down in towards the farmhouse. Now he is a couple of seconds down at this point, but the lights are on, the power goes down, off he goes. Sounds absolutely fabulous, doesn't it? 91 miles an hour through the speed trap. Can he trouble the leaders? No, I don't think so, but he's going to finish with a time of 61.87, which is 5th place,
ahead of Chris Beresford. So on the start line should be Donald McCaskill, and Donald is off and running. 2.18 for the launch, about 3rd quickest. Down into the S is 10.3 at that point. 0.08 slower than Steve Darley, so he's on the sort of pace to get up into the top 2 or 3. 22.89 at Country.
Super impressive car and driver, this one. He certainly is right on the pace. This car has huge amounts of horsepower, 4-wheel drive. He's got it round Orchard, so he's getting closer now. At the moment, he's only about 0.3 down on our leader, so Simon Bainbridge. Now he's got the power to blast it up this straight. Here he goes, up through the gears. Should be approaching 95 miles an hour through the speed trap. He's neck and neck, but I think he's just going to probably come up short. 58.57, and that will take him into 3rd.
Yeah, so it's Simon Bainbridge leading Steve Darley, and we have our final runner on the line, and that is Damien Bradley. Damien off and running. 1.88 for the launch, quickest by far, first sub 2 seconds. Down into the S's, 9.89, the first sub 10 seconds. We've got onboard footage as well, and it's cross hands round Chippies for Damien Bradley, charging up into and out of Country Corner.
Yeah, absolutely on a mission. Can Damien take this tin top runoff? He's really working hard inside the car. He looks to be going very quickly indeed. On his split times, there's not much in it. There's very little in it indeed. There's nothing in it. Come on, Damien, into Farmhouse Bend. Can you win this runoff after just coming back from Pikes Peak and doing so well? Anyway, power goes down in this super impressive Impreza. He's through the speed trap at 97 miles an hour. I think he's so close, but not close enough, perhaps. Yeah, just comes up short. Goes
third. So he's dropped behind Simon and Steve Darley. At one stage he was the quickest on the hill, but it all sort of fell away as the further up the hill he got. So the Tin Top Challenge, second runoff, won by Simon Bainbridge on 57.46. Steve Darley second, 57.63. Damien Bradley third, 58.28. And fourth, Donald McCaskill, 58.57. Right, well, we have got some cars going down to the start line for our final runoff of the day for the British Hillclimb Championship. And it would be nice if we knew who the runners were.
Don't worry, Steve. We can do this. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, Steve. We know the score. We see him going down.
Yeah, it's 1-1 draw. Extra time is looming.
Well, we've got the course card going. Is down there at the moment with the lights on. He's just having a chat with the marshals, checking everything's okay.
Keith. It's Big Keith.
It's Big Keith.
Big Keith's down at the bottom.
Right. Okay. So he's getting back into his course car. Looks like a Skoda to me. Is that a Skoda Kodiak or something? Either way, we had a Golf before, didn't we?
A Kodiak's a bear.
Wow.
What's
looks
that?
a bit Skoda-y to me.
Oh, well, they're lining him up.
Are they going to just check the...
I think this is to just make sure that the timing's all working again. Yeah. Or are they just being ironic?
Well, as Alanis Morissette sung all those years ago. Isn't it ironic?
I was driving here today and suddenly Roger King's King of the Road suddenly came into mind.
Really?
Because I was passing 3 Arctics on the way somewhere over to the East Coast.
Oh, yeah.
And they all had trailers on the back. So,
yes.
On the screen, we appear to have got the qualifiers. So, let me go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. So Matt Ryder is quickest. Wallace Menzies. Will Hall. Trevor Willis. David Warburton. Paul Hames. Jack Cottrell. Alex Summers. Dave Uren. Jonathan Varley. Alex Coles. Well, Andy Bugard. Right, it looks like we haven't got any dual-driven cars in the runoff. So we've got them in the running order. So the running order is exactly how they qualified because there's no dual-driven cars. So that's a bonus. We now try and work out how they qualified or what times they got.
So Steve's just doing his bit of paperwork, just prepping himself ready for all the times they did in qualification and all the rest of it. We've got no Sean Gould in this one, but they managed to get the car repaired. Obviously that wing was, they had another one of those, or they rebuilt the one that was there, who knows. But either way, the car's back in action. Matthew Ryder will be driving that car. In amongst the big cars, Wallace Ming is obviously first qualifier, Will Hall, Trevor Willis, and then David Warburton qualified well in the 1600, Paul Hames in the 1300, Jack Cottrell in the big car, Alex Summers in the big car, David Uren in the big car, Jonathan Varley in the 2-litre Predator, Alex Coles in the 1300 supercharged Force, and then Andy Bugard. So Steve's going to take it away.
Right, so Andy Bugard being lined up on the start, qualified on a 52.67 with this little Force. And away we go. 2.34 for the launch. Very quick through Clark's. Down into the S's, 9.67 into the S's, so a good split there, sub 10. Country Corner is the next split coming up, and Andy Bourgaard into there, 20.97.
Yes, Andy Bourgaard from the Channel Islands, so he's made the long trip over, but he's got into the runoff. Fantastic, great driver as well. Oh, and he just about gets round Orchard there. Well, that's going to cost him a load of time. Gets round Farmhouse, so I thought he spilled the beans there, but anyway, he's back in action. Going up the finishing straight here now, 107 miles an hour, approaching the finish. He will put the first time down, goes through the finish in a 53.50, which, considering what happened at Orchard, was a pretty good effort.
Yeah, he was on the grass for quite a while, actually, coming out of the corner. So Alex Cole's on the start line, qualified on a 52.30. And away we go, already getting into their stride. 2.41 for the launch, fractionally slower. Down into the S's, should be a little bit quicker, I suspect. 9.71, he's pulled a bit of that time back. Now through the S's and Chippies up to Country Corner. At Country Corner, he's in the lead at 20.51.
He's on a mission too, actually. What's he going to do? He'll want to go sub 50s for absolute sure. And he did brilliantly on the first runoff. At the moment, he's going well. He is going well. He's obviously showing green sectors, but we haven't had many runs. But look, Alex Coles, second on the first runoff. Can he do it again? Could he win a runoff? My goodness me, that would be something. 114 miles an hour. He's heading up towards the finish. He's going to do an excellent time, 50.55.
Right, so that was a cracking run there from Alex Coles. On the start line, Jonathan Varley qualified on a 52.09 in the Predator, and he's already off and running. 2.36 for the launch, quicker than Alex Coles. Dropping down into the S's, we also have onboard footage from the car. 9.73 at the S's, fractionally slower than Alex at that point. Coming up towards Country Corner, and the splits at Country, 20.73, a couple of tenths down on Alex.
Jonathan Varley in the fabulous Predator, 2 litres of V8, but he doesn't half drive this car well. Reigning Midland Hillclimb champion at the moment. He's doing brilliantly, but he's just a fraction, I think, behind Alex Coles at this stage. Nothing in it though, nothing in it at all. Can he make that time up? It's nip and tuck. Heading up towards the finish now. He does a time of 51.02, takes him second.
So, coming forward onto the start line, Dave Uren in the Gould, qualified on a 51.42. So Dave Uren prepares for the run, and away we go. 2.41 for the launch, exactly the same as Alex Coles. Down into the S's, 9.48, quickest so far. So Dave Uren on the route to taking the lead. Can he maintain that? He's up towards Country Corner, 20.5, just ahead.
This is a very good run by David Uren, very experienced driver, of course. Got a lot of Cosworth power in the back of that one. Terrific driver. Going through the Farmhouse now. Here he comes. Engine screaming away. Gets it round Farmhouse, but he is actually just dropped a fraction of time through that section. Hard up the straight, be looking to get 100 plus, 125 miles an hour. That is rapid, but it's showing he's half a second down. So what's he going to do? 51.11 goes third. So Alex Coles still has it, Steve.
And Jonathan Varley is guaranteed a point, at least, as he now in second place. So on the start line, Alex Summers qualified on a 51.29. And We've also got on the live feed in-car footage, and we're off and running, heading into Clark's 2.27 for the launch, and that's the quickest so far, I think. Down into the S's 9.56, so he's up on the pace already. Country corner coming up 20.53. He's dropped behind Dave Uren.
The Alex Summers home-built special by the Summers family, fantastic. Already he's in his second runoff in this car. We've seen him qualify 5th or 6th at Loughton Park once and get 5th or 6th points. Anyway, here comes Alex Summers. He is fractionally down on Alex Collins at the moment, but he's a mighty experienced driver. Has already won the British Hillclimb Championship in the past. At the moment, it's neck and neck between him and Alex Coles. Over the line, and a 50.89 goes second.
So on to the start line, Jack Cottrell in the Dallara, qualified on a 51.14. So he could end up out of the points if he repeats that, so he has to improve. So all lined up, ready to go. Checking the helmet. Revs rising, and away we go. Heading towards Clark's 2.22 for the launch, quickest so far. Down into the S's. He's still up on time with a 9.43. Jack into and out of Chippies, up towards Country Corner, 20.45. He's got 0.05 of a second lead.
Neck and neck's the word, my goodness me. Jack Cottrell looking to go into the lead in this lovely little Dallara with that lovely Cosworth V8 in the back. Come on, young Jack, he's been superb this season, getting loads of points in the British Championship. He's through the speed trap at 127. Well, he is up, folks, just by a fraction, through the finish in a 50.014, takes him into the lead.
Super run there from Jack Cottrell, exactly what we would have expected, and exactly 1 second quicker than he qualified. So Paul Hames onto the start line with the Gould GR59, qualified on a 50.93. That's only going to be good enough for 4th place. Can Paul go a little bit quicker on this run? Revs starting to rise, and away we go. 2.42 for the launch, slowest so far. Can he make that up down into the S's? 9.55. He's ahead of Alex Summers at that point. Into Chippies, charging up towards Country Corner. 20.4 at that point, and he's just gone into the lead.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. Super experienced driver. Lovely little Gould GR59, motorbike engine in the back of it. Got a turbocharger powering it up. Gives him loads of horsepower, and he's looking quick. I must admit, he's in slightly intermediate sectors, which means he is currently leading. Right, through the speed trap at 122 miles an hour. He's only got to get round the last corner into the finish now. We've lost visual. Right, so he's showing a time of 50.06, which in theory puts him into the lead, but we've lost visual on that, Steve.
Yeah, that's, I'm wondering if he spun as he went across the line.
Yes, well, it was a great run, if that stands. Our marshals are just maybe getting stuff in their ears, telling them what's going on. At the moment, we've got David Warburton waiting on the line, so we'll find out in a few minutes. Thoughts, Steve? Thoughts?
He might have scattered the posts at the top of the hill, which is what the delay may be, while they're put back. It's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, we haven't seen anything from the camera looking towards the finish.
No, we didn't, did we? No. It certainly was a great run, but we'll have to wait and see if that run stands. So at the moment, we know that Paul Hames has just posted a 50.06, we've got a 50.14 for Jack Cottrell and a 50.55 for Alex Coles and a 50.89 for Alex Summers. So it's very, very close, isn't it?
4 on the same second. And we're off and running again with David Warburton. And David, 2.45 for the launch, fractionally down. I think that's the slowest so far. Down into the S's, 9.86, also slowest at that point. So he's dropping back a little bit. Heading up towards Country Corner, 20.65 at Country. He's ahead of Jonathan Varley and Andy Borgood.
He's going really well, and let's see what he can do. Yeah, he's a very talented young driver. And this little GR59 with a little 1600 in the back, he's up against it power-wise, against some of these bigger units or turbocharged units. But anyway, he's looking pretty good. He's only 0.31 down. He was 107 through the speed trap, heading up towards the finish. We've lost visuals at the finish, but he's recorded a time of 50.99, which takes him 5th.
On to the start line now, Trevor Willis in the OMS 28. And now let me just check. I can't read my own writing here. I scribbled it down so quickly. So what time did he qualify on? I'm sure we've got it somewhere in here. Can't just bring it to hand. Oh, it's under my own. There we go. And he's away from the line. 2.33 for the first 64 foot. A little bit behind Alex Summers at that point. 9.3 down into the S's. And 9.3 puts him ahead of Jack Cottrell. And 19.99 and a rotational delay.
He spins
at
it.
Country Corner as he came in very, very quickly.
He was on a bit of a mission, but anyway, Trevor has spun the car. I don't think there's any damage to him or car, but will be a short delay while they get it dealt with. The marshals are walking over.
We can put down just one word for that: fail.
Fail. Well, that is true.
We've got a replay of it here.
The engine's running. Corner, he's on the grass.
And yes, the back end broke away just as he turned in. The back end started to come round on him. So
but at that stage, he was 0.41 up.
Yes, he was 4 tenths up on everybody.
Yeah.
And they're just turning the car round.
So that's a fail. So that's more points for our top runners.
Well, what that does is it guarantees Dave Uren at least 1 point.
Yes. Yes. So we're now down just to 3 more to go, Steve.
Yeah. Will Hall, Wallace Mingies, and Matt Ryder. So down at the start, Will Hall moving forward to the start line. And now lined up, going through his start procedure. Oh, he switched the engine off and raised the visor. Obviously not getting the green light for some reason. I don't see any red flags out, so I'm not quite sure why there is a delay.
I'd figure he'd want to be getting on with it. Just looking over to the left there, Steve, it's looking a little bit murky.
Right, well, the visor is down again. We're just getting the car lined up. And away we go. And first 64 foot, 2.13, fastest today in this runoff. And down into the S's, 9.23. And he's the quickest down there by 0.07 of a second. What can Will Hall do on the approach to country? 20.12. He's dropped back into second place.
Nothing much in it though at the moment. Will Hall's got huge amounts of power in that engine as well. Got immense amounts of skill, and he loses it down there at Orchard, I think.
No, he's carrying on.
Right, I thought he'd lost it there, but here he comes down Farmhouse now. He is actually showing slightly green sectors. The power of the engine, 130 miles an hour. My goodness me, into the finish. He finishes in a time of 49.82 into the lead.
Right, onto the start line. Wallace Mingy's our penultimate runner in the top 12, qualified on a 49.15, so repeat that and he'll go into the lead. Wallace sitting on the start line, going through the start procedures. Visor down. The engine's stalled, but he managed to get it back with the onboard battery. Revs rising, and away we go. 2.24 for the launch, just over a tenth down at that point. What's he going to pick up at the bottom? 9.19, quickest so far into the S's. So this is Wallace on a typical last run charge, heading up into country, 19.83 in the lead.
Can Wallace take the runoff win from, well, Matthew Ryder still to run, but at the moment Will Hall still has it. Wallace Mingus, here he comes now. Hear that screaming Cosworth V8 engine. Comes round Farmhouse, whacks the put down now, the throttle. Going to be well over 100 miles an hour through there, 128 miles an hour, 41. He's got to beat a 48, 49, 50, or 48, 59 into the lead.
Yeah, not the quickest through the speed trap, but on every split he was up. So good run there from Wallace. Final runner about to come to the line, Matt Ryder, qualified on a 48.51. So if he repeats his qualifying time, he'll take the runoff. So Matt rolling forward. The start line crew lining up the last car of the day. Matt Ryder on the line, just waiting for him to go through the start line procedure, get the revs building up, and away we go. 2.3 for the launch. Not the quickest, but quick enough. Down into the S's, 9.14. He's up on the time. Into the S's now. Around Chippies, powering his way up to country. 19.54. He's quarter of a second up at that point.
Matthew loves Harewood, doesn't he? Hill record holder, won the last runoff. Who'd bet against him this time? Looking very good at this point in time. He's got about half a second lead at the moment, coming round Farmhouse. He'll put the power down now. Absolutely flying, 125 miles an hour. Matthew, this is ready to win. He does a time of 48.27 to win the runoff.
Fabulous run there from Matt Ryder to take the win on 48.27. Wallace Mingy's in second place on 48.59. Will Hall third, 49.82. Paul Hames 4th, 50.06, and Jack Cottrell 5th on 50.14. Absolutely super days hill climbing, Chris. I've enjoyed myself, have you?
Always, Steve, working with you. We always have a fabulous time. We've seen some great hill climbing today. Well done to all you marshals that stuck out there in all the weather, stuck out there dealing with all the problems, and you've done an amazing job as ever. Thank you to all the medics, to all the timekeepers, the clerks, the Harewood staff. Fantastic job as ever. Well, Steve, we just about got away with this one with the weather.
It was sketchy at times, but this last runoff has been absolutely superb. In fact, the Tin Top Challenge was pretty good too. So a great day's motorsport. We hope you all enjoyed it. I'm going to sign off now, and I hope to see you again later in the season.
Thank you all for watching, everybody. Congratulations to Matthew Ryder for the 2 wins and to Simon Bainbridge for the 2 wins. We've seen some fabulous entertainment. Have a safe journey home, everybody, and we'll talk to you on another day. And thank you for watching HillClimb TV.